By age 35, most people start to notice the effects of declining hormones. Symptoms include low energy, less focus, decreased
Hey there, Hormone Summit participants. This is Dr. May Shunny. I'm a naturopathic doctor.
At Emerald Labs, we believe how you shop for your supplements is just as
Hey everyone, glad you're joining us. We're going to get started a little bit early today, so in about 10 minutes the summit's going to start. But I'm so glad you're organized, you're ready to go, and it's going to be an exciting day with all this great information on how to balance your hormones naturally. So we'll see you in just a little bit, so just hang in there, get something to drink, and we'll be right back.
Well, we're live. We're live on the summit here.
Cool.
It's good to be here with you, Mark.
Yes.
I'm Dr. Dave, obviously here with Dr. Mark Stengler, and excited to be here with everybody live on this summit.
Absolutely. Well, Dr. Dave, very excited for this Balanced Body Hormone Summit. I think there's going to be a lot of new information people are going to learn today because as people have found out, hormone balance is just so critical to prevent and treat illness. And so if your hormones are imbalanced, you're going to have health problems. And so I'm excited that we have all these experts on all these different topics so people can hone in exactly on what problems they're having or hormonal issues and get the answers they deserve.
So I want to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Dave, and I'll be taking care of the stream. I'll be connecting with the speakers, asking you questions, Mark, and interacting with you. So if you guys have questions throughout the day, as we are live right now, so as you have questions, we'll be happy to answer those questions during the breaks. And during the intermissions between speakers, we'll always be live for a short period of time talking. We also have some awesome trainings and tutorials that we'll talk about, a lot of different conditions. But if you're live right now, I'd love for you to comment below. Let us know where you're coming from, and start to ask questions, start the conversation. Mark, I wanted to ask you, I know we're talking about, there's 5 key hormone issues that we're talking about today. Could you uncover those 5 and kind of maybe give us a little teaser on each one?
Well, sure. Got a big segment on thyroid balance. Thyroid problems are so common in America. One of the most common reasons people get medications for low thyroid function. Then we have a big section, as you know, Dr. Dave, on adrenal dysfunction. If our stress hormones are imbalanced, wow, it throws our immune system off. We can't have good energy. It affects our sleep. It affects the aging process. So many things. For the men and the women as well, we talk about testosterone deficiency and how that ties in to so many men and women have low testosterone problems. Insulin resistance we'll be talking about. We have guests talking about insulin resistance and how that ties into weight, for example, your prediabetes and diabetes risks. Estrogen dominance. A lot of people are surprised to find out most people in America have some degree of estrogen dominance. Their estrogen level is too high. It's creating weight problems in the midsection, fertility problems in men and women. And so it's another huge category.
Well, awesome. It's 10:59 and we are Central Time, and I guess it would be 7:59 Eastern Time or Pacific Time.
Pacific, yeah.
And we're going to get started. So we're going to jump right in with Dr. Josh Axe as our first speaker, and we'll do a short recap of his presentation when he comes off.
Hey everybody, I'm Dr. Josh Axe. I want to say, hey, I am so excited to be on the summit today. And today I'm going to be talking about ancient superfoods, herbs and spices, essential oils that can help you naturally balance your hormones. And I'll talk about hormones for women, hormones for men, also hormones for fertility. And I'm so excited for this topic. I see a lot of people out there today who think they're eating a great diet, but they're not necessarily following the right diet if they want to balance their hormones. And so let's start off talking about the foods you want to get out of your diet if you want to have your hormones balanced and healthy. And it really starts off with this, is you've got to get rid of foods that cause inflammation. That's a big causative factor when it comes to hormone imbalance. People don't realize as well, your liver is actually responsible for helping balance your hormones, getting rid of something called xeno and phytoestrogens. And so when you're eating toxic food that's toxic to your liver, to your digestive system, to your lungs, and to your body, it's going to create disease and keep you from having balanced hormones. And some of the specific hormone imbalances I'll talk about in this video are things like hypothyroidism, PMS, menopause, infertility, PCOS, low testosterone in men there as well. So the food you have to get rid of is the processed sugars, the hydrogenated oils, the refined grains, anything that spikes insulin. Insulin, a lot of times when we hear insulin, we automatically think of diabetes, but insulin is a hormone that affects all other hormones in your own body. And so if insulin, it's really going to lead to a lot of issues. And so that being said, big thing we want to do is we want to get rid of the processed foods. We want to get rid of the sugar and the grains that are refined. They're going to cause insulin spikes. That is so key and so important. A lot of the snack foods, there's a lot of snack foods where they're adding sunflower oil and any type of refined grain. And those aren't healthy either. Just because it says organic on it doesn't mean it's healthy. And so let's talk about what you should be eating to naturally balance your hormones. Now, for most people, number one thing you need to be getting in your diet to balance hormones is healthy fats, okay? Your cells are made up of fat. Your brain is made up of a lot of fat. So we've got to be getting healthy fats. The first category of fats you should be getting are omega-3 fatty acids. So omega-3 fats are going to help reduce inflammation. So getting things like wild-caught fish, salmon, wild-caught tuna, sardines, mackerel, halibut, but any type of fish in general, getting lots of fish in your diet. And if you can't get fish that day, take an omega-3 supplement, okay? Whether it's cod liver oil, fish oil, but get those omega-3s. About 1,000 to 2,000 milligrams a day is fantastic for reducing inflammation. In addition to those, getting healthy nuts and seeds that have omega-3s. Specifically, I love walnuts, chia seeds, flax seeds, and hemp seeds. Those are the seeds and nuts that tend to have the most omega-3 fats. So make sure you're getting those on a regular basis. Plenty of omega-3s. The next category of fat you should be getting in your diet are coconut-based fats, or MCTs. You're going to get that in coconut milk, coconut oil, coconut meat. But go crazy for coconuts. They're great for balancing your hormones. And they're also great for energy. They're great if you're on a keto diet. But generally speaking, you want to be getting coconut oil and coconut milk in your diet, because you have those medium chain triglycerides, which have so many benefits and are good for hormones. Palm oil is another type of oil you want to make sure if you're doing palm oil that it is certified sustainably sourced, but that it also does have some good healthy fats. In addition to those medium chain fats, you want to get what are called monounsaturated fats that are in things like avocados. Now, here's something unique. There's a principle in Chinese medicine that if a food looks like an organ, it supports that organ. And listen, here's the truth. That's 100% true. We know that from medical science today. So if you cut a carrot in half, slice it, it looks like your eye. If you look at celery, it actually looks like your bones because it's so high in electrolytes. If you look at something like a tomato, it actually has 4 chambers of a heart. It's pretty amazing. Well, here are a few foods in Chinese medicine that support your organ system. 1, avocados. Avocados look like a uterus. Pretty amazing. So avocados are full of magnesium, potassium, and monounsaturated fats that support reproductive health in women, but also in men, okay? So an avocado a day will keep your endocrinologist away, okay? So just remember that, avocados are fantastic for your hormones and specifically for your uterus. Now in men, and I know I'm talking about fats, so let me just go off on this for a second. Figs actually look like little sperm if you look at them. They've been shown, in fact, in Greek culture, figs were known to as a country, they weren't allowed to sell or ship figs outside of the country because they wanted to keep their genes and their fertility very high in Greek culture. And so figs were banned from being shipped out of the country because they were known for being so good for the reproductive system, okay? So figs are amazing, especially some of the unique antioxidants found in figs there as well. So knowing those are some really good foods, but going back to this, avocados, right? Those healthy fats, monounsaturated fats. Another one is olives, okay? Olives are known to look like ovaries and testes, okay? So they're known also for being great for reproductive health. So olives, so using extra virgin olive oil anytime you have a salad. If you just want to drizzle it on some vegetables with some sea salt, it is one of the top 3 to 5 oils you should be using on a regular basis. Olive oil is used throughout the Middle Eastern and Mediterranean diet, and for good reason. It's been used for thousands of years for improving hormonal health. Okay, so again, go really high on doing a lot of olives and olive oil there as well. Now, there are some other fats that are good doing some other nuts and seeds, whether it be almonds, macadamia nuts, Also, I in particular, as a nut and seed, also like sesame seeds, which is used throughout the Middle East. And you can have something like tahini, which is found in hummus. It's a very good, healthy type of fat. But again, these are the fats that are most important for your hormonal health. As I talked about, number one, those omega-3 fats in wild-caught fish and nuts and seeds like hemp, chia, flax, and walnuts. In addition to that, we want to do, as I talked about, the MCTs found in things like coconut oil. And then we want to do the monounsaturated fats that are going to be found in healthy nuts and seeds, avocados, and olives, okay? So those healthy fats are going to help you naturally balance out your hormones. That's step number one. Okay, well, number one is get rid of the bad inflammatory foods, okay? Stop consuming so many carbohydrates and grains. Get rid of the sugar. Get rid of the hydrogenated oils. Number two, get those healthy fats in your diet. And number three, let's talk about the herbs, the spices, the superfoods that can help naturally balance hormones. So, and I want to talk about some condition specific here. Let's start off with an issue like infertility, okay? And by the way, I have my wife, Chelsea, right now. She's 7 months pregnant. And we're so excited here to have our baby here. I'm having a daughter here soon, which I'm so obviously stoked about. And with that, I will say this, though. I know for some people it is difficult to get pregnant. I've worked with many patients in the past working with infertility, but I will say this. The good news is that there are a lot of natural things you can do. So with fertility, the first thing to remember is you want to nourish something in ancient Chinese medicine. They call it your earth element. Essentially, that's your digestive system, and you want to keep your body warm and keep it from being too damp. A lot of people today have candida. We have dampness that resides in our body, and you want to put your body in the position to where your insulin is balanced. You don't have dampness or candida. Those are some of the biggest things that cause fertility. The biggest emotions that will cause fertility issues are worry, okay, and anxiety, okay? So fear, like fear of failure, fear of letting others down, not being accepted. A lot of people have fear of that. And then also worry, just constantly worrying and overthinking, obsessing over things. These emotions actually build up toxins. They're like toxins to your organs and will keep you from getting pregnant or carrying a child. And so again, you want to nourish these elements in ancient Chinese medicine. So the way you do that is you consume a diet, number one, that supports your digestive system and your adrenal glands. Those are sort of the two systems of the body. To nourish that area, or to nourish your fertility organs and as I mentioned, your digestive system, you want to consume mostly healthy fats, fiber, protein, and then your carbohydrates.
Sorry about that. We lost the audio there.
Oh, okay.
We're back. I wanted to talk about the share giveaway that we have at the top of the screen. You have the ability to share this event to win a protocol. And Mark, I know you have created a number of protocols for men and women. And I'd love for you maybe to talk about, you can see the buttons on the right. I'd love for you to talk about those protocols that you've created and why you created them.
Well, sure. Well, I've been practicing for over 25 years, seeing a lot of patients with hormonal issues. I've had extra special training in endocrinology as well, metabolic endocrinology we call it. And so what I've done is for all the major hormonal conditions, thyroid, testosterone issues, estrogen balance, estrogen progesterone balancing, insulin issues, I walk people through what they need to do for their diet, their exercise, very specific supplements, as well as how to use natural hormones if you need them, how to use the natural or bioidentical hormones. So really, I walk people through these protocols from step A to Z really, and how to balance your hormones out for those particular categories.
That's awesome. So again, if you would like to get an opportunity to win this protocol, we'll be announcing the winner in about 45 minutes. Click that share button. Let other people know that you're attending this summit, and share with someone that maybe you think that would find this information valuable. So we're moving into our next speaker. We have Dr. Michael Murray. Tell me a little bit about Dr. Michael.
Well, hey, Dr. Murray, a lot of people know about him. He's one of the world's experts in natural medicine. I've known Dr. Murray for years. Good friend of mine. The guy's written almost 40, 50 books on health. And so what I like about Dr. Murray, he's able to take complex topics and make them understandable for the layperson, which is what we want. So he's talking about this whole new field of endocannabinoids and actually how they tie into hormone balance. So very interesting.
Without further ado, Dr. Michael Murray.
Well, welcome everyone. We've got this great hormone summit going on, and I was just thrilled to have Dr. Murray agree to come on the summit, and here we have him on with us. And Dr. Murray, thank you so much for joining us.
Well, Mark, it's always a pleasure to be able to talk to you anytime. So thank you.
Oh, absolutely. So, the interesting thing with you is you're always leading research in the nutritional world, integrative medicine, but you not only educate consumers, but you've been educating doctors around the world on nutritional medicine. Would you like to just tell the viewers a bit about that?
Yeah, I'm really blessed. It's really a fulfilling process, learning about the healing power of nature. It's fulfilling in so many ways, and I know you feel the same. It's gratifying to be able to take these tools from nature and help people utilize them to promote health and healing. It's also inspiring and humbling to see how beautiful nature is. And we see that just looking around. But when you study nutrition and natural medicine, you see how everything kind of fits together to promote health or to promote disease. And there's a lot that we can do in the decisions we make to promote health. And I've really been blessed. And as you pointed out, I have been instrumental in not only helping consumers become aware of natural medicine, but also help doctors around the world utilize safe and effective natural approaches to health and healing. I just got back from Moscow. Along with Dr. Joe Pizzorno, we put together this certification program for medical doctors in Russia to learn about nutrition and natural products. It's just been fantastic.
Well, that's great. I mean, one of the things I've always liked about you is that you can take complex topics and simplify them for the average person to understand. That's why you've got so many best-selling books. And your website, drmurray.com, is very popular. But on the other hand, you can talk to doctors very highly educated, and you can get into the nitty-gritty details, the biochemistry. So you just have a lot of flexibility in that area. I think a lot of people don't realize how complex even just the field of nutritional medicine can be. The amount of biochemistry, the amount of details that go on. I mean, it's something you could study 24 hours a day.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's all language. I'm sure that the viewers, they're learning new terms. When I talk to someone in a field that I'm not familiar with, they might use terms that I'm not familiar with. And so I think, gosh, oh my God, they're so smart, and they may be, but a lot of times, if I'm talking to a mechanic about an air conditioning system, it's probably not that complex. But again, he may be using words I'm not familiar with, and I think that's what happens a lot of times with patients. They hear words that they don't understand, and the doctor can explain what those words mean in terms that the patient can understand if they take the time. But that's really what communication is all about. And education doesn't mean anything. Knowledge doesn't mean anything if you're not able to communicate it to the person you want to communicate to. And that's especially true in medicine. I mean, doctors make assumptions that patients understand their language, and a lot of times they don't.
Right, very good point. I think there's a lot of research showing the average doctor just is not a good communicator. And I know even in conventional medicine are trying to focus on that more. And generally, holistic doctors we find are much better communicators. But so those are very good points. We have an exciting topic we want to talk to you about today, and that's this endocannabinoid system. A lot of people have heard about things like CBD and cannabinoids, and there's a lot of excitement about it, but it's a very detailed messaging system that really ties into hormone balance, which this summit's about, obviously. So please just give us an overview, and then let's get into more details about this wonderful system in the human body and it ties into nature.
It's really interesting, and it's a relatively new discovery. The endocannabinoid system has been around for millions of years. It actually predates the cannabis plant. The reason it's called the endocannabinoid system is the discoverer was also the discoverer of THC, Mecholam, and what we've learned is that this system is intricately involved in so many bodily functions, and it promotes homeostasis, which is the process of trying to maintain or create a constant internal environment. That's what a cell's trying to do. Whether it's a single cell organism or something as complex as a human body, each cell is trying to maintain its internal environment. And the endocannabinoid system is critical in that goal. The endocannabinoid system is a receptor-based system, meaning we have receptors on the surface of our cells that receives compounds like CBD and THC. There's two primary receptors, a type 1 and a type 2. Type 1, that's where THC binds and promotes kind of its basically, psychological and mental and emotional effects. Then we have CB2 receptors, and this is where CBD primarily binds to, and it's more a factor in controlling our immune system and various organs outside the brain. If we look at where the distribution of these receptors are, CB1 receptors are mainly found in the brain, CB2 distributed throughout the body. I think that it's been great that people have become familiar with this system through THC and CBD, but they have to realize that we can influence this system through the foods that we eat and through various dietary supplements. And there's, as it relates to this summit, talking about hormones. Hormones intricately play a role in both the functioning of the endocannabinoid system and vice versa. The endocannabinoid system plays a role in the functioning of hormones as well. And there's also a link between this endocannabinoid system and the microbiome, and it may be the link between the microbiome and our system as well, particularly as it relates to the gut-brain axis. So lots of important discoveries are being made, and as we were talking before we started this recording, I think that the endocannabinoid system is paralleling a few years behind the eicosanoid system, and this is a system that's involved in also controlling many bodily functions. And this is how drugs like ibuprofen and aspirin impact health, and how we can manipulate dietary fats to either promote inflammation or reduce inflammation. So we know that, for example, the omega-6 fatty acids tend to be pro-inflammatory, particularly the forms that are found pre-made in meat and dairy, primarily arachidonic acid. On the flip side, we know that these longer chain omega-3 fatty acids that we get from fish and fish oil supplements can reduce inflammation. Those effects are mediated through this, what's called the eicosanoid or prostaglandin system. It turns out that the endocannabinoid system, like the eicosanoid system, is closely affected by the types of fats that we consume in the diet. The first endocannabinoid discovered. This is a compound that we make. That's what the word endo means, and cannabinoid means it acts to bind to those receptors or influence this system. The first one discovered was a compound called anandamide, and this compound was also, anana comes from Sanskrit for bliss. It's the bliss molecule. And the anandamide is an omega-6 fatty acid. And what they found is that these long-chain omega-3 fatty acids are also converted to forms of endocannabinoids. And these forms include what are called ethanolamines or ethanolamides. And they also include forms where the omega-3 fatty acid is bound to neurotransmitters like serotonin, dopamine, and GABA, and those exert some really profound effects. So just like we were able to influence the eicosanoid system or inflammation through altering the types of fats that we consume in the diet, I believe that in the future, we're going to be utilizing nutritional therapies to influence the endocannabinoid system. So I'm thankful for all this attention on CBD and THC, but as our knowledge evolves over the next few years on the endocannabinoid system, I guarantee you we're going to find more effective therapies using nutritional and other herbal approaches to influencing that endocannabinoid system.
Right. So we're just really at the tip of the iceberg, so to speak, in this complex system, which could be used for preventing and treating illness. Is that right?
Absolutely. And there's some generalizations that we can make right now. And one of them is that stress is very detrimental to the functioning of the the endocannabinoid system. Again, what that system is, it's a network that is trying to help each individual cell in the body maintain its internal environment. And stress, stress is that process. So, and stress effects are mediated primarily through cortisol and short-term adrenaline. And those are really detrimental to the functioning of the endocannabinoid system. And it's one of the reasons why when people are under a lot of stress that we see so many bodily processes start to break down. I mean, we know that cortisol excess leads to depression of the immune system, mood alterations, sleep disturbances, muscle loss, bone loss, death of brain cells. A lot of those effects are mediated through the effects that cortisol has that are detrimental in that ability of the endocannabinoid system to help that cell maintain its internal environment.
So interesting. So we're not handling stress. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, stress is bad, and handling stress effectively is critical to helping that endocannabinoid system work better.
So it doesn't work both ways then. When people aren't handling stress well, it's having an imbalancing effect, if you will, on the endocannabinoid system, the receptors. But on the other hand, we can use nutritional factors to balance out these receptors too. Is that a way of putting it?
Yeah, and it's really complex, the biochemistry of it all. But one thing that we're seeing, like with the microbiome, we see that things that are generally health promoting promote a healthier microbiome. So just about anything that you can think of that's detrimental to health is also detrimental to the microbiome. That's an analogy as to what we're seeing with this endocannabinoid system. It makes its job much tougher when you're kind of following a lifestyle, personality trait, negative thoughts, not getting the right nutrition. All of these things affect every system in the body, and we see that certainly true with this endocannabinoid system.
Wow. So what do you see in the future? Maybe it's being done now. Are you seeing it being recognized in as its own part of the hormonal system, endocrinology, a neurohormone, a combination thereof, or is that still kind of being developed, would you say?
Well, Mark, um, I'm Chief Science Officer for Enzymedica. We're a digestive health company, and one area that I've been focusing on a lot is the influence of the gut. Hippocrates said that all health begins in the gut. He also said that all disease begins in the gut. So, if that's true, and the more I study and learn, the more I think that is true. And it's going to change the way that we think about a lot of these different body systems. I'll just give you one example. Well, I could give you so many because the gut is really the central hub of our health. I mean, 70% of our immune system is there. It's
Right.
It's our largest hormonal organ. It's the largest organ of our endocrine system. And there are so many gut active and gut produced hormones. It's amazing. And they influence every other hormone in the body. And something that really got me thinking was melatonin. What is melatonin's role in the body? Melatonin is a gut hormone. We've kind of been led astray because of its influence from the pineal gland in regulating circadian rhythm and sleep-wake cycles. But our gut produces 400 times the amount of melatonin than our pineal gland does every day. And it plays so many important roles. And there are receptor sites in our gut, many more receptor sites in our gut for melatonin than there are in our brain. It's a gut hormone. And it too is influencing this endocannabinoid system, and it's influencing many aspects of physiology. So I think that there's going to be an evolution in understanding how everything is connected, and the gut being the central hub. And that's particularly true with this endocannabinoid system. Some of these compounds, endocannabinoids, are compounds that our body produces that are able to bind to these receptor sites or influence their expression. And so many of them are derived from dietary components, and they're modified by our body to produce these effects. So some of them are really showing phenomenal clinical benefits. I think a lot of the benefits people are looking for from CBD, for example, are better achieved through taking palmitoyl etholamide, or PEA.
Yep.
This
Yeah,
compound,
okay.
this compound actually has the clinical documentation. There is just not very much research on CBD, and there's questions about its bioavailability and how active is it, what's the effective dose, that sort of thing. But PEA has been the subject of over 20 double-blind placebo-controlled studies. In the treatment of low back pain, in evaluating pain-relieving compounds or any drug, researchers use a term called numbers needed to treat. And that tells us how many people that you have to treat to see a clinical effect. In low back pain, the clinical effect is noted by a 50% reduction in the pain scores. And PEA has a number to treat of 1.5. So you have to treat basically a little more than one person to see a clinical effect. To give you an idea, ibuprofen in low back pain has a number needed to treat of 8, where you have to treat 8 people before you see a true clinical effect from the ibuprofen.
Wow.
Morphine has a number needed to treat is 16. CBD, we don't know, but I don't think it's going to be more effective than PEA. And so that's one example of a nutritional endocannabinoid. Another one is OEA, which is similar to PEA, only it's from oleic acid. which is the key fat from olive oil. And I mean, if you go to PubMed and type in oleoethanolamide, you'll see that you've got hundreds of articles that are looking at its physiological and pharmacological effects, because it plays a central role in so many aspects. It's being looked at as a lead compound in the treatment of non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. If someone's overweight, if they have metabolic syndrome, 100% of those people have fatty infiltration of the liver, and that kind of creates a positive feedback cycle, and it affects insulin sensitivity, blood lipids, blood pressure. And so OEA is looked at as a lead compound in the treatment of fatty liver disease via a number of different mechanisms. One of them is that it actually helps people lose weight. And it does this by having an effect on fatty acid metabolism, but it also has an effect through the endocannabinoid system, and it has an effect also on our appetite control centers. And it looks like OEA, based upon clinical research, can help people lose weight. And losing weight is curative in most cases of fatty liver disease. And it does this via some very interesting mechanisms. One, it raises dopamine, and you understand what that might mean. I mean, yes, it's possible that OEA could show great benefit in helping people with alcohol addiction, cocaine addiction, any drug addiction. It also has been shown to boost oxytocin secretion. So it's being looked at for mood elevating effects. It's being looked at for helping people enjoy sexual experiences more. There's a lot of interesting effects of both PEA and OEA. And yet, what I'm really waiting for is what they're going to find with these endocannabinoid versions of these omega-3 fatty acids, because like anandamide is derived from omega-6, PEA is derived from palmitic acid, which is a dietary fat. Oleic acid is a source of OEA. But these omega-3 fatty acids of these endocannabinoid compounds, they're showing incredible benefits, and they're just scratching the surface on that research. And they're finding that it's not only the ethanolamide forms like we see with PEA and OEA, but these omega-3 endocannabinoids, they're also variants where they are combining the neurotransmitters like dopamine and serotonin and GABA, and these have really incredible influences on our gut and on our brain. And many of the benefits that are associated with omega-3 fatty acid supplementation are likely mediated through the endocannabinoid system, particularly those anti-stress effects. So omega-3 fatty acid supplementation has been shown to have multiple effects in clinical studies on brain function, improving memory, preventing Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's disease, but also improving mood scores very quickly and helping us deal with stress more effectively. So omega-3 fatty acids are critical food for this endocannabinoid system. So it's another reason why we need to make sure we're getting enough of those long chain omega-3 fatty acids. And the dosage appears to be just as we would make for reducing our risk for cardiovascular disease or Alzheimer's. For general health, about 1,000 milligrams of these long chain omega-3 fatty acids combined each day. If you have one of the 60 health conditions that have been shown to be benefited by omega-3 fatty acids, then that dosage has to be in the range of 2,000 to 3,000 milligrams per day. And I think we're going to change our view as to what the ideal ratio is of these omega-3 fatty acid components.
What are you thinking along those lines? What are you kind of seeing as insight?
what I see is the same ratio that we see in wild Alaskan salmon, which is basically a 2-to-1 DHA to EPA. And I also think that this DPA is critical. And this docosahexapentanoic acid, DPA, has been referred to as the missing omega, because the dominant manufacturing techniques that are used in making fish oils commercially, molecular distillation, supercritical, they sacrifice DPA. And DPA it's kind of a reservoir for both EPA and DHA, but it has its own effects. When we're talking about these omega-3 fatty acids, because they sound a lot alike, I guess, and if you look at their chemical formula, they differ a little bit. Right. But what you have to realize is that their shapes are dramatically different. And when we look at the shapes of these molecules, when they've been converted to these endocannabinoid forms, they vary considerably, DHA, DPA, and EPA. So the bottom line is that we need all three. So I think the ideal ratio is about 4 parts DHA, 2 parts EPA, and about a half a part DPA. I helped Enzymedica develop a line of fish oil products called Aquabiome. And I started off by asking the question, what's the best way to produce fish oils? And so we worked with a company and developed a process called targeted molecular extraction, where we're separating out these fish oils from these omega-3 fatty acids from fish oils, not only by their molecular weight. That's one way to purify them and get rid of these toxic compounds that are in fish oils, like pesticides, herbicides, and heavy metals. So we separate out by weight like everybody else, but we also separate out by polarity. And polarity acts as like a magnet to pull the things that we want. It's like, I don't know if you did this experiment when you're like in 4th grade, where you had these iron filings in sawdust, and you were given the challenge is, how do you separate those
right. Yep.
iron filings? You used a magnet and pulled it out. Amazing. If you had to do that by hand, it'd be almost impossible. So we're using polarity, and as a result, the level of organic and inorganic pollutants is about 5 to 10 times lower than you would see in other commercially available fish oil products. And then I asked the question, I said, well, that's the best way to extract it. What's the right ratio? And I started looking at the research, Mark, and you're splitting hairs sometimes, and when you make generalizations, there's always exceptions, but it seems like for most people, taking a DHA dominant fish oil is the way to go. It has the greatest effect on the microbiome, and that's going to produce, I think, the overall best effect for most people. So that's what I recommend.
Well, interesting. I predict something. I predict probably, like you've done before, we'll see a shift over the next 3 to 5 years in omega fatty acid supplements based on what you're doing. But then I also predict in 3 to 5 years, people will be taking credit for the shift. And you started it 5 years earlier.
Well, I tell you, it's I've really done a deep dive on this whole microbiome, and it's simultaneously this endocannabinoid system. I really think these are the 2 hot topics in medical research, and what's exciting to me is that diving into them and seeing how important these 2 systems are. I mean, the microbiome is an organ, and we have to look at it as an organ. We have to help that organ work better, and sometimes people need organ transplants. In the endocannabinoid system, I look at it as being like a way to tune our make sure we're in the right frequency. It's like a tuning mechanism. It's not strong enough, I think, to produce some effects on its own. It needs a hero ingredient. And some of these endocannabinoids that are available as a dietary supplement are hero ingredients. But I think in the future, we're going to be using our knowledge of that system to take advantage of natural medicine. And just as a side note, that's going to happen with the microbiome research as well. When researchers ask the question, what are the factors that most influence the microbiome, and they did this really extensive evaluation. It was a study done in the Netherlands, and they looked at diet and lifestyle. The factor that was most detrimental to the health of that microbiome was the use of over-the-counter and prescription medications. And I think that's going to be revolutionary. If we truly believe that medicine is an evolving science, we hope that this information that we're learning and the evolution of the science is going to lead us to providing better answers for people. And there's so many medications that, as you know, are doing more harm than good. And I think one thing that's going to come from all this research on the microbiome is that in the future, when we evaluate a patient, we're going to be looking at not only their genetic profile, but we have, basically 10 to 100 times more microbial DNA influencing us. We're going to look at the microbiome, we're going to look at their nutrition, and we're going to utilize that information to move them to health through natural means. And that's what's got me so inspired. And what's interesting about this endocannabinoid system is that so many of our kind of hero botanical medicines turn out to play a major impact on the endocannabinoid system. And again, as we learn more, we're gonna understand how better to use these herbal approaches with the goal to help that endocannabinoid system work better. I think that just as aspirin was a good kind of starting point in learning how to influence the eicosanoid system, CBD is to influencing the endocannabinoid system. But most nutritionally oriented doctors, naturopaths, we're not using aspirin to influence the eicosanoid system. We're using nutrition and herbal approaches, and that's what we're going to see with the endocannabinoid system as well.
Wow. Well, it's exciting stuff. You've done a great job. This really is cutting edge information. I should submit to my medical board to get some continuing education for today's talk with you. But that's great stuff. And so if you want to learn more about Dr. Murray's cutting edge research, please go to drmurray.com. Many good articles, like I said, cutting edge information, as you just heard, on the endocannabinoid system, the microbiome. So just in closing, Dr. Murray, any final words of summary from your perspective?
Yeah, encourage people to go to my website, go to the resources page. I have a lot of free PDF books on lowering cholesterol, natural alternatives to a variety of different drugs. I have a free download on how to treat GERD effectively. GERD, what the drug companies won't tell you and your doctor doesn't know. And I have a little booklet on the endocannabinoid system. And then just become a part of my community, because I put out a newsletter every couple of weeks, and I usually focus on things that I'm interested in. So if you found today's topic interesting, please join my community. And Mark, I want to thank you again for having me on, and I encourage everybody to support your work as well, and take advantage of all these great speakers that you've put on this program. And everybody has good insights, and you never know what little piece of information that you might hear that's going to change your life and improve your health. And so take advantage of being a part of this summit.
Oh, thank you so much.
we're back in the studio, Dr. Mark. That was a great presentation by Dr. Michael Murray.
Oh, absolutely. And we have this huge new field now of endocannabinoids, and again, how they tie into inflammation, how they tie into hormone balance. So people are just starting to learn, again, how to use these CBD extracts to help balance out not only just the effects of stress, but again, overall inflammation, hormone balance, very important.
Yeah, so Mark, I want you to talk about, you've been in practice for 25 years, and you still currently practice in Encinitas, California. And I know that you see a lot of patients that come in with high, thyroid and hormone issues. Tell me why you decided to do this summit and why you created your protocols that you created.
Sure. Well, I can only see so many patients a day, and the problem we have in America is your typical doctor is just not well trained in hormones. They're really not. They don't know how to test hormones. They don't know how to balance hormones out with diet, with supplements. Most doctors in America aren't trained in using natural hormones, and so there's a big chasm, if you will, in medicine where all these patients out there have hormonal issues. Virtually 90% of people in America have some degree of hormone imbalance. It could be stress hormones, it could be thyroid, it could be estrogen in men, testosterone in women, all these different hormones. And so basically what I've been able to do is put together exactly what's going on with all these conditions, how to test for them, and then again, how to address them naturally. Because again, people just don't have access to the information.
And again, these are the protocols that they can do right from their own home. Right. So I do want to answer, and there are links on the right if you'd like to look into see what's included in there. I want to answer a question that we had from Carol. We were talking about endocrine disruptors, and she was saying, I'd like to learn a little bit more about soy, and if it is an endocrine disruptor, and if yes, what maybe some substitutes.
Yeah, it's a common question that comes up a lot. Soy in itself, when you look at it, and here's really the key, we have very large population studies out of Asia, basically where people consume fermented soy foods. Okay, that's different than, say, soy protein powders and isolated soy supplements. Fermented soy foods, tempeh, tofu, natto, a lot of things a lot of Americans don't eat commonly, or Canadians. So those studies show actually the soy phytoestrogens are actually hormone balancing in fermented soy foods, reduce your risk of various cancers like breast and prostate cancer, very hormone driven, reduce your risk of cardiovascular disease. So those types of foods in their whole state, fermented soy foods, are very healthy, very hormone balancing. They'll block estrogen receptors if there's too much activity. They can increase the uptake if the activity is too low. But when it comes to soy, here's the problem. Soy in America is a very common food sensitivity. A lot of people get digestive reactions, skin reactions, other reactions to soy products. And remember, if your soy is not non-GMO, non-genetically modified organisms, then you have that problem which people react to. So fermented soy foods, very good, the studies show. All the studies show that. Non-fermented, there's some concerns with that.
And the truth is in America, at least for me, when I go to Whole Foods or I go to my local store, health food store, I don't see a lot of fermented soy foods. So what would be something that you would suggest that you exchange for soy that would still get you kind of the benefits, the protein that you get from soy? Maybe if someone is vegan, is more vegan looking for a more vegan-based diet, and then maybe give a non-vegan option for
Well, sure. I mean, in terms of the protein powders, all my patients, we use pea protein.
Okay.
Which, by the way, there's many naturally occurring phytoestrogens in all sorts of foods, including even like peas.
Right.
Carrots and all, salads and all that. So that's one good option. Pumpkin seed protein actually is becoming more popular. People wanting vegetarian source. But if people don't have allergy problems, you have all the other protein powders people can use. I mean, if you don't have a dairy sensitivity, you can get the low lactose whey proteins out there. The collagen shakes are very good.
Great.
So yes.
Awesome. Well, hey, thanks to everybody that's on the stream and live right now. We're going to keep pushing through the day. We have Dr. Bill Sears coming on here in a moment. Tell us a little bit more about Dr. Bill.
Wow, Dr. Sears has been in practice, I think, about 50 years, and one of the most well-known doctors in America, best-selling books out there. He's actually a pediatrician, but he expanded throughout the years into nutritional medicine. And having been a cancer survivor twice himself, he's going to talk about the connection between hormone balance and cancer, and so what you can do naturally to reduce your risk of cancer, or if you have cancer or have a history of it, what can you do through nutrition to balance your hormones to guard against this all too common problem of cancer. Well, hi everyone. I'm very excited to have my friend on the series today, Dr. Bill Sears. I'm sure many of you are familiar with him. He's been around for about 40 some years, best-selling books. I think America's top pediatrician, so do many other authorities. So Bill, so great to have you on our Hormone Summit.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Mark. Happy to be with you.
Excellent, excellent. Well, I mean, you're a wealth of knowledge and practicing for many years. I'm going to have you give a little more background to our audience, if you will, because, I mean, you're just so well educated, written many books. So, yeah, tell the viewers more about your background. You're a pediatrician, but seems to me you're like a lot more than that.
Pediatrician, my 50th year in practice. And the reason I still practice is I love holding babies, Mark. And when I got your message about talking about hormones and cancer, unfortunately, that struck home to my heart because I am a 2-time cancer survivor.
Right.
Surviving from cancer, colon cancer, 22 years ago, and surviving from chronic leukemia, chronic myelogenous leukemia, a month ago. And I attribute a lot of my knowledge and my passion to healing to the books of yours I read. And so in some way, I became a self-taught naturopath, if I could use that analogy. And so cancer treatment, you go in, cancer treatment nowadays is fabulous. I mean, immunotherapy, the targeted therapy, the surgery, the chemotherapy, wow, fabulous. But when you go in to get some treatment, you want to say, well, doctor, what else can I do? What else can I do to help myself heal? And that's where they draw a blank. And that is my passion, and I know that's your passion. And so one of the first things that I realized is I call the belief effect. The belief effect.
Right.
And that is for cancer, for anything. And we doctors, again, it's my 50th year as a doctor, and you've seen this too, the more you will believe you will heal, the more you will heal. Wow, and especially from cancer. So I figured, okay, what's going on? Why is the belief effect so important? And that's why when I recognize, again, a naturopath, getting into your body and figuring out what's going on in your body. And that's when I discovered we have an army inside our body, a natural army. And it's called NK cells, natural killer cells. Now, I want to show you the slide now, Mark. This is a pediatrician's version. So
yeah.
I remember our night when we talked about at dinner time. I said, you know, after being in practice so long, you begin to talk like a child. My wife says, act like a child. But I figured, and naturopaths are good about this. When you can explain things simple, our viewers remember it. So inside our body, follow me closely, our viewers. Inside our body, we have a natural army, an anti-cancer army. And in that army is trillions of little cells called natural killer cells. Looks like little Pac-Men. And they travel around the body and they look for a search and destroy mission. They're on a search and destroy mission for cancer cells. You see a cancer cell and they're literally like a magnet, glom onto the cancer cell, like we see here, and shoot a biochemical bullet into the cancer cell and blow it up. So right now, you, Mark, our viewers, myself, we all have cancer cells in our body. No matter how much we take care of ourselves, I call it sprayed in America. You know, sprayed in America, that's what we live in. And so, but our natural cancer cells, right now, they're being eaten up by the NK cells. Wow. So I figured out the main thing for cancer is how do I get my inside army, my NK cells, to fight for me? Number one, I believe in you, NK cells. Now go get them. Go get the cancer cells, glom onto them, and blow them up.
And by the way, Bill, just with that example there, you know, this field of psychoneuroimmunology, basically, because, you know, this is a hormone summit here, we now know a lot of these neurotransmitters, so like when you say, the belief effects, so
Mhm.
these brain chemicals, they've been referred to in the past as neurotransmitters, but I see in more, let's say, updated information, a lot of them are referred to now as neurohormones. They act as
Yes.
neurotransmitters. They have a hormonal effect because of the messaging they give to the cells. So it really ties into hormones, even like you said, with your attitude and your belief system
Yeah.
and how you're affecting your hormone system, which then affects your immune system. Is that a good way to put it?
Yes, and exactly what you said, Mark, is that's one of the first things I did for cancer is realize that inside our body, I call it the hormonal symphony of health, that we have players in our symphony inside our body. And when they play in tune, not too high, not too low, when they play on time, we have health. And when they play out of harmony, we have poor health. And that's true for the NK cells. You feed them the foods that you mentioned in your book, you believe they will fight for you, and you keep your stress levels down, and they go get them. So that's the first thing I did. The second thing, I realized two magic words: avoid spikes. And here's where the hormones come in. Insulin, avoid spikes. Insulin is like your master conductor of our hormonal symphony orchestra. So I figured the number one hormone I had to target in cancer treatment was keep my insulin stable, keep my sugar from not too high, not too low, because cancer cells love sugar. They love sugar. And I remember you mentioned this in your books too. The worst dietary advice ever to come out was low-fat diets.
Hmm.
We need to eat a smart fat diet, because when we eat low-fat diets, we eat dumb carbs. Dumb carbs raise insulin, and insulin growth factor, those hormones, the sugar, oh, they love them. So to illustrate that to our viewers, why spikes are important, meet George the Gorger. All right, George the Gorger, big cola, big fries, big burger. So suppose George is in your office, or my office, and we measure his sugar spikes. Remember, sugar
Yep.
feeds cancer. Insulin raises the high insulin, so George raises his insulin, his sugar. I call it sticky stuff when I explain to my kids. And when the sticky stuff goes up, the brain, the heart, the gut, and the joints, wow, they get inflammation, and inflammation feeds cancer. So keep your sticky stuff down. Gracie the Grazer. Oh, notice Gracie eats with chopsticks. Smart. We measure her blood. Insulin is stable, blood sugar stable, happy heart, happy brain, happy gut, happy joint. And so when I was doing my anti-cancer smoothie in the morning and my anti-cancer salad in the evening and nibbling on nuts throughout the day, I actually measured my blood sugar with a glucometer every hour or two, and it was stable all day long. Stable blood sugar stabilizes your anti-cancer army. So that was very important. Keep our blood sugars down.
So getting that hormone insulin balanced out, critical. You can't have good immune function. That insulin level isn't well controlled.
Absolutely. And so one of the best things I've seen happening and coming soon to the food label near you is the grams of added sugar. And that's the bad word on the label, added sugar. It's very simple. So that's the next thing. And the next thing I did, wow, and in fact, the sticky stuff, when I give talks to schools, and you've seen this, Mark, too, I'm sure, kids get it. I remember I gave my sticky stuff analogy. You put sticky stuff in your mouth, you get sticky stuff in your blood vessels, like we'll talk about in a minute. And a mother came home one day. She said, guess what? My husband, who's a gorger, took our kids in a van that night a sticky stuff joint. Let's call it a burger joint. And the kids, 6-year-old, said to Daddy, Daddy, you can't put that sticky stuff in your mouth or you'll get sticky stuff in your blood.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. So the kids get it. And so the next thing I learned about cancer is, I call it very simple, move more, sit less. Move more, sit less. Movement is one of your best anti-cancer medicines for several reasons. First of all, movement mobilizes our NK cells.
Right.
Movement mobilizes our NK cells. Movement in nature, especially in nature, which I'll get to in a minute. Why? Dr. Mom, my favorite naturopath, Dr. Mom said, eat more veggies and go outside and play. Exactly. So next I'll show you some Nobel Prize winning research as to why movement mobilizes our anti-cancer army.
Okay.
Oh, and this is actually a picture I sort of drew, not like this, it's like this, but one night I invited a person who won the Nobel Prize. So what you're about to hear, Dr. Lou Ignaro, down to our home for dinner. And Lou's explaining to me that inside our bodies, we have a natural pharmacy. And I always thought so, Mark. And I learned this from, I love to hang around with, again, you naturopaths because you get inside the body and we make our own medicines. And I said, you know, Lou, I just think that the great designer of the greatest design ever made, the human brain, the human body, knew we were going to mess it up by what we eat, how we think, how we live. So inside our body, there must be a natural pharmacy, and there is. And I'm going to show you inside our body, the biggest endocrine organ, the biggest hormonal organ in our whole body is in the lining of the blood vessels. I call it the silver lining. The lining of the blood vessels. And inside the lining, and I drew this picture, let's do the bottom one. Let's call them Mandy the mover, the bottom, and Sam the sitter on the top. Now, in the lining of your arteries are trillions of microscopic medicine bottles. They actually look like little squirt bottles. And in those squirt bottles, they've identified so far about 23 hormones, natural medicines, medicines that lower the highs, anti-cholesterol, cholesterol lowering, blood sugar lowering, anti-inflammatories, anticoagulants, all the antidepressants, all the antis we take. But the medicines we make, and this is where naturopaths, I like you guys, the medicines we make are better than what we take because they're custom made just for you. They come out the right time and the right dose. So here's Mandy the mover. Notice her pharmacy's open, flooding her blood vessels with all these natural medicines. Her blood flows faster. She eats the right food. She runs. And this is what won the Nobel Prize. When you move, say run or dance or swim, any type of movement, when you move, the blood flows quicker over the tops of the medicine bottle. It creates a shear force, what's called, and opens your hormonal pharmacy.
Oh, so it activates the hormones to be released, huh?
Exactly. So movement activates your hormones, as you said. Movement activates your hormones to flood your pharmacy. So that's why go outside and play. Movement activates your hormones. Now we have Sam the sitter. Okay, Sam puts sticky stuff in his mouth, and he gets sticky stuff, inflammatory markers. He'd get sticky stuff on top of his medicine bottles closed. So which one of these two is most likely to get cancer? Mandy the mover or Sam the sitter? Obviously, it's the one who moves more and sits less. Now, what is it about outside? Movement outside. And I learned this over in Japan. A few years ago, Martha and I were there giving a talk.
Okay.
And after the talk, our host said, and I was really tired after the talk. And our host saw that. He said, we are going to take you and your wife, Martha, out for some Shinrin Yoku, which I thought was a Japanese drink. And I said, okay, you know, and typical American, I thought this is all crazy stuff. And so we go out this car, and we drive up to the top of a mountain to the woods, and we get out and we take a walk in the woods. Shinrin Yoku in Japan means forest bathing. I felt fabulous. I felt, aha, I gotta study this. And I realized there's a whole university in Japan, whole department that studies forest bathing, Shinrin Yoku.
Huh.
Where they take people who are depressed, have hormonal imbalances, who are with cancer. And they found a walk in the woods, their NK cells go up. Wow. Their blood sugar stabilizes, their insulin stabilizes, their stress hormone stabilized by a good old walk in the woods. Again, our favorite naturopath, Dr. Mom, said, go outside and play. So that's why go outside. And then finally, I guess, Mark, maybe to get to, I think, my last tip on healing from cancer is, I call it, meditate more, agitate less. Because stress raises insulin growth factor. Insulin growth factor is called it's a hormone, internal hormone, that really increases our chance of cancer, because cancer cells love sugar. So stress raises cortisol, which raises sugar. So keep your stress down. And one of the keys I do now, because I don't want to get cancer a third time, is I start my day with what I call the attitude of gratitude. And this is fabulous in the brain, where they found that in the brain are gratitude centers. If we can keep that stable and we can keep happy, we all have, no matter how life sucks, we all have things we can be thankful for. So I start every day with movement meditation, because movement with a mantra would be walking, swimming, where you move in synchrony with the mantras. I'm just going to go through your own personal mantra. Here's what I do every day. Start the day. Thank you for my life. 80 years. Thank you for my wife. 54 years. Thank you for my health. Cancer survivor ×2. Thank you for my wealth. 8 kids. Thank you for my MD. Please make it my ministry. And you take a deep breath. And what's going on inside is my hormone symphony of health is so stable. It's called the grateful brain, actually, the neurological word for it. Or the neurohormones, as you mentioned. The neurotransmitters are playing beautiful music inside your brain. And really, that's what we all want, is beautiful music, hormonal music inside our brain.
Right. Well, that's cool. So basically what you're saying is, when you address the fundamental issues with the diet, with coping with the stress. Um, and then all the things related to that, because like you said, you get so many hormones balanced out, the insulin, which is critical, the cortisol, which is critical. A lot of hormones we don't even know much about, like you said, being produced in those blood vessels. Your immune system, your natural killer cells are going to work so much better. So it helps you prevent and fight cancer if you have cancer. Would that be a way to put it?
Yes, yes. It's the best way, as you just said, fight cancer by keeping your hormones in balance.
Wow.
And that's why we have, and I want to thank you for, when I read your books years ago, you motivated me to make my own medicines. And that's when we opened our Dr. Sears Wellness Institute. Our trademark teaching is make your own medicine. So I became kind of, again, a self-taught naturopath. And we have 2 books that sort of summarize what you teach a lot of, and that is our Dr. Sears T5 Wellness Plan.
Mm-hmm.
Make over your mind and body, 5 changes in 5 weeks. And our newest book coming out next month, Mark, which I thank you for your endorsement, is the Healthy Brain book. And so these are, again, my way of giving back to all the people that have taught me so much, such as yourself, to heal from cancer.
Oh, those are great resources. And then the main website for you would be askdrsears.com, correct?
Yes, correct.
Askdrsears.com. Excellent. Well, that was a great review tying in the importance of hormone balance. But to get that hormone balance to a healthy immune system requires these fundamental diet and lifestyle shifts, which all of us can work on, but they're critical to having a good immune system helping to prevent and fight cancer. Is there anything else you'd like to end in with a summary here?
No, I think that what was great, the summary is sort of be your own naturopath. A naturopath, go out in nature, find your path in nature, and make your own medicines. Believe you will heal, and you're more likely to heal.
Excellent. Well, Dr. Sears, we really appreciate your time. We look forward to your new book coming out. Recommend all your books, your website. You help kids, you help adults, so the full spectrum of all ages. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mark.
At Emerald Labs, we believe how you shop for your supplements is just as important as how you shop for your food. At Emerald Labs, we handpick our ingredient sources the same way you handpick your groceries. And we formulate and manufacture all our products with the same care and attention you have when preparing food for you or your family. At Emerald Labs, we know you're concerned about what goes into your body because staying healthy is something that is very important to you. Providing high-quality, additive-free products has been the foundation of our company for 25 years. So when you're shopping for a supplement, always remember this. What's not in a supplement is just as important as what is. Emerald Labs, the original additive-free company.
We're back. We're live.
Yes.
Emerald Labs. Let's talk about Emerald Labs for a minute. I know that Emerald Labs is the company that you use to create a lot of the supplements that you give to your patients, and then all the supplements you have in the protocol. Why do you choose Emerald Labs?
Well, Emerald Labs I've known for many years. What I like about their company, they're very pure. They've been a leader in terms of having pure products. Fillers, binders, coloring agents, gluten-free, soy-free, all those types of things. And then very high potency formulas. When we're giving patients products based on conditions, we want to duplicate what the studies have been using. And some companies do that and some companies don't. So Emerald's very good at using therapeutic dosages so people can notice a difference in how they feel. Okay.
And so within the protocols that you have, again, we've talked about this earlier, but you have a protocol program that has 5 different protocols. Refresh us quick on what those 5 protocols are.
Absolutely. We've got hypothyroid, we've got adrenal dysfunction, testosterone imbalances for both men and women, estrogen dominance,
right?
And
menopause.
And menopause, of course, very important, right? Menopause.
So Mark, what you've done is essentially from your clinical practice, you've seen a lot of patients with hormone issues, and you've created a formula for uncovering those issues and helping to solve them naturally. So within the protocol, I know that you have meal plans, meal guides, supplement plans. You actually have the supplements. We have some of the supplements right here. The supplements are also included in that. We also have the recipe guide, and then step by step what to make each day. I think we had the question on soy and alternatives for soy. We have dozens and dozens. I know in the course you have dozens and dozens of different products that you recommend for the different types of challenges that are gone through with hormone imbalance.
Oh, absolutely, because within each condition, if you will, people are going to have differing symptoms going on. They're going to have differing hormone levels. So I show people how through their symptoms, their signs, even possibly lab testing, how to find out what really fits best for them and helping them to balance out the hormonal issue.
Well, hey, if you are interested in learning more about the protocols, we'll continue to mention them throughout the broadcast today. You can see them on the right. We are offering them for 50% off today. Usually they're $500, and I know in your practice, I don't know what it costs to go through that protocol, but I'm sure $5,000, $10,000. We're offering that for $250 today to get complete access to all the protocols. And again, you get access to all of them. So if you have, a friend or a spouse or a family member that's suffering, feel free to share that protocol, maybe some of the other protocols with them as well. So moving forward, we have Dr. Gio Espinosa coming on. Tell us a little bit about Dr. Gio.
Well, Dr. Gio is quite a tremendous doctor. He specializes in men's health, especially in terms of things like prostate problems, testosterone problems, and that's his expertise. So he's like a holistic urologist, if you will.
Well, awesome. Without further ado, we'll have Dr. Gio join us.
Well, hi, everyone. I'm really excited to have Dr. Gio Espinosa on the Hormone Summit. A lot of you are familiar with Dr. Espinosa, an expert in men's health, and so very highly recognized in his ability to get complex information out in terms of helping men with their health. You help the men, you help their spouses, you help their girlfriends, and so just very knowledgeable in terms of urology, prostate health, men's hormones. And so, Dr. Gio, great to have you on.
Dr. Stengler, such a pleasure to be on again with you, and thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Well, for the viewers who may not be familiar with you, could you just give some background, of course, on your education and what you're doing now? You've done a lot of things, so give us a little background, if you would.
Well, thank you so much. I'm a naturopathic doctor and licensed acupuncturist. A long time ago, roughly around 20 years ago, I decided to take the road less traveled and actually focus in urology and men's health. So when patients try to figure out who's another person like you, there are not too many names. Maybe our colleague Eric Yarnell a little bit in Washington, but there are not too many that have chosen this road. And so I've been privileged to be a faculty member here at NYU, New York University Hospital, Department of Urology. I worked at Columbia University Department of Urology for 5 years. So I really just took I went narrow and deep, if you will, in terms of urology, men's health, prostate issues, and how can I apply, naturopathic medicine, functional medicine, specifically for these conditions and diseases. So as a result, by nature of doing the same thing over and over and over again and figuring things out and being passionate and curious, you get good at it. And so that's what's happened.
Well, that's great. And maybe let the audience know about some of your most recent book, if you would.
Sure. Thank you so much. The most recent book is Integrative Sexual Health book that I had the great honor of co-editing with a few other colleagues. So I was in charge of the male sexual health component of the book. Excellent book, I have to say. Sometimes, I don't know if you feel the same way. You're a renowned author yourself. I don't know if you feel that sometimes you kind of put your own books away, you ignore them. And when people say, well, what's a good urology book? They ask me, I don't mention my books. And then I look at my own book and I'm like, wait a minute, this book is great. Right? It's actually really good. So Integrative Sexual Health, I believe, is a very excellent resource in sexual health and for both men and women. I wrote a book on prostate cancer, and I'm writing my second book on prostate cancer. I believe that's a bulk of my work with regards to men's health. And there's another one coming out. The first one is Thrive, Don't Only Survive. And another book that I co-edited called Healing in Urology with several doctors here from New York. So Yeah, that's the list for now. I'm trying to catch up to you, Dr. Stengler. I'm really, you need to slow down. I need to ramp it up, and maybe one day I'll catch up.
No, good stuff. So, of course, this is the Hormone Summit. From your viewpoint, doing the holistic urology, if you will, men's health, tell us your thoughts on issues in terms of hormone balance with American men. What are you seeing? Is it that big of a problem? What are the main things you're seeing in your practice?
Right. First, let me say this. I see testosterone levels from 0 all the way up to 2,000 and higher. Some of the 2,000 guys are bodybuilders that they just take it without my recommendations. I just try to help them with their health, despite the fact that they take steroids, anabolic steroids. And then the guys that are at 0, that's intentional, that's chemical castration in people and men that have advanced prostate cancer. So I see everything. So I see the power of this chemical, and it's a powerful chemical. There's no question. With guys that are at 0, the joke is that don't watch a sad movie because you'll be crying more than ever before. Tears flow out for almost anything. The guys that are 2,000, they're just more aggressive, and they have to have a lot of self-awareness. Certainly, the number one symptom with regards to low testosterone is low libido and erectile dysfunction. Those are the big two. Then you have other things like fatigue and cognitive decline and things like that. But the major symptoms are related to sexuality. There's no question about that.
Right.
I don't know that I answered your question. I just want to give your audience a kind of overview of how powerful this chemical is. Just for show and tell, this is one of the things that excited me. So I got the very first book written in 1945, original copy, called The Male Hormone. This is the first book ever written on testosterone. It's just a blue book because there's no cover. The pages are nice and vintaged here. So I've gone really deep, and this is one of the areas that really fascinate me. So go ahead and ask questions, and I'll answer them. I thought that
no, that's good. Well, put it this way, in terms of men's hormone balance, so you said testosterone is the main hormone. Of course, there's many other hormones men have, just like women. What are you seeing in terms of the men as causes, let's say, testosterone balance? I mean, talk about obviously men using the steroids is a problem. They get too high levels, although they suppress their own level. You get the younger men, the middle-aged men, the senior men coming in with testosterone deficiencies. What do you think is going on with this issue behind the scenes at a deeper level?
Yeah, so I do see, you would think that I see a lot of older men, middle-aged men and older with low testosterone. I see a lot of young men with low testosterone. These are men in their 20s and late 20s, 30s, and certainly men of all ages with low testosterone. And not only low testosterone, but the ratios are off. So ratios between testosterone and estrogen, ratios between testosterone and DHT. DHT is a metabolite of testosterone. It's about 3 to 5 times more, has a stronger affinity to androgen receptors than testosterone itself. So DHT is very powerful, and sometimes those ratios are off. What's happening? What's really happening here? Well, we can talk about this till the cows come home, but what I would say is this. Stress is a major factor. Stress, lack of sleep, poor nutrition, metabolic syndrome, all these things to the body are major factors in terms of this imbalance of hormones in men, this low testosterone that's happening in men. Stress, anytime someone stresses, they increases the levels of cortisol. And one of the lines that I typically say is that cortisol castrates, right? So anytime, cortisol stops the production of testosterone. The other thing that happens is the receptors in the Leydig cells of the testicles. So the testicles in men makes most of the testosterone, and they just kind of stop working, or the numbers that are produced, they're lessened. And so that's another problem. So between stress, I would say stress, lack of sleep, just lifestyle. If men, let me also say this, I test testosterone on all men, and I test I do questionnaires for sexuality and things like that. And there are some men with no symptoms, great libido, function sexually, are strong, or have muscles, and they have low testosterone. And that's just an incidental finding. So I'm trying to figure out what's the deal there.
Right.
Typically, most men that I do see have low libido and erectile dysfunction with low testosterone, but there's some men. Now, I'll say this: there's lab errors. So if I take the test in 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, that may be low, and then when I retest between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m., that may be normal or normal high or what have you. So when testosterone, I know I'm kind of going all over the place,
That's all right.
but I think your audience will appreciate this. So that one number may not be, for face value when they first get that one number. It is always best to get it as early as possible in the morning. Sometimes I don't do that as a clinician. I get it for patients at 3:30 in the afternoon. That's when they're coming in. I don't have a choice.
I go through the same thing. Yeah, that's
right?
And then confirm it on another test in the morning.
If it's low,
right.
then I have to get an FSH, follicle stimulating hormone, LH, to see where the source is, and then get a total in the morning and a free testosterone in the morning.
Right.
So that's important. Either way, but the real cause in all men that get that have their testosterone low, I think it's lifestyle. I think it's 100% lifestyle. I think it's lack of exercise or lack of the right exercise. It's poor dietary habits. High carb diets will induce low testosterone directly or indirectly. It's poor sleep habits. It's insomnia. It's sleep apnea. And it's cortisol production from stress.
Yep, very good point. And part of the thing with the cortisol is people have to realize there's this cascade of hormones like an orchestra, and they're influencing one another. And so cortisol pretty much throws all hormones off. So you've got high cortisol over long periods of time, not managing stress well, not sleeping enough, not exercising properly, and it throws your testosterone off.
That's completely correct. So we measure that and we address that.
Absolutely. Maybe give us a little more insight on nutrition. Obviously, high carb diets. What do you think? Are you finding much connection with non-organic foods and pesticides and maybe other xenoestrogens, or it's something I know it's still being investigated more closely, which it makes some logical sense. What are your thoughts on that?
So this notion, so that I think you hit a good point, right? That there are these xenoestrogens in our environment, these fake estrogens that we're exposed to in our environment, and that causes low testosterone. And I think that's another area that is of interest and is a factor for sure. So I like to set up my patients to succeed and not fail with diet, right? So I'm careful with going to extreme and so forth. I want them to, and then little by little, they gain the trust. And then we start adding more and tweaking more. And those are the men that do amazingly well with me. I have there's this thing, the real picture. So I do men's health, as you know, and really prostate problems bring men into my life because men don't do prevention. They need to have a problem for the most part, right? As a whole. And so so prostate problems, erectile dysfunction, that's a big deal, and they come to my big goal is for men to live longer and better. If you were to ask me, what's your goal in life? Well, my goal in life with what I do career-wise is for men to live longer and better. It just so happens that prostate issues and penis issues bring men to my life, right? So I say that because when I give them a program, the goal is for them to live longer and better. Better meaning what? Urinary problems, go away. Nocturia or nighttime urination diminishes. Prostate cancer. We look at prostate cancer as an opportunity to live your best life because that's the biggest wake-up call they've ever had. And that's certainly possible, even though that's the C word. So when I give them a protocol, that's what we do. So with regards to diet and testosterone and nutrition, low carb is key. Now, diets and what people should eat is very confusing, particularly when you have documentaries and things like that come out and that say, well, you got to go plant-based, Game Changers. Great documentary, by the way, great film. I mean, nicely done. But then that's, so then people come back, well, you said I could have grass-fed meat. And they're saying here, and there's convincing evidence and so on. So then it is complicated. There's no question about that. I mean, this is just observational studies that everybody's looking at. Nutritional science is complicated. So what I would say is this. What I would say is that low simple carbohydrate diet is key, and I think almost anyone would agree with that. I know that we'll get no pushback from any of the dietary groups. Low simple carbohydrates. Then after that, it's because where you get your protein source. Can you get your protein source from a vegan plant-based? You can. Very difficult. It's very difficult. If you're that disciplined to make sure to get all your proteins that you need from plant-based, it's definitely possible. I don't see some of the animal products as a problem, for the most part anyway. So some, good, particularly the better quality animal products, right? The grass-fed and the elk and things like that. Those are great. And they could be more expensive. That's another conversation. The bottom line is that a very low carbohydrate, simple carbohydrate diet is the best thing from a nutritional perspective, to increase testosterone level.
Now, it seems in the research I've done, the three big nutrients, when they're deficient, may affect testosterone. You can tell me if you agree or not with this. Seems zinc comes up, magnesium, and vitamin D. In terms of what's published research, are you in agreement with that, or anything else you'd add?
Boron.
Boron.
Boron will be the other one.
Okay.
So those are my big fours for increasing testosterone in terms of just nutrition. We're not talking about botanicals yet.
Right.
My big four are magnesium, boron, vitamin D, and zinc for sure.
Right. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Excellent. So let's move on to some of the common herbs that you like to use as natural testosterone boosters. You're probably like me. If men are like on the low end of normal, they're willing to put some effort into their exercise or diet. Often they'll use herbal supplements to help to see if we can naturally boost up their own testosterone level before going to hormone replacement.
Right.
I know you being a naturopathic doctor would be very similar. Tell us more about that approach and some of the things you like to use.
So let's start with the fact that I 100% try to get my patients to increase their testosterone levels naturally. I have no problems with exogenous testosterone, only when we exhaust all the natural and lifestyle methods first.
Right.
I tell my patients, your body needs to behave itself. So, as a father, your body, you need to go to timeout, and your body needs to recognize why you're not making enough testosterone. Are you not sleeping well? Are you stressing out? Are you not, meditating or managing stress better or whatever? So that's the first step. And in terms of what botanicals I use loads of adaptogens. I think adaptogens might be, if you were to put a gun in my hand and say, what is no one group of botanicals that increases testosterone or helps? It's adaptogens. Way before tribulus, which is like what a lot of physicians in our world use for increasing testosterone.
Right.
Even before Tonkat Ali and all these things that people use, adaptogens, right? And if you were to ask me, okay, which is the one adaptogen, it's almost like asking me which one of your 3 kids you love the most.
I saw your blog recently. I know it starts with an A.
With an A, right? Yes. Right. You got it. So I'm glad you're reading. I had no idea.
I've been researching that herb, which I'll let you talk about as well, looking at the effects on both total and free testosterone. So I'm in agreement with you. But go ahead, talk about.
So ashwagandha, it's definitely is my number one right now. But I tell you that rhodiola is very good. Mm-hmm. And I think if we do enough studies on rhodiola and look in that direction, I think that will show that it increases testosterone levels. Siberian ginseng, very good. So it's very good because it helps your body adapt to stress. Right. So it does help you with cortisol levels. Actually, ashwagandha has shown that in studies to help the ratio between cortisol and testosterone very nicely. So ashwagandha is definitely one of my favorite. I use between 500 and 600 milligrams a day. You can go a little bit higher if you need to, but that's where I hang out the most. But I would say, let me reemphasize that I think all the adaptogens are very good.
Right.
The other one that I find to be helpful is cordyceps. So cordyceps seems to have an effect on the Leydig cells, the cells that actually make testosterone from from luteinizing hormone from
Right.
LH, and it seems to be more. They make it more sensitive to the LH. So cordyceps are kind of, sort of not known a little bit in our world. I mean, I see some more formulations along those lines and with testosterone boosting, but cordyceps are really, really, these are mushrooms, and I use them quite often in when I'm trying to help men increase their testosterone levels.
And interesting, both herbs have been shown to increase DHEA in some studies.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. That's absolutely right. DHEA, speaking of which, I use it only when their DHEA sulfate is low.
Right.
I don't, you have to, you know what I'm talking about. I mean, you have to prioritize what you give. You cannot just give everything. So I need some sort of reason to give what I give. And if I don't see DHEA levels low, I don't give DHEA because it won't necessarily do anything to increase testosterone. It could even increase estrogen if you're not careful. So, because it could go
Right.
to the other pathway. So I don't, so it depends on the patient. That there you have, but these herbs are very common. The ones, the adaptogens and ashwagandha primarily, very, very common in my utilization of herbs for increasing testosterone. Cordyceps, fenugreek has been studied recently in randomized trials, and I'm just mentioning it because it's shown to be helpful in increasing testosterone. I have not used it yet.
Okay.
So I think I just want to be clear that studies show that it's almost like if I say saw palmetto, you think prostate. Well, historically, saw palmetto has been used for urinary problems in women forever. But you make the fenugreek, I think women and lactation and things like that.
Right.
So I think I have a brain block with regards to using fenugreek for increasing testosterone. But I'm just saying that several studies recently within the last few years have shown that it helps to increase testosterone.
Yep. Now, in my practice, a little bit different years because I get a lot of general health issues. You specialize in the men's, although you help with a variety of different health conditions with men.
Yeah.
The men come in, their wife probably sent them in to get their, blood work done, and maybe they got fatigue. And then near the end of my visit with a couple of minutes left, they tell me, oh, yeah, I have erectile dysfunction.
Yeah.
They tell me with 1 or 2 minutes left in the visit, they want some treatment for erectile dysfunction.
Yeah.
So
what they really want is a prescription for Viagra.
Right. I guess only a minute left, they want something.
That's right.
Pretty instantaneous. So
yeah, right.
how it goes. So walk us through the hormonal connection. Of course, there's other major issues like blood flow, but just walk the viewers through on erectile dysfunction. So common. Not only just in senior men, we see it a lot in men in their middle age, younger men too. I mean, there's other factors going on.
Mid-20s.
Yeah.
Mid-20s, which is it's so surprising. I mean, I don't know about you. When I was in my mid-20s, I had the opposite problem. I needed something to help me, bring some flaccidity in my life. And so this is a phenomenon. So here's what's happened. Let me break it down for you quickly.
Sure.
This is, God, I always say, if I don't know this, I'm going to go wait tables or be a bartender. I mean, this is something that I feel the whole prostate erection. Look, here's what's happening with these guys. What's happening is it could be, well, it's rarely just one thing. Okay. But the combination of things include low testosterone.
Right.
The combination of things include metabolic syndrome. So treat metabolic syndrome, right? I know they want a quick fix now because I have a date tonight. No worries, we'll get there. But in terms of treating the cause, you have to treat metabolic syndrome. You have to treat low testosterone, which treating low metabolic syndrome may help to treat low testosterone. And you have to stop watching porn.
Oh, good point.
You have to stop watching porn. What's happening is this, and you're saying, why is a 25-year-old having issue? Here's why. These 25-year-olds have had a laptop or a cell phone and have easy access to porn since they were like 10 years old, 11 years old. So they're getting ideas of what sex should look like. right? What it should feel like. You know, the partner should moan this way, and the position should be like this, like that, and the other, which sometimes in reality is that's not the way it works. So then that is the one of, when you and I were growing up, well, not even growing up. I mean, VHS came out, you know, as we disclosed each other's age before this interview. You know, during our late teens, early 20s, we had Blockbuster, and then we had to go to the corner, and that's triple X, and it was nice and big. So we were kind of even if we wanted to, we were embarrassed. So it was just more difficult. If we did get a porn film, it was like in a brown paper bag, and we were hiding it. Now it's just right away, easy access, and they're telling me about all these porn sites and what it's just another world. So this is a huge contribution aspect to erectile dysfunction that I think is not talked about enough. So between those two things, those three things, I think those are
very good. Well,
yeah.
you know, good point. Probably like you said, you got, you know, the pornography problem, which, by the way, there's many studies now showing it actually causes harmful effects on even brain formation.
Yeah.
You got the men, you know, 70% of the population at least who are overweight.
Yeah.
And so they got that estrogen testosterone ratio imbalance.
Yeah.
They're not exercising. They're eating too many simple carbs. They got poor blood flow. So it's a recipe for problems.
Yep. And
Right.
even when they exercise, let me tell you this, because I know there are some viewers that say, well, I exercise. No. If you do, for example, endurance type of activities, if you're running, you know, 8 marathons a year and training for marathons, that will reduce your testosterone as well. You will lose muscle mass, and that will reduce your testosterone because there's too much stress in your body, and that's actually causing cortisol to go up.
Yeah, overtraining.
So that's overtraining.
Mm-hmm. Good
Overtraining. So what you want to do from an exercise perspective is weight resistant exercise, no more than 6 repetitions with a decent amount of weight. So even excess repetitions and supersets and things like that may get you some muscles, even that could be overtraining in any way can be a problem. So you need some rest. You need to do no more than 6 repetitions, and you need to work big muscles, primarily thighs, legs, and back.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you find the same type of approaches for erectile function?
Yeah.
Are similar ones you use for men who complain of low libido?
That's a great question. So do men with erectile dysfunction have low testosterone? The answer is not. That's not always the case.
Right.
So if I'm trying to do both, I do. So the weight resistance is always in sleeping better, managing stress, low carbohydrate diet. Pretty much everyone is on something similar to that. With regards to nutrients and supplements and things like that, I add, so nitric oxide is the friend. You want to do things to increase nitric oxide. And so my favorite, again, gun in my head, what's your favorite? L-citrulline.
Mm-hmm. Right.
L-citrulline is not arginine.
Right.
Not arginine.
I've come to the same conclusion too, looking at the literature.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Arginine, you know, when you see these supplements that have arginine and citrulline, it's just taking up space in that capsule. You can use other things. I just use arginine. I use, actually, the formulation that I just did with ashwagandha, arginine, citrulline, pomegranate, and resveratrol. These are awesome nutrients. Awesome nutrients. They actually do a lot of good things to the arteries, not only of the penis, but really of the body, but definitely of the inner lining, the endothelial cells of the arteries of the organ and the pelvic area. So these are resveratrol, pomegranate, citrulline, and ashwagandha. I think it's an excellent combination for to help men, and they need to take it twice a day, and they need to take it on an empty stomach. So that's the other thing. It's not event driven. So
right. So you'd recommend they take it for at least, you know, a good 2 to 3 months to start assessing the full benefits.
100%. If they need to hit a home run sexually with their partner or whatever, hey, I get it. Now, you know, I'm a guy. I'm not opposed to the PDE5 inhibitors, the Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra. I'm not. But I do get them to take these type of supplements twice a day and then take the lowest dose possible of a PDE5 inhibitor. So let's say for tadalafil, which is Cialis, The lowest dosage is 5 milligrams. No side effects at such a low dose. And the side effects really only occur when you start increasing the dose. So the things that you hear, the flushing of the face, the blurriness of the vision, and the hear loss, hear loss, and things like that, that only happens at higher dosages. With Cialis is lower back pain. But again, at a lower dose with these nutrients,
Right.
you can still do well, you can function well, and you can still treat the underlying cause of the problem.
Well, and as doctors, we're always looking at what's going on with the person at a deeper level. Maybe speak to the fact that if a man has erectile dysfunction, we're concerned, kind of as you mentioned before, there's problems going on in the cardiovascular system.
Yeah.
Probably there could be problems in the coronary arteries and the arteries feeding the brain. And so we start looking deeper into what's going on with artery health, just in general.
The penis is a barometer to a man's overall health. So men should, at any age, should be able to get erections at nighttime, with one exception: those that get treated for prostate cancer.
Right.
Then all bets are off.
Mm-hmm.
But men should be able to get erections. If they don't, for 3 months or so, then there's red flags going on in my head as a clinician. What else is happening? Are they developing plaques somewhere else? Are they, some sort of cardiovascular event? Is there diabetes setting in? What else is happening? Certainly, we know that stress is a huge factor, and men's inability to perform sexually. We know that, and so that's another, performance anxiety, where men, if they have one failed attempt in the bedroom, the next time they have another attempt, they're thinking of the previous event, and so what will I be able? They question themselves. That's cortisol. That is adrenaline, and adrenaline is a chemical that is the strongest chemical that will inhibit an erection in a man.
Well, and good point. The whole cascade of messaging for the hormonal system, even when we're talking about cortisol and testosterone, it starts in the brain and the hypothalamus, makes its cascade down. So that's, again, effects of stress in the mind and all that.
Yeah.
Dr. Gio, prostate health, it's definitely one of your great strengths in helping men with prostate issues. Tell the viewers about the connection between prostate enlargement, like BPH, and then go into prostate cancer in terms of what's going on hormonally with those conditions, if you would.
Okay. So, that it's a bit interesting because
I know it's a big category, just in your concise way.
I pride myself in the ability of condensing information and saying it within a short period of time, but maybe I'm making a story up. So so there's 3 types of prostate issues. There's BPH, or an enlargement of the prostate. There's prostatitis, inflammation of the prostate, and there's prostate cancer. With regards to an enlargement of the prostate, or BPH, that's the cause of that is too many cells accumulating in the prostate. They're duplicating very rapidly, and not so much like cancer, but to the point where the prostate is getting enlarged. Let me say this very important point: a man with a large prostate may not necessarily have urinary problems. A man with a small prostate may have urinary problems. Why am I saying that with such emphasis? Because as men get older, it's almost like a knee-jerk reaction. Urinary problems, prostate. That may not be the case. Mm-hmm. It's often related to the bladder. Bladder issues in men as they get older. So even if they have an enlarged prostate, yes, the prostate can be a problem in that process in terms of urinary problems, but it may not be, because all that matters is the prostate squeezing in the urethra, the tube that brings out the urine. You have an enlarged prostate, no squeezing. You can have a small prostate, they're squeezing. Mm-hmm. So it's the transitional zone in the middle, and that's oftentimes induced by just inflammation of the prostate. Every biopsy that I've ever seen, and I've seen thousands by now, oftentimes, like 90% of the times, one of the things that come back is inflammation, right? So inflammation is a major issue despite of the size of the prostate. But let's just say that there is a size enlargement of the prostate is contributing to urinary problems, because that's what we care about. That's ultimately what we care about. Hormonally, there it is thought that dihydrotestosterone, or DHT, is the cause of that. That conversion that occurs in the prostate cell, and then that DHT just keeps that process going. This is true. This is not, because when we put guys on either hormone therapy or kind of reduce their levels of testosterone, you see a shrinkage in their prostate. So this is true. But the other thing that actually causes increase of prostate size is estrogen. Right. There are estrogen receptors in there, in the prostate. So an imbalance between testosterone and estrogen actually is those are factors that are associated with BPH as well. And so that's something else. So that's that. Prostatitis is inflammation of the prostate. Prostatitis occurs in men that are young, in their 20s, actually. Oftentimes, it could be their 40s and 50s, but it's in their 20s. I could do a whole course on prostatitis because sometimes they're diagnosed with prostatitis, but they don't really have prostatitis. Is a diagnosis of exclusion. Is a little bit confusing. Here's the bottom line. When a physician does a test and does the rectal test, and they have pain, not discomfort, but pain in their prostate, that may be a sign. Sometimes you and I learned in medical school, that bogginess, that flash bogginess that we're looking for. Sometimes that's not there. Oftentimes it's not there. Right. So you can't really go by that. It's that painful component of it. It's that it is that feeling. So the person would say, I feel like I'm sitting on top of a golf ball. So that kind of description is more prostatitis-like. And then they're peeing a lot. They have urinary frequency at 25, 28, 32 years old, which right. doesn't make sense. And then there's prostate cancer. I think the takeaway, this is the hormone summit. So let's talk I just want to make sure this is not the cancer summit. This is the hormone summit. All right. All right. We'll connect them. We'll connect them here. So testosterone is not connected to prostate cancer in terms of inducing prostate cancer. Right. In fact, when you look at the studies closely, those with low testosterone actually are more predisposed to getting not only prostate cancer, but getting advanced prostate cancer, the aggressive type. So not only is it not connected, because this is what we thought for 40, 60 years, that testosterone is like the fuel for prostate cancer. That's not the case. But those with low testosterone actually have a higher predisposition to advanced prostate cancer. So that's that. So it behooves, so going back to what do you do with patients with low testosterone? Well, even if they are asymptomatic, the first thing I'm going to do is retest to make sure that they're really low. And if they are, I want those numbers to go up, mostly naturally. Right. I will not treat an asymptomatic man with exogenous testosterone. I will not do that. I will only recommend it in men that are symptomatic, that's showing symptoms of low testosterone. And plus, we've tried everything naturally for 3, 6, 7 months, 8 months, 12 months, and then they're so down and out that they get they get something like injections or whatever. Right. So anyway, so with regards to prostate cancer, is not associated. So men would want normal or optimal testosterone levels.
No, it's a good point. I'm seeing even in conventional urology, oncologists there, based on the literature, they're relaxing a bit more, considering testosterone replacement in men who've had a history of prostate cancer. Yeah. Whereas before, 10 years ago, it was out of the question. Now they're considering, if it's been 3, 5 years, we can look at using testosterone replacement, maybe even earlier based on some of the studies. Why don't you comment on that a little bit?
You hit the nail on the head. If you've been diagnosed with prostate cancer and you've been treated for prostate cancer and your PSA is undetectable for 3 to 5 years, and you are low in testosterone, then you can be a candidate to increasing your testosterone levels, either naturally, and that's my bias, or exogenously. So that is in the data. That is. It depends on numerous factors, but I do have men with a history of prostate cancer on testosterone right now, or me or one of my colleagues have. Right.
And of course, these people are being monitored closely and all that.
Very closely.
Proper monitoring would require. Well, how about, let's just go back to prostate enlargement. What are some of Dr. Gio's, protocols he's found to be helpful over a couple of decades in generally helping men with prostate enlargement, BPH. Of course, considering the fact we always got to address diet and lifestyle and all those types of things, what are Dr. Gio's tricks in the bag, if you will, for helping men?
So I'm trying to treat Mr. Jones, not the prostate. So that's just the way we function as naturopaths. And I'm trying to help them with urinary symptoms. And if it so happens that the prostate shrinks a little bit, that's great. But what they care about is not that their prostate is enlarged, because it doesn't affect them in any way, really, unless it's like an orange or a grapefruit, because then it starts pushing up against nerves that affect the erectile function. But that's an anomaly. I care for them to have a normal stream, have a strong stream, and not get up 5 times a night to urinate. That's what I care about. And if that is indeed the goal, this is what I do. The bag of tricks include rye pollen extract. Actually, it's very, very good. Even good research to support that. I use curcumin. I use a lot of curcumin, in fact. I use that. I use, actually, I'm kind of thinking of a formula that we're working on now as we speak. I use quercetin. Mm-hmm. I use quercetin. Quercetin has been, certainly for prostatitis, has been studied in randomized trials and showed efficacy, and I think is very good. So I use that. You know, I use Scutellaria and lemon balm. And you're saying, well, what the hell? Like, no one uses Scutellaria and lemon balm for the prostate. Here's the deal. I am trying to relax smooth muscles.
Right.
If you were to ask me, Mark, Gio, what's the one thing gun in the head as you get older to help with urinary issues? Treat smooth muscles. Right? The bladder, it's a smooth muscle. Mm-hmm. The 30% of the prostate is muscle. Because everybody's just gland. Yeah, that's 70%. But 30% is muscle.
Well, it has to be able to contract. It has to have some muscle.
Exactly.
Right.
And it's a smooth muscle.
Right.
Right. So if we treat the smooth muscles, it's less tight down there, because a lot of the symptoms comes from tightness, whether it's the prostate, whether it's the pelvic muscles, whether it's the muscles that are outside of the prostate. So treat it. So this is why I do use Scutellaria and lemon balm and magnesium, because magnesium is an awesome muscle relaxer.
Right.
The other thing that we see with prostates is a lot of calcium accumulation and calcification of the prostate. Mm-hmm. Magnesium, right? Magnesium. Right. So I do use Scutellaria. I use and lemon balm in patients. I use cranberry extract. Actually, it helps very nicely with regards to urinary symptoms in men. I see it clinically, and there's at least one randomized paper to support that information, if not more, actually.
Well, you hit on one thing I discovered several years ago. I was treating a lot of men, prostate issues, and I'd use all the typical formulas and supplements and diet, and I got decent results. Then it dawned on me, similar to what you said before, why am I not treating the bladder more specifically with herbs more specific for the bladder? Lo and behold, the effectiveness rate skyrocketed and just consistently worked so much better. So I never give prostate herbs without addressing the bladder, which for some reason it hasn't really been addressed, the two together. You have been. I kind of figured out my own too, but it makes sense, and I see much better results when you treat the two together.
Always treat the two together. But with the exception perhaps of and even the young guy, I was going to say with the exception, even the young guy, because they're stressed, and it's just a lot of inputs and impulses to the bladder, so it's contracting a lot, and there's nerve sensitivities and things that are on the bladder. So always treat the bladder. Always treat both. And I say saw palmetto is one of the things I use, but definitely not alone. And you don't ever want to use it as a solo therapy. Right. You want to use it in combination with the other three things that I've mentioned. Sometimes I've used boswellia as well, by the way. Again, boswellia, that's a joint. That's for joints. And I think that is a phenomenal anti-inflammatory for the whole system. and it's a phenomenal herb for the prostate.
Yeah, that's great. Well, Dr. Gio, maybe give us a summary of just, how important hormone balance is for men. Obviously, testosterone is important, getting all the hormones balanced out, especially the stress hormones. Maybe give us your summary on hormone balance and men's health, and we'll let you go.
Okay, well, listen, is important. Number one, is very important. Testosterone is I call that the beast hormone. I think that when it's very high, the man feels could be more irritated. I always know when when the guy's testosterone is really high because they cut me off in the middle of my sentence. They never let me finish my sentence. I was like, "Yeah, your T levels are high." So you have to have self-awareness. I'm kind of half joking here. We tell the females in our lives, I have 2 daughters, they're teenagers, and they menstruate and things like, well, you can menstruate, but you still have a brain. So even though your body's going through changes, you still have a brain to control yourself and control your emotions and not speak if you're off and things like that. Same thing for us. We could be very irritable if, I tell my patients that are on low testosterone because of treatment for prostate cancer or whatever, I tell them, listen, don't give your wife a hard time. You are off oftentimes, so have self-awareness. Same thing when it's too high. When it's too high, it's the same thing. So there's more aggressivity there too. So it's that type of hormone. However, it's very important. You do feel a zip on your step when you have normal and optimal testosterone. You feel more manly, quote unquote, and it's very important. So I would say that needs to be tested. And I say that because in a lot of clinics it's not tested. So I think it's very important to test, along with free testosterone, DHT, and estradiol levels. We could get into the weeds with estrone and other type of metabolites of estrogen, but even just estradiol is good and important. That needs to be tested. It needs to be optimized. Do the lifestyle and the natural approach first, always first and foremost. And many of the things that I mentioned today will get you there. Give it time, be patient. And only if you exhaust all possibilities, then perhaps exogenous testosterone is something that you should consider.
Wow, that's a great summary. I'm totally in line with that. And for more information on the things we talked about, drgeo.com is the best website for you?
Yeah, that's still the number one website for me is Dr. Geo, drgeo.com.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Dr. Geo. Great to be talking with you again.
Likewise. Take care, Mark.
Thank you. Well, some great information there, as you can see, from Dr. Geo. So the summit's been great so far. And keep posting your questions. I'll try and answer them on the break. We've got some here I want to address. We had Jeanette leave a comment. She said she originally had hyperthyroidism, too active with thyroid, changed her diet, especially her sugar intake, and her thyroid levels are now normal. And you can see that with patients. You can see just by major dietary changes, exercising regularly, reducing your stress can have pronounced effects on your hormones, including your thyroid. Carol asked a message or made a comment, how trauma can affect your hormones. In other words, if you have something like a car accident and you get some whiplash or you get some damage to your skull or your brain, that definitely can change your hormonal situation because you have messages that come from your brain to your pituitary gland to the rest of your body. So if you've been in a car accident, some kind of brain trauma, you have hormonal issues, that's something you should get checked out, even getting structural type treatments with chiropractors, osteopathic doctors. Sometimes that can be helpful in realigning your hormone balance. We also have Dr. Giroux talking later about growth hormone. And if you have injuries to your head, that can affect your growth hormone production as well. Martha left a comment. She said 10 years ago she's on testosterone replacement, and ever since she's had hair growth still occurring. And so people like that, we could do detoxification programs. You could use natural dihydrotestosterone blockers, things like saw palmetto, nettles root, for example, higher doses of zinc. You hear about their use for men and prostate, but they will block the dihydrotestosterone receptors in the skin as well, and that could help her symptoms, something she could talk to an integrative doctor about. And then Chris says that he's been very reactive to supplements and medications for over 10 years. So often patients like that, the first thing we need to do is improve their digestive function, their digestive health. support detoxification. And once you do that, the immune system will often start to change over time, and you'll be able to tolerate these things. I also want to let you know, people are asking if they can't watch it all now, the summit will be available for free for the next 24 hours. So you'll be able to watch these segments again. After that, you can purchase the program if you'd like. So coming up now, we have Dr. Donnie Wilson talking about the all-important topic of adrenal hormone balance. Welcome back to the Hormone Summit. Really excited to have Dr. Donnie Wilson with us today. And she's going to share with us the importance of adrenal health, how to balance out adrenal dysfunction, talk about things like adrenal fatigue, what's happening with your stress hormones. So Dr. Wilson, great to have you with us.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be here. I really appreciate you including me and reaching out to me.
Oh, thank you. So you have an expertise in this whole stress area. And as practicing doctors, we know virtually every patient that we see, to some degree, some more than others, stress is really impacting their health. It's setting them up for disease. They can't recover from illness because they have stress hormone imbalance. And so it's great to have you on to discuss these things because it's such a root factor in people's health.
Mm-hmm. I really believe that. Sometimes I wonder how it is that I had such a passion and an interest in stress and understanding the adrenal glands. It's just, I think, from earlier in my life, and I can tell you more about that, but also just working with patients over the past 20 years has just really led me to think that not only is stress and adrenals part of the equation of our health, but to me, it's the main thing. Like, to me, if I'm not looking at stress and adrenals, I'm missing the case. And so that's how strongly I feel about it. And I just love to get to share why that is and how it can help people to really solve health issues that maybe they've been dealing with for a long time and feeling like they can't find answers, and they've tried a lot of things and they've been a lot of places. But I think until we really look at stress and how it affects us from a young age, even before we're born, and how our bodies then learn a certain stress response that's unique to us, and how to solve for that, how to really support our bodies to be healthy, even though we're stressed. Because the thing is, we can't eliminate stress. It's going to be there. It's part of being human. In fact, it's essential to being human. We're built-in stress responders. And so, I think sometimes people hear stress and they think, oh, I can't do anything about it. I just have to deal with it. But actually, I'm here to say there's something we can do about it, and it can make a huge difference.
Yeah, that's great. So you're a naturopathic doctor, also professional midwife. And so you're dealing with all sorts of patients in helping them, again, deal with stress on many different levels, balancing their stress hormones out. Let's maybe start with just the basics. Let's talk to the viewers how our stress hormone system works, how the communication work, the adrenal glands. Let's just give a little bit of overview on that system, if you would.
Sure. So here's the thing is, back when I was training as a naturopathic doctor, I was also training as a midwife. And when I was training as a midwife, I became very interested in how stress affects women in labor. Of course, we're afraid of, we have fear of labor. It's very common. And so what I found in learning about stress related to labor is that there's these stress hormones, cortisol and adrenaline, and they're essential for the labor process. If we don't have enough cortisol and adrenaline, labor doesn't go well. But also on the other side of it, if we have too much cortisol and adrenaline, labor doesn't go well either. Things stop, things come to a standstill. So working with women in labor really helped me understand that it's about how can we each have this optimal cortisol and adrenaline level on a day-to-day basis. And so as you're saying, like, how can we understand the adrenal glands? The adrenal glands make cortisol and adrenaline. And a lot of times we hear about cortisol and adrenaline as if it's something we shouldn't have or don't want, but actually we need some. We need to, in the morning, we need cortisol to come up. It wakes us up, it gives us energy, it signals throughout our whole body. Same with adrenaline. So it's important to recognize that we, just like women in labor, need a certain amount of cortisol and adrenaline on a day-to-day basis. Cortisol is one of the only hormones, though, that changes throughout the day. So it starts out on the high side and gradually decreases through the day. That's what you want it to do. So it's low at night so that we can go to sleep.
Right.
And so we need our adrenal glands to do this, but we also need our adrenal glands to have a stress response. So say the alarm goes off, the fire alarm goes off, we want our adrenaline to respond and get our blood pumping, our mind working, so that we're going to get out of harm's way. And so this is how a lot of times we think of the stress response is, what do we do when that immediate stress is happening? And probably we can all relate to those feelings. Your heart's racing, you're sweating, and so that's an important part of being a human. But also what should happen is once the stress passes, then our body goes into sort of a stress recovery and what we call the parasympathetic nervous system, which is this instead of the fight or flight, which is that adrenaline stress response that that's that fight or flight. The opposite is parasympathetic, which is this calming, restorative part. And the thing is that when we're in our day-to-day lives, a lot of times we end up in a constant stress response without very much stress recovery. We have to get our kids to school. We have to get to our job. We've got a deadline. We've got phone calls to make. Sometimes we barely have a chance to just even sit down and eat lunch or go to the bathroom, right? Like
yes.
when we think about it, it's like our day-to-day can become a constant stress response. And so then our bodies are constantly in stress mode. So when we're constantly, I call it stress mode, when we're constantly in stress mode, we have a little bit higher cortisol and sometimes a little bit higher adrenaline. Now this cortisol and adrenaline, but they signal throughout our bodies. This is a really important concept that I found in the research. There's a lot of people who've researched stress over the years, physiologists usually, and they've come up with systems and models to understand how our bodies respond to stress. And so what they show is that, this cortisol affects 4 major systems in our bodies. One is all the other hormones. So here we're talking about all the hormones in our body. Cortisol communicates with all of them: thyroid, insulin, estrogen, testosterone, you name a hormone, cortisol is communicating. So imagine if your cortisol is at a nice, healthy, balanced level, it's sending a nice, calm signal to the other hormones. As soon as we're in this stress mode, now the cortisol is sending a different signal, and all the other hormones are affected. In fact, usually the other hormones are decreased when we're in this cortisol stress mode. So our thyroid doesn't work as well, our blood sugar is out of balance, our ovaries don't work, all the other hormones don't work well when we're in stress mode. Not only are the hormones affected by stress and cortisol, but also the digestion. So here's to just talk through what are some of the symptoms people might experience. Yes. Think of those symptoms in terms of the 4 systems. So 1, people might experience symptoms related to imbalanced hormones, whether that's fatigue or weight gain or blood sugar imbalance. It could be that that's my dog here, my little.
That's all right. We can edit it. That's happened to me before. Don't worry.
Thank you. There's digestion is affected by stress. So people a lot of times will have symptoms there, right? The classic heartburn, ulcers, butterflies in your stomach, or IBS, right? Irritable bowel syndrome. It's all about this, how stress and cortisol are affecting our digestion. Then we have the neurotransmitters in the nervous system affected by stress. So this is where people are more likely to feel anxious or even depression or headaches or can't sleep because the nervous system is getting affected by cortisol. And then there's the immune system. So those are the 4 systems: hormones, digestion, nervous system, and immune system. And when the immune system gets affected by stress, we're more likely to catch an infection of any type, more likely to get autoimmunity, more likely even cancer, inflammation, anything from the immune system is more likely to get out of balance. And so when we understand it from that perspective, we can see that when we're exposed to this chronic daily stresses, again, it can be, I mean, certainly we're aware of major stresses like a death in the family or a move across the country. These are things that we know are going to be stressful, but there's also stresses that can be day-to-day stresses that add up and shift our cortisol and adrenaline levels in such a way that it ends up shifting the communication to these other systems in our body. And then we start to have the symptoms. So to me, the symptoms we experience, whether fatigue or digestive upset or bloating or joint pain or headaches, the symptoms are really indications that we're stuck in stress mode, that our body needs help recovering from stress. Because that's the thing that's important to know, is that our bodies can recover. If once we realize this and we can go, oh, and we can talk about how we test this, but once we know that the cortisol is either too high, it's also possible for cortisol to be too low and adrenaline to be too low. Either way disrupts the systems and creates these health issues. Once we know that, we can address it. We can get it back on track again, and then we can feel better.
Yeah, that's great. Walk us through with your patients. Obviously, you're getting their signs and symptoms, their history.
Mm-hmm.
Probably have a sense that there's issues going on with their adrenal gland hormones. And then,
Mm-hmm.
walk us through what other type of testing you do and how that helps you to guide them with treatment.
So, and these are tests that, like, say you go to the regular doctor's office, they're probably not, I mean, they might do a blood level of cortisol, but that's going to show us if it's very, like, it's possible for the adrenal glands to go into an extreme disruption. That would be where it's really stuck high and it just stays high. And that's called Cushing's syndrome. Or it's possible for the adrenal glands to just completely stop making cortisol altogether, and that's called Addison's disease. And so,
right, which does happen, but it's not very common. I mean, the average person watching out there, it's good people to be aware of that.
yeah,
Like you said, it's just not very common. You're seeing more people that are still
in
functioning of
between.
major disease, but imbalances, right?
Yeah, so it's very much more common to be not Cushing's and not Addison's. And so the doctor or the endocrinologist might be saying everything looks fine because it's not extremely off. But it's important, I feel, to know that even if it's a little bit off of your optimal cortisol and adrenaline level, it can greatly affect your health. You can be feeling tired all the time. You can be not sleeping well. You can be having autoimmunity or infertility. You know, these are things that affect us, but might not get picked up in a regular doctor's office or doctor's visit or blood test. And so what I suggest doing is, instead of just testing cortisol at a single time of day in the blood, which is okay to do, but what we also need to do is we need to check the cortisol at different times of day. Remember, it should be higher in the morning and gradually decreasing through the day. So we need to check it at different times of day, which can be done in blood. You just have to get your blood drawn 4 different times in a day. But it's a lot easier usually to test it in either saliva or urine. So
Right.
we can do spitting in a tube or doing a urine collection when you wake up in the morning and maybe before lunch and before dinner and before bed. And then we see actually because maybe your cortisol is too low at certain times of day and too high at other times of day. That's pretty common actually. So and the treatment is different, right? Mm-hmm. So we don't want to just sort of guess and just pick up a general, a lot of times people will say, well, I bet my cortisol is high. It could be, but then we want to make sure you have the right treatment approach that's going to be effective. And different herbs and nutrients will help shift the cortisol in a different direction. So when you can do the test, and sometimes I do the saliva panel, and there's different companies that offer these panels, usually through a naturopathic doctor or a practitioner who really understands this approach to the adrenal glands can do this type of testing, or a urine panel. And so then we can actually see what your levels are, and then we can address it appropriately. But here's the thing that I find makes a huge difference, and I researched this with my practice, is we also need to test the adrenaline levels, because adrenaline can be measured in urine. And it's referred to, the other names for adrenaline would be norepinephrine and epinephrine. They can be measured in urine. And this way, we have this additional information about the adrenal glands. Is the adrenaline too high or too low? And this way, we can actually address it with nutrients as well. And it just gives us so much more information about what your adrenals need in order to recover. If we only have the cortisol, that's helpful. But if we have the adrenaline also, then now we've got, and we can test DHEA, which is another adrenal hormone. We can get a much better sense of how your adrenal glands have been affected by stress. That's my first goal, is I want to understand, based on this patient's history, based on their stress exposure and their genetics. Our genetics play a role as well. We know that certain genetic patterns will make it more likely that a person might have high cortisol or low adrenaline. And so we can look at the genetics, and we can look at their stress exposure, and we can look today, based on today, how has your stress exposure affected your health? Let's measure it. And this is where it's different than a lot of times I find that practitioners will talk about adrenals in terms of stages of dysfunction, or they'll talk about stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 adrenal fatigue. A lot of times people will hear the term adrenal fatigue. And this is based on research that Hans Selye and some of the physiologists who research stress have come up with, these patterns of how humans are affected by stress. And the difference with my perspective is, because I'm a clinician, also a researcher, but I'm working with thousands of patients who've come to me saying, hey, these are my symptoms. Why do I have these symptoms, and how do I resolve it? And I'm measuring their cortisol and adrenaline and seeing the patterns, how everyone's unique, and how by understanding this, I want a cross-sectional view. I want to see, how has stress affected this person at this moment in time? And so what I find helps my patients most is looking at it from that perspective. So I call it, we want to understand the adrenal distress. How has stress affected the adrenals and created a distress in your body, but also understand that it's not permanent, that we can then support the body to recover in a systematic way. And so we can go into that a little bit if you'd like.
No, that's good. I was just going to say, I mean, if people can do the testing like you're talking about, they can get a much more individualized approach, which means typically they're going to get better results, long-term, faster results. For example, I get patients coming into the office and they have fatigue, and then they're showing me maybe some adrenal formula they're taking. And on the testing, let's say they have more like low levels of adrenal hormones, low DHA, low cortisol, maybe low adrenaline. But they're taking a formula which actually works to lower those hormones. Yeah. I mean, it's not a good match for them, so it's no wonder they're not getting results. That's the type of thing you're talking about, right?
Exactly. It's like when we can actually measure, then we know we can give a very specific approach. But not only that, but actually, can we, if you break for a second, I'm going to put the dog in the other room.
Sure, yeah, no problem.
Because I hear her. Just a second.
No problem.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, no problem. I've done that before. My kids, when they're young, yelling, screaming.
Right?
So anyways, no, Kia, go ahead. Just pick up where you are, and we'll, of course, edit it off. No problem.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I feel like doing the testing makes such a difference in terms of being able to be really specific about the treatment. So that, and not only that, but I think that then as the patient, you experience knowing yourself better, understanding yourself better, which is a very empowering, because up until this point in time, you might be kind of wondering, why is it that I feel tired? Or why is it that I have such a hard time sleeping? Or why do I feel anxious all the time? And we I know I'm speaking from personal experience, because I know that from my stress exposure, I was always questioning myself. I have a history of chronic migraines. I had migraines for over 20 years. And even as a naturopathic doctor, I thought, I should be able to solve this, like, why can't? And so this is what actually drove me a lot, to understand stress and understand what it was that was triggering these migraines for myself. And what I can say is that I really ended up finding that I was being very critical of myself as a practitioner. How come I can't solve this? And when we're critical of ourselves, we're not accepting ourselves as a human body with a human stress response. And it was only when I really was able to go to look at these test results and look at my genetic test results and see, oh, this is what's going on inside my body. Now I know what my body needs. And I can accept that about myself, and I can give my body that support. And something shifts where all of a sudden we can feel empowered, and we can also start sharing and talking about it. Maybe some of the listeners can relate, where maybe you've not been feeling well, but maybe you feel ashamed to talk about it or share it with other people, and you feel alone in your experience of not feeling good. And I think that this is a way that can shift, because you can start to really accept your body for being human. We're all human. We have stress. We have a stress response. Of course, our body's going to have some sort of symptoms that communicate that stress response to us. And once we look at it from that perspective, then it's simply a matter of, let me get the information from testing that can actually tell me what I need, what my body needs. Our bodies don't come with an instruction manual. So we need to get this information. So then, like you're saying, we can actually find out, hey, is my cortisol too high in the morning? In which case, there's the research shows us there's herbs like ashwagandha, banana leaf, there's phosphatidylserine, which is a nutrient. There's magnolia root. These are some examples of substances that have been shown to decrease cortisol when it's too high. It signals back to our brain and says to our brain, hey, we don't need that high of a stress response right now. We can calm down the cortisol. And not that we want to turn off the cortisol altogether. We just want to nudge it down into more optimal level. And then if the test results show the cortisol is too high at night, and maybe that's why you're a night owl and you're up late working, because your cortisol is high but you're not getting enough sleep. So really what would be better is to help bring that cortisol down in the evening. Like maybe, you can do some lifestyle changes as well, turn the lights down and make things calm, but also do meditation. We know that helps, but we can also use herbs and nutrients to help our bodies to know, hey, let me calm down the cortisol so I can go to sleep. And then in the morning, say the cortisol is too low in the morning, we can use different herbs and nutrients. We know that there's nutrients just like vitamin C, and the B vitamins are very nurturing to the adrenal glands. And if we give the adrenal glands what they need, they can do a better job of making cortisol and adrenaline. We can use herbs like rhodiola and glycyrrhiza and holy basil to help raise the cortisol and adrenaline levels. Also, adrenaline, the precursor nutrient, is tyrosine. So you'll see some of these in formulas, but I think the point is really you want to know what your body needs. What is I call it your stress type. Your stress type is how stress affects you. Is it that you tend to have high cortisol at night and you're this kind of night owl? Or are you a person where you have low cortisol in the morning and you're just feeling blah and blue and you don't want to get out of bed? That's like how stress affects you. And then you can know what to do to support that back to balance. And then the other cool piece of healing from this adrenal distress is once you really have gotten your cortisol and adrenaline to a better level, then it's all about how to maintain it. It's what I call resilience. What can we do on a day-to-day basis to help maintain that optimal cortisol and adrenaline? And we start to see, and they could be little things that you might think, what kind of difference is that going to make? But actually, once you start doing it on a daily basis, you're like, hey, this is simple. This is easy. This is something I can do. Maybe it's has to do with meal preparation, having food ready. So when you're running out the door, you have food you can bring with you so you can eat at regular intervals through the day. Because we know that if we go all day without eating and then eat a large amount of food, that's going to be a stress for our system. Or maybe it's that you find it's better for you to do a short meditation or some exercise in the morning that helps give your body what it needs to do some stress recovery. And so we start to identify activities, I call them self-care activities, that we can choose on a day-to-day basis that help us with this stress recovery in the moment every day.
Right, that's great. Well, I think part of what you're getting at, besides, like you said, the diet, the supplements, doing these external factors, which really have an impact on how our body's able to be more resilient to stress, or how we balance out the stress hormones. I think it goes back to, part of the thing with adrenal balance, if you will, which I know you've written about. It's more than that. It's the connection between the brain, our pituitary gland, and then our adrenal glands, and like you said, all the other hormonal systems. And so when you're doing these external things, it's going to create better adrenal balance overall. And you have to do these things, or else you're really not treating the root of the issue. Would you agree with that?
Yes, and the thing is, like, sometimes I know when you're not, like, say you're feeling really tired or really anxious, it can feel, sometimes helping us recover from stress can feel stressful. So you can go, oh my gosh, just the thought of trying to figure out how I can meditate or exercise or get healthy food feels overwhelming to me in the moment. So I want to recognize that and be aware that it's not that, there's any kind of judgment or expectation that you're supposed to do this perfectly overnight. It's more like, first start with just an acceptance of yourself and realizing there is information out there that can help. And then to recognize that it's going to be phases of recovery. The first phase is really about helping your body out of stress mode. So you might not be able to be implementing much exercise, or self-care might be difficult to start with. First, we're just going to focus on how do we help calm your body out of stress mode. And that might even include things like magnesium, which helps process and decrease adrenaline levels, or theanine. Theanine is it supports a calming neurotransmitter called GABA. So we want to do some calming first, because if the body's in stress mode, that's all that's going to happen. It's just going to circle back on stress mode. So we need to first calm everything, and that may take a few weeks. And,
Right.
and may take a lot of support to get there. And then once you feel like, okay, now I can tell that my body's not constantly on high alert, then we can do some rebalancing using these, sometimes we have test results we can refer to. How do we rebalance hormones and digestion and do some stress recovery? And once you've got that better balance to work with, then it's a lot easier to start to implement these self-care activities that will be unique to you. It's not the same for everybody.
Right.
We really want to recognize that we have individuality, and what works for one person is not necessarily going to work for the next person. It's about being able to go through this process of self-discovery of what is it that's going to work for you and your stress type, to be able to create this, long-term resiliency. Because we know that when we can even get close to that, then it's going to be not only helping us feel better day to day, but we know it's going to be preventing heart disease, diabetes, cancer, dementia. The research on all of these major health conditions that we want to prevent comes back to these same tools and these same strategies. So just knowing that, hey, what I'm doing day to day can help me enjoy my life and my family and my passions, choose our stress purposely, right? To go, oh, I want to be a parent, so I'm going to go through this process of getting pregnant, but I'm going to do it in a way that's going to be supportive to my health. I help a lot of women, by the way, with recurrent miscarriages, and then I help a lot of women who are recovering from, chronic infections, or men as well, who are dealing with the stresses of being responsible for families and income. And so I hear these stories of how much that affects them. And And I find that when we can look at it from this perspective, it just gives you a big picture view and a path that you can follow. And then, to be able to achieve your goals, achieve your life goals, but your health goals, and, improve your health for the long term.
Right. Wow. Well, that's great. This has been top-notch information, Dr. Donnie. And so I know you have a book which goes into more information on this, The Stress Warrior. I believe people can get it on Amazon, as well as your website, Dr. Donnie, so DRDONI.com. Of course, on your website, you've got a lot of information on terms of balancing out the stress hormones, how to deal with stress. People want to see you as a patient. They have access there too. So that's all great information. And thank you so much for your time today. You're definitely an expert in this field.
Thank you so much. I mean, I've been hearing about you and your work for years, and so it's just such a pleasure to get to have this conversation with you and get to meet you. So I really want to acknowledge all the amazing work that you're doing in your books as well. So thank you. And yeah, I look forward to hearing from the listeners in terms of how this information impacts them, and the Stress Warrior book is definitely a great place to, if you want to learn more about how to take initial steps, you can get it at even just stresswarriorbook.com.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Yep. Talk to you soon.
Hey there, Hormone Summit participants. This is Dr. Sheni. I'm a naturopathic doctor practicing for almost 20 years in Santa Cruz, California, where I specialize in women's health and hormone balance. And for the last 5 years, I have been using hemp-derived CBD or cannabidiol with great success with my patients for everything from simply creating more stress resilience, who doesn't need that, to helping promote more restful sleep, supporting mood stability and anxiety issues, helping with pain and inflammation, and all manner of challenges that can be related to hormone imbalance. I hope you'll learn a lot from my talk with Dr. Stengler, because I really feel like this is the missing ingredient that many naturopathic, integrative, holistic, functional medicine doctors are not using yet. And part of that is because it can be hard to pick a good brand. And there are many, thousands actually out there, and it can be very difficult to separate out the exceptional ones. My trusted brand is Plus CBD Oil. And as a gift to you for attending the summit, they are extending a 20% discount for your order. Just simply go to their website, Plus CBD Oil, PLUSCBDOIL.com, and enter hormone, spelled out, HORMONE, into the code area to get 20% off of your order. I do want to say that CBD has been a real game changer, not only in my house and my family, for myself, but in my practice. I use it again and again, and I hope that perhaps it might also be a game changer for you. Don't be discouraged if you don't nail your perfect dose and your perfect product on the first try. Start low. Go slow and be willing to try some different things. And when you find that sweet spot, you'll know it.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined here with Rebecca, who's been helping me out with this whole big hormone summit. A lot of work involved with it, but it's nice to have a women's perspective on what's going on.
Yes, thank you. It's good to be here today. I hope you guys are enjoying the live broadcast. We have hundreds and hundreds of people watching right now. We've heard from a lot of you guys. We want to hear more comments from you, your questions. You're doing a lot of live Ask the Doctor chats. And so we wanted to talk a little bit about what we've prepared for the hormone protocols. Tell us a little bit about your experience with helping people who are specifically experiencing adrenal fatigue, chronic fatigue. I know for me, I had really big issue with chronic fatigue for a long time, especially going through college. Talk a little bit about that and how your protocols help.
Well, sure. Well, so many Americans, as we know, are under high, prolonged periods of stress. And so our stress glands, our adrenal glands, which are connected to other organ systems and hormonal systems in the body, they become dysfunctional. And so people get extreme fatigue, they get an immune system problem, they get weight problems, memory problems. They actually age faster. And so what I've done after treating patients for over 25 years, with the vast majority of my patients to some degree having adrenal dysfunction, what are the foods, what are the types of exercises, and what are the very specific type of supplements can people use to balance out their stress hormones so they can get rid of the fatigue problem, so they can handle stress once again. So in these special reports, I walk people through exactly what's going on with their stress hormones, the signs and the symptoms of imbalance, and then again, what you should be eating and not eating, what type of exercise, and then what we find is very specific supplements are very powerful. Really, our body's designed to interact with these plant chemicals to balance out our stress hormones so we can regain proper stress hormone balance.
So what you're saying is that if I change my diet just even slightly from foods that might be inhibiting my hormones, and I change the supplements that I'm taking, which we'll talk about in just a second, I can actually see some drastic changes in my life and in the way that I'm feeling. I think you were telling me about Carrie, one of your patients. Share with everyone about Carrie. She had an amazing story of turnaround.
Carrie was in her early 50s, and she came to my clinic basically in tears because her fatigue was so severe. She'd wake up in the morning, on a scale of 1 to 10, if 10 out of 10 is really good energy, she'd be like basically a 1. I mean, barely functioning, and she'd have to go to work every day to provide for her family. But basically, her diet was pretty good, and she was so fatigued she couldn't exercise. So I put her on the type of supplements I talk about in the special report.
These same supplements here?
Right
you
here.
Put her on these?
Yes,
okay.
absolutely. Cool. And within 6 weeks, she's up to a 7 out of 10. Within another 2 months after that, she's basically functioning at a 9 out of 10. And remember, this has been going on for years. I mean, she came in tears in her eyes because her fatigue is so bad.
She was on her last leg. And I've met a lot of people. That's why we decided to put on this event. It's because we have heard from hundreds of thousands of people who have tried everything and they're just exhausted all of the time. And they're feeling like, getting up out of bed in the morning and running businesses and taking care of families shouldn't be this hard. And there's no reason for people to feel this needless pain when there's just a few simple shifts you can do in your diet and your exercise that drastically change your health overall.
Well, absolutely. And Rebecca, remember, the average doctor out there that people see, their family doctor, even endocrinologists, they don't deal with this adrenal dysfunction. They don't even really understand what it is. They don't test for it. They don't even know how to treat it. So people just aren't being helped unless they have the right information, which I've been able to develop over 25 years, and this it works tremendously well.
Well, and that's what we're so passionate about, and that's why we're doing this summit in the first place, is because we want people to understand from a cellular level what's going on in their bodies. So let's talk a little bit, just briefly, about what these different supplements are. I actually hate taking any kind of pills or supplements, but I started taking these are women's one a day. You literally just pop it in. I mean, you guys, this is terrible, but I stopped taking vitamins like when they were gummies in children form. So I've been taking these for the last few months, and I really do feel amazing. Tell us a little bit about this women's supplement. We've got adrenal health, and then right here you've got estrogen detox, which is huge. We've been talking a lot today about estrogen dominance and how that plays into the thyroid and adrenal health. So tell us just a little bit about
absolutely.
these.
Well, like with a good multivitamin, for example, where you're getting the active forms of the B vitamins and the minerals, I mean, your body doesn't produce energy by magic. It needs the right nutrients. Most people, because of drinking too much coffee, alcohol, high stress, pollution.
I drink way too much coffee.
They're depleted B vitamins, magnesium, nutrients like this, and then also for your hormones. I mean, your liver uses these nutrients to process your hormones properly, as well as your adrenal glands it requires B vitamins like B5, B12, for example, B6 to make your stress hormones, so very, very important. And then we've got the adrenal, of course. These have herbs in it. This form has herbs, which have been shown in multiple human studies, published studies, to balance out your stress hormones, like your cortisol may be too high, causing weight gain, suppressing your energy levels, balancing out your own DHA, so balancing your stress hormones out. So interestingly, when you look at the studies, people's energy levels go up, but they feel more calm simultaneously. So very unique. It's a very balancing.
Because when you're in a constant fight or flight state, then that's draining your energy. Because we're in a go environment. I don't know about you guys, but I'm constantly on the go, and it's awful. I live by my to-do list, and so when you're in that kind of reactive state, you're depleting your body of its energy and its reserves, because it's kind of that fight or flight state. So when you take something like this adrenal health, from what I hear you saying, it's helping boost your body so that you can go through your day, go through your life in your more relaxed, healthy
Yeah, because the stress hormones control so many things. Energy production, they affect your sleep, they affect your mood. And so if you can balance your stress hormones out, everything starts to normalize.
And that's what I was so surprised to learn, because I always just thought hormones had to do with, birth control or with pregnancy or infertility, which they obviously do. But I was very surprised to learn how much hormones really affect absolutely everything in your health.
Yeah, they're the messengers that run our cell systems, so that is very true. And then Rebecca, the estrogen detox. So many men and women, because of the chemicals we're exposed to in our environment, the pesticides, for example, the chemicals in plastics, things like this, they mimic estrogen in the body. They create imbalance. As well, when people are overweight, your fat cells make estrogen. So we have all these Americans out there who have what we call estrogen dominance. Men, it causes prostate problems, libido problems. Women, it leads to fertility issues.
So you're saying that like a lot of people have too much estrogen in their bodies.
Right.
And it's just storing up in your fat.
Yes.
And there's no way to really get rid of that extra estrogen unless you take something that helps you like detox it. Is that the deal?
Well, yes, that's true. I mean, unless you're eating vast amounts of certain vegetables, like cruciferous vegetables and foods like this, very high amounts, it will help your body to detoxify them. But a lot of people aren't going to eat bowlfuls of those a day. So we take those active concentrates in supplement form, and it assists your liver and your cells in breaking the estrogen down, eliminating it, creating better hormone balance. So, whether it's a woman with menopausal symptoms, a woman with PMS, women with fertility problems, men with fertility problems.
So it'll actually help my body flush out more of the excess estrogen.
Yeah.
Well, now that's amazing. So we were talking a little bit about his protocol, which basically it's an online course that you can do in from the comfort of your home. We wanted something that everybody could follow. It gives you not only meal plans, but it actually includes these 3 main supplements. And men, if you're watching, we've got a men's vitamins at this one. But really basically what the goal is of this protocol is A, that you can do it in your home, and B, that you can make drastic shifts by just simply changing out the supplements you're taking, your diet, and your lifestyle exercise. So it's nothing that's overwhelming. I know that if I'm ever doing any kind of protocol or anything, I've gotten overwhelmed before. This one was not overwhelming to me at all.
Right.
And I've actually felt really great. And so if you guys have questions, you can put it in the chat and we'll definitely answer it. But this is, if you are feeling tired, if you are having adrenal fatigue, if you guys have tried other things that have not worked, this is something that you really need to check out, because it's drastically, like we were just talking about Carrie's life, 6 weeks, and she completely had a turnaround.
If you do the right things, you can notice that kind of turnaround very quickly.
Our bodies are designed to work properly for us if we take care of them and we give them the love that they deserve. So what we're doing right now, because we are so excited about this and this release of these protocols, is we're giving them 50% off right now for the summit attendees only. So check it out. We've got the links. And let us know what questions you guys have. Family members you guys know, friends, people that you hear constantly complain about feeling tired, just exhausted. Gift them with this. Give them this. This is something that can truly help change people's lives, and we're very passionate about that.
Excellent. Well said.
Well, hi, everyone.
Right. Well,
I'm really thrilled to have Ty Bollinger here with me. And a lot of you have seen Ty's work out there. You've seen his best-selling books, all the video productions he's had on the internet and DVDs. And Ty, you're well known, the truth about cancer, the truth about vaccines.com. I mean, you've reached millions of people, helping them to understand how the body works, the dangers out there in medicine, and what we can do naturally to protect ourselves and help to heal from a lot of these serious health conditions. So I thought you'd be a great person with all your experience in writing, interviewing experts, not just in North America, but around the world. And talk to you about, the connection between cancer and hormone balance. But please tell us a bit more about your background and your family history. I know you're kind of like me. We've had family members affected by cancer. We're disillusioned by, the kind of treatments being offered out there. So please just give us some more background on yourself.
Yeah, and first of all, Dr. Mark, really appreciate the interview today. You're doing great work as well, and followed what you've been doing for quite a while now as well. So it's an honor to be on the interview with you, and just so people kind of know who I am, and my wife Charlene and I are partners. We've been doing this together a long time. She sends her condolences. She wasn't able to make it today.
Yeah.
But, we lost my father initially in 1996 to cancer. He was diagnosed with cancer on July the 1st, 1996, which was 6 months after we got married, and he was dead July the 25th. So in 25 days, Dad was gone. It's interesting. Dad was 52 when he died. I just last week turned 52. So I'm the same age that my father was when he died. He actually did not die of cancer. He was diagnosed with cancer. The initial prognosis was cancer. And the initial prognosis was that he would be about 2 years without treatment. He would have about 2 years. He died in 25 days. They removed his stomach and he bled to death. It was a botched surgery. So, and unfortunately, Dr. Mark, we've seen that over and over with the treatments actually causing more problems than the disease itself at times, whether it be a botched surgery or whether it be chemotherapy that causes cancer and it causes cancer stem cells to grow, whether it be radiation, which every oncologist knows causes cancer. The treatments themselves actually may be killing more people than the disease itself. But we first experienced that with my father. I lost several other family members over the next few years, grandparents, uncle, cousin, and finally I lost my mother. And that was what was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. And that's when we wrote our first book in 2006. And the rest, we've just been going since then, trying to educate people, letting them know that they do have options when it comes to treating cancer. Or, you mentioned the truth about vaccines. In April this year, we're going to be relaunching the truth about vaccines. I think vaccines are a huge issue when it comes to just, it's medical freedom, right? It's the freedom to decide what goes in your body. And so that's what we're on a mission to do. Is we're both Christians and we believe that God has given us what we need here on earth in a lot of these natural substances that we can make our bodies run the way that he intended them to. And that's our goal, is to get people that information and then let them make up their own mind.
Yes, that's great. Kind of similar to me, I think I was in my first year at medical school and I found out my grandmother had cancer. It was actually like in the vaginal area. She was like in her late 70s at the time. And so I was told by family members that they said, well, we don't have any treatment for it, but we're recommending she get radiation therapy to the area. You got to remember, this is like 20 some years ago where it was just, full bombarded generalized radiation therapy. And I said, well, why would you want to do that? First of all, they said it's not going to cure her. Number two, look at the area of the radiation. And, unfortunately, the family members went ahead with it. And my grandmother got tortured for about 3 months and then died. So, similar to you, I'm just thinking we gotta do a better job with, this cancer issue, which is affecting about 1 out of 2 Americans. So thank you for all the work you're doing on that.
Yeah, you bet. It's, like I said, we really feel like we've been called by God to help to educate people. And again, we are not for forcing anybody to do anything. We just want them to have the knowledge. And and the reality is when dad died, when granddad died, when mom died, when my uncle died, we didn't know. And that's the travesty, because had we known, I think some of them could still be alive had we known that there were options out there. And that's our whole goal, is just to let people know that they do have options.
Yeah, absolutely. So now with this Hormone Summit, you're the person we're having on in terms of cancer. Maybe tell the viewers a bit of what you've learned throughout the years with your own research, talking to all these experts in terms of the connection with hormone balance and different types of cancers, if you would.
Sure. Hormones, they have a lot of power, right? What hormones are is they're little chemicals in your body that tell your body what to do, tell your cells what to do. They're like the instructors for your body. And without hormones, you're not gonna live. I mean, they tell your body how big to get, how big you're gonna grow, how to process food, how they tell your immune system how that it needs to work. And I mean, hormones are really amazing. Without hormones, we don't exist. The interesting thing is, real quick, there's really not any such thing as a male or female hormone. And I know that you know that. The males have higher levels of some hormones. Right. But it's really the levels and the ratios. But women have testosterone, men have estrogen. So they're not exclusively male or female. So number one, the key is the balance. Right? It's the balance and it's the ratio. So let me talk initially about the female hormones that we think of as female hormones, even though they're in males, but we think of these as female hormones because everyone's heard about estrogen dominant cancers, right? You've heard about the being HR positive, HER2 cancers. People are familiar with those terms. And so in the female body, you have estrogen and you have progesterone, are the two primary hormones that you would think of that are female hormones. Progesterone has many protective effects against cancer. As a matter of fact, progesterone can induce the production of what's called the tumor suppressor gene, which is the P53 gene. Right. And it also has been shown, progesterone has been shown to induce cell death in certain types of breast cancer cell lines. So progesterone's great. Now estrogen's great too in the right balance, but estrogen is the hormone that we think of that, quote, causes cancer. There's actually 3 kinds of estrogen. There's estriol, estradiol, and estrone. Estriol, your body doesn't have, the female body doesn't have as much of. It's really the good one. The other 2 in excess can cause cancers. The problem is that we live in a world today where we are always stressed, okay? And so your adrenal glands secrete a hormone, it's the stress hormone, which is cortisol, right? As cortisol levels rise in your body, the female body tries to maintain sort of a balance of cortisol with progesterone, at least the ratios. So as you're stressed, your cortisol level rise and then your estrogen levels rise. Now, the key to being healthy is for your estrogen and your progesterone to be about level, right? Not as far as the ratio.
A certain ratio,
not necessarily the same amounts, but the ratio stay in a constant, in a constant ratio, right?
Yeah.
Now, the problem is when you're stressed, you secrete cortisol, estrogen rises, that ratio gets out of whack. Now, and then also your adrenals also secrete hormones, adrenaline, right? Fight or flight, right? If you're fight or flight, you go down an alley and somebody's about to attack you, your fight or flight. You've heard of that. That's adrenaline. That's secreted by the adrenal glands as well. But we're talking about cortisol. So as cortisol level rises, eventually people, their adrenal glands always on call, always on the go, they get depleted, they get fatigued. And that's why we hear adrenal fatigue, right? They get tired. And so, and then eventually they really bottom out with the production of cortisol. Now here's the problem. If you stay stressed, your adrenals can't secrete any more cortisol, then your body is really, God's made our bodies in a miraculous way. So what the female body can then do is that it can go and it can grab progesterone and it can convert it into cortisol.
Right.
So when the female body converts progesterone into cortisol, because we're always in a state of stress, the estrogen levels have been rising to match the cortisol levels. The progesterone levels drop. Now that ratio is way out of whack. And that's, sorry, I've got a call here. Let me just mute this.
It's all right. We can edit it.
Actually, I have 2 phones. Let me mute that one.
It's all right. I've done that before. It's all right. It's the beauty of recording. We just edit it, right?
Yeah.
All right. I did it on a live TV show one time out of my cell phone in my pocket.
Oh, I did it too. I had my cell phone actually rang when I was on TV. Anyway, so I'll just pick it back up here. So what we have, Dr. Mark, is you have someone that's always stressed. Their cortisol levels have been rising. The estrogen levels have been rising, and then the progesterone is then being converted into cortisol because they're still stressed. You have that ratio that gets way out of whack, and you have estrogen dominance. And that's what can literally lead to cancer, is that estrogen dominance, because of the fact that you're stressed all the time. Now, and here's another thing to keep in consideration when you talk about the adrenal glands. We also have a thyroid, right, that secretes T3 and T4. Now, the adrenal glands and those hormones with the adrenals and the thyroid and the thyroid hormones, T3 and T4, they try to match each other as well as far as the ratio. So here's what happens when your adrenal glands get depleted. Your thyroid function tends to drop. And so then you have what's called hypothyroidism or underactive thyroid, and the thyroid controls your metabolism, right? And so then you tend to gain weight. Your metabolism slows down. And when you gain weight, then we know that fat cells store toxins. Your fat cells can also store what's called xenoestrogens, which are foreign estrogens that get in your body. And so it's this vicious cycle of gaining weight, stress, inflammation, right? That all results in inflammation. Inflammation then causes your body to secrete insulin and estrogen, and insulin is metabolized in the liver. It's the hormone that controls, it tells your cells to uptake blood glucose, and so that's your energy currency for your cells, right? It's
right.
The glucose, right? That's what keeps us alive. But it's this vicious cycle of stress, estrogen levels rising, converting progesterone back into cortisol, thyroid function dropping, hypothyroidism, gaining weight, inflammation, secreting more insulin, secreting more estrogen, and so forth. And it's really, I mean, you see this with women, and it's not something that we've seen prior to the last couple of generations. And I think the reason is we live in a world that's so much stress. We live in a world with so many foreign estrogens, xenoestrogens, so much toxicity. And when the liver gets clogged up, then the liver's ability to metabolize insulin is compromised. And then we have this cascading effect of low energy, gaining weight, hypothyroidism, and then estrogen dominance, which then can lead to certain types of cancer.
Right. So in your research and your writings and your videos, what do you recommend for people then to maintain better stress hormone balance?
Yeah.
Diet, lifestyle, maybe supplements, and then let's get into the environmental factors you have found in research to, these xenoestrogens, which really cause problems for people.
So yeah, that's a great question. So what you can do with stress is you can either eliminate it or you can learn how to manage it, right? That's your two options. Eliminating is not really realistic in the world that we live in. I mean, unless you're independently wealthy and you have an island in the Caribbean where you can sit around and, eat fish and coconuts all day. It just doesn't happen. So you got to learn to manage it. So the interesting thing is that many of the same foods and natural substances that support the production of the P53 gene, which is the tumor suppressor gene that causes cancer cells to know that they need to kill themselves and self-destruct. Those are also things which could be considered to be adaptogens, which help your body know how to deal with stress and adapt how to deal with more stress without causing the adrenal fatigue. And so some of the things that you can add to your diet, which is what we try to recommend, is natural ways that you can use food to adapt your body to stress. Cruciferous vegetables are great as adaptogens, right? There's a substance called resveratrol that many people probably are familiar with that's in dark-skinned grapes. Mm-hmm. Ginger is an adaptogen. Ashwagandha is actually an adaptogen. You've heard of ashwagandha. And one of the things also that you need to remember if you're a woman is that a vitamin E supplement is essential because that helps you to maintain a healthy balance between estradiol and I lost my train of thought, progesterone. So,
right.
So vitamin E supplement is essential, but mistletoe is actually good. Vitamin D, selenium, these are all P53 inducers, but they can also act as adaptogens. Also, you've heard of maca. That's an adaptogen, right? Yep. That helps you to adapt. And here's what's interesting too. Have you heard of dong quai? Mm-hmm. Dr. Mark? Dong quai?
Absolutely. Yep. Dong quai, absolutely. Yeah. Very common in Chinese medicine, used in women's hormone balancing formulas very commonly. Yes.
Yeah. So dong quai is great for women. It's also called, I think, Chinese ginseng. And here's what's interesting too. And that's a great adaptogen. You can add that. There's supplements that you can get that have dong quai. You can buy dong quai just about anywhere. But I just like to say it, dong quai. It's just a cool name, right? It's a cool name for a supplement. But anyway, an interesting thing too is I worked with a doctor 10 years ago that was trying to develop a simple remedy for bubonic plague in case bubonic plague is ever unleashed. And he did studies to show that the combination of dong quai with berberine will kill Yersinia pestis, which is the bubonic plague bacteria.
Right.
So very simple remedy. But those are all adaptogens that we can start adding to our diet each day. Simple foods. Right. And like I said, the cool thing is that they're not only adaptogens, many of them, but they're also P53 inducers.
Right. Now tell us in your research in terms of what have you found in terms of the American diet with the pesticides and the xenoestrogens and how much influence that has on hormone balance and the immune system?
Oh, it totally throws the immune system out of whack. The glyphosate that's being sprayed, the herbicides and the pesticides, extremely horrible for our bodies as far as disrupting hormone balance. The xenoestrogens they're everywhere, and it's not just in water bottles, right? There's xenoestrogens that are in most cosmetic products, that women use on their face.
The parabens and all that, yes.
Xenoestrogens. So, the constant exposure to pesticides, herbicides, plasticide, and it's not just in plastic bottles or cosmetics either. I mean, there's xenoestrogens that are in the carpet. There's xenoestrogens that are in our couches. Now, granted, we're not going to absorb as much of those as we would if we actually drank the water that was bathed in the xenoestrogens from the plastic bottle, but
Right.
it's this constant exposure. And also, when you look at the invisible hazards that we're exposed to now with the electromagnetic frequencies, those can totally throw your hormone balances out of whack. The EMF, cell phone radiation, the 5G, look at 5G. 5G is a big issue, and it's not just for the fact that it heats up the cells and it can cause cancer from that perspective. And it also could throw hormone balance out of whack, because see, man with his ingenuity has created all of these technological advancements that are really good in certain ways.
Right.
And they solve a problem in certain ways, but you flip that coin over and you see a lot of negative, the dark side of some of this technology. And whether it's intentional or not doesn't really matter. The effect is the same. We're being exposed to things that have never been tested, and we're kind of like the guinea pig generation.
Right.
So how will that affect us in the future? We're not really sure.
Right. Good point. So what do you normally recommend? I mean, there's all sorts of diets, of course, for cancer protection, hormone balance, and there's some genetic variations. But what are some of the principles you normally have recommended in your books and in your videos for people?
Yeah, that's a great question, Dr. Mark. And for us, it's the simpler the better. Okay. And there's certain factions in our movement that fight, like they're enemies because one adheres to this diet, one adheres to another.
Right. That's true.
This group eats meat, this group doesn't. And it's like, hey, we're all on the same team.
Yeah.
We want people to be healthy. So the simpler the better. And so our philosophy is this: if God made it, it's good. If man made it, stay away from it. Right. And so, in other words, eat as much naturally growing fruits, vegetables, grains that you can. Make sure they're organic, because if they're not, they're getting doused with pesticides and herbicides, and they're maybe genetically modified. A lot of people think there's only 4 or 5 genetically modified crops. There's dozens of GMO crops out there. So you want to buy organic because you don't have the GMO factor and you don't have the pesticides. But anything that grows naturally is a great choice, I think.
Yeah.
God put it here. If it's food, he put it here for a reason. You look at the medicinal effects and the different phytoestrogens and the different constituents of these plants, and it's amazing what almost any plant growing has some sort of medicinal property, even if it's not one that you consume, even if it's a root or a leaf. There's medicinal properties. God knew what he was doing when he made the world. And so
Yeah.
they're here for us. So we recommend eat as much naturally growing fruits, vegetation, vegetables that you can. Herbs are great. Roots are great. Spices are fantastic. Predominantly eat that.
Right.
I do eat organic free-range eggs, and I'll eat clean meats. So if you're of the faction that eats meat, make sure it's clean, right? Because there's a lot of clean meats out there. Unfortunately, when we look at the Pacific Ocean, the salmon is just, and the fishes out there have really high levels of certain types of radiation, cesium, because of Fukushima almost 10 years ago. So, you want to make sure that it's sourced somewhere, and you might want to verify that there's not high levels of radiation and or heavy metals. Farm salmon is crap. I wouldn't eat it. Beef off the shelf in the grocery store, I wouldn't eat it unless it's organic, grass-fed beef. So you just got to make sure that the source is clean. But if you do, make sure it's clean.
Absolutely.
In other words, if you're shopping, I would shop around the outer edges of the store, because that's where the refrigerated foods are that will spoil. In the middle is all the crackers, the chips, the processed, the cans that have shelf lives like 2 billion years. I mean, they don't rot, and that can't be good for your body if you eat a food that won't deteriorate. I mean, you want to digest foods, but that's where all of the processed stuff is. Now, I'm not saying that we never buy that, because I have 4 kids. I know you've got, I think, 3 kids.
Yeah.
And they don't want to eat just parsley. So there's other things that you can eat. And, so we buy organic chips for the kids to eat, and we'll buy organic processed foods for them. But but predominantly what we eat is fresh foods. So I don't want anybody to think that we're the food Nazis and you
Right.
can't have anything that tastes good. And the reality is, Dr. Mark, and you know this, when you start eating clean foods and foods that grow naturally, and you start actually tasting foods instead of tasting MSG, you'll find that you really get a taste for what real food tastes like in your mouth, that you really enjoy that. And the old stuff that maybe you've eaten before doesn't really taste as good anymore. And the fresh foods are what satisfy you.
Well, good point. And Ty, you've done a good job also in your work because of all the known toxic chemicals, over 80,000 man-made chemicals, then all the medications people are taking, especially women on the synthetic hormones, the birth control pills. You really have emphasized detoxification is critical. Obviously, you can't have good hormone balance, good immunity if you've got a toxin problem, which most people do. Maybe just walk the viewers a bit through this problem, some basic things they can do to help themselves with detoxification, which then will help their hormone balance.
Yeah, detoxification is a good point because it's a key. If your liver is really, I would say it's your master detoxification organ. All your organs need to be detoxified. Your colon certainly needs to be detoxified. And there's an order if you do a detox that you would want to clean out your colon first, and then you can go to the liver and the kidneys and the gall. Some people want to detox their blood, do like a blood purification. So there's an order that you can do it, and we've laid that out. And there's many good detox protocols. I don't want to plug anyone's particular protocol, but there's good protocols. There's definitely an order that you need to do it. But when you do detoxify your body, what that does is it gets out just all this sludge that's been built up over the years. I don't know if you're familiar with this, like the story of John Wayne or Elvis Presley. The autopsy done on them, and they had like 20 pounds of just encrusted fecal material in their colon, right? And that's not good, because what does it do? It causes your body to start reabsorbing toxins into the bloodstream, but it also stops your body from absorbing nutrition, right? And so it's really key, especially in the toxic world that we live in with xenoestrogens and herbicides and the genetically modified foods that aren't digested very well oftentimes, that you need to do a regular detoxification of your entire body. Like, as a matter of fact, we're in the middle of doing this right now, a whole body detox. And we try to do that at least once a year, at least once every couple of years. I missed last year, but anyway, we try to do a full body detox where we hit all of the bodily organs, and it takes 45 days, and some detoxes take 3 or 4 months. So it just depends on which one that you would choose. But there's a lot of great detox programs out there, and there's natural substances for the liver, kidneys, gall. And so you're not taking chemicals to detoxify. You're taking natural substances that would then bind to certain toxins that are in those organs and pull them out. But again, a good detox always starts with a colon, because if your colon's congested, then if you've detoxed your liver or your kidneys, then that waste doesn't have any place to get out, because it's got to come out, the planet Uranus, right? And so, and if it doesn't, then it's going to stay in you. So that's the key, is colon.
Well, Ty, you made a good point, because we know beyond a shadow of a doubt, for example, let's take estrogen in men and women. If we don't eliminate the estrogen through our urine and through our colon, through the stool, we do know it gets reabsorbed back up through the intestinal tract, back into the bloodstream. And so these bad estrogen metabolites are going to be exposed to our cells.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's absolutely true. So you've got to and that's why detox is so important. And I was just thinking of some practical things that people can do to keep their liver clean, because liver's really, like, I look at that as the master detox organ, even though people would think of the colon. But I think the liver, I would say that you should focus on making sure your liver's clean. And there's certain natural substances you can ingest all the time, like milk thistle's great for the liver. Dandelion, ginger, you can eat ginger regularly. Beets are awesome for that, parsley. So these are just things that you can add to your everyday diet that will help your liver to detox. And those also help with your kidneys as well.
Yeah, good point. And of course, our hormones are mainly metabolized or broken down in the liver. So that's a great point. And it goes back to what you're saying on diet. If you have a healthy diet, you're avoiding the environmental toxins, your liver is going to function better. But most people, because of our toxin exposure, taking some of those things you recommended, milk thistle, dandelion root, maybe having, organic green juices, those types of things really make a big difference in the long run.
They do. They make a huge difference. And you know, it's interesting. It's almost Dr. Mark. It's counterintuitive to what we hear from most of the medical profession that that changing your diet can have a dramatic effect on your health. Right. So one of the bizarre things to me is when I'll talk to cancer patients, which I talk to cancer patients all the time, and almost across the board, they're late stage cancer patients, and their oncologist has told them, don't really worry about what you eat because it really doesn't matter. It doesn't have anything to do with your cancer. To me, that's one of the most bizarre statements that you could ever
That
hear
is,
from
it
medical
still
professionals.
happens. I hear patients coming in, their oncologists are still telling them that. It's just
All the time,
bizarre. Yeah.
all the time. And the reality is, we just, I just turned 52, and so my sweet wife Charlene put up this birthday wish to me on one of the social medias, and we had like 1,000 people commented on the birthday wish and said thank you to the Truth About Cancer for saving my life. I was diagnosed with late stage, and I did this and that, and across the board, the main common thread that all of them had that are alive today is they changed their diet. They all changed their diet.
Okay, yeah,
they all
sure.
went to eating clean. And so it's amazing that the medical profession doesn't admit typically that the diet affects your health, but we see that it does, because almost every cancer patient that we've interviewed, and it's hundreds if not thousands over the years, they all change their diet, and it changes their health. It's interesting too. I mean, look, any mechanic knows that the quality of fluids that you put in your car affect the way that it runs. I mean, that's why they have like these additives to put in your gasoline to make it run faster, or they have additives that you can add to your oil to make your engine cleaner. They have additives that you can add to all different tanks in your car, and any mechanic knows that helps. It helps the way that it runs. But then at the same time, we're told, it really doesn't matter what you put in your body's tank, your body's fuel tank. It'll run on any kind of fuel. You know, just eat a bunch of sugar. It doesn't matter. That's
Right.
absurd.
Well, you know, Ty, it's interesting because, as you know, there's hundreds, thousands of studies with the relationship between diet and the risk of different cancers. I mean, it's just in major, medical journals. Yet oncology claims to be all about science and the published literature. And then when it comes to diet, you hear these crazy things like diet doesn't matter. I used to get mad when patients come in. Now I kind of laugh, and I just give them handouts showing all the major studies showing the opposite.
Yeah, and that's interesting too. You're right, Dr. Mark. There are thousands of studies showing the relationship between roots, herbs, vegetables, fruits, the different phytochemicals and phytonutrients in those, and the effect on cancer. I mean, it's limitless. But the doctors will still, many doctors, not you, and not many good doctors that are out there, but some doctors will still tell you there's no studies that show there's any relationship when there are. It's almost like it really is almost like the vaccine issue, right? We're told vaccines are safe and effective. Vaccines are safe and effective. But there's not any study. There's no double-blind placebo-controlled studies that have ever been done on vaccines. So how can we know that they're safe and effective if they haven't been tested, right? So it's almost like that with cancer treatments, being chemoradiation surgery, with the push to always vaccinate no matter what. You should never study vaccines because they've been proven safe and effective. It's almost like the medical establishment today has become an orthodoxy or almost a religion, to where you must believe what they tell you, even if there's no science to back it up.
No, I agree. I mean, they often, not all of them, but a lot of them hide under the guise of science. And then when you actually look into it, you're like, well, where is the science? I mean, it's a lot of it's just blind faith. So I agree. Well, Ty, I think you've really tied together, the importance of all these aspects of having good hormone balance, which ties into important cancers: breast cancer, prostate cancer, ovarian cancer. And of course, like you said, when you talk about stress hormones, that ties into everything, because that affects your immune system, it affects your cell division, inflammation. So that's great. And, good resources for people that you've provided. You've got a few books, but The Truth About Cancer, I think, is your most recent, best-selling book. And then obviously got your great video series that people can get at thetruthaboutcancer.com. And of course, you got the vaccine, which is people are becoming more aware of at thetruthaboutvaccines.com. But perhaps maybe just wrap it up for us in the connection between the things that we can control for hormone balance, which will make a big impact in terms of, cancer risk and treatment.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned that. Thanks for the plugs on all the stuff we've done. We just want people to be educated, man. It's just about the knowledge that can help them to be healthy, because everyone deserves to live a long, healthy life. But one of the things that I did forget to mention, and I'm glad you brought that up, is the balance is the key. And as we talked about, there's a lot of different reasons why we become estrogen dominant. And I talked primarily about women, but men too. Men become estrogen dominant as well. But there's an enzyme in the body called aromatase. And so aromatase is able to convert almost any hormone into estrogen. And so it's really a key to include in your diet aromatase inhibitors so that your body doesn't have this big supply of aromatase that can convert your hormones into estrogen. And so what are those things? Well, it's the same, many of the same things that would stimulate the P53 gene or induce P53 that would be beneficial for other reasons. They're also aromatase inhibitors, and that would be broccoli, cauliflower, kale, Brussels sprouts, what we think of as the cruciferous vegetables.
Yes.
So there's yet another reason to always include cruciferous vegetables in your salads. Eat it at least once a day, a good serving of those cruciferous vegetables, because excuse me, because you're not only going to help your body to produce the P53 gene that causes cancer cells to self-destruct, you're also going to stop the production of aromatase, or not stop it, but will inhibit the production of aromatase, which will then help your balance of your hormones to be proper, because you won't be converting your other hormones into estrogen. So that was something that I'd forgotten, and I'm glad you mentioned that.
Okay, very, very good. Well, any other words of encouragement for the people out there? And just in terms of, one of the things I try and emphasize for people in terms of cancer risk is, look, research is very clear. It's only a very small % of cancers that are strongly genetically related.
Right.
That means through our diet, our lifestyle, controlling our stress, our sleep, all these types of things, we have more control than the medical establishment has led people to believe. Maybe just comment on that.
We do, and that's a great point. And until 2 years ago, even the American Cancer Society had that data on their website. Now they've scrubbed it; it's no longer there. But they had, and I think it was Cancer Facts and Figures 2016. So it would have been 4 years ago, not 2 years ago. I can't believe it's 2020. But 4 years ago, they had that data, and it said that about 85% of cancers are caused by environmental and lifestyle choices, and then only 15 would be genetic. So I guess maybe they don't want you to know that anymore. The new Facts and Figures does not have that in there, but that's the reality. So the message that I want people to get from this is that there's always hope. Cancer is not a death sentence. The things that we do, the foods that we eat, they can reverse cancer. We went to Asia last summer. I'll end with an anecdotal story here.
Sure.
We went to Asia, and we went. That was our last documentary, Eastern Medicine: Journey Through Asia. We went to 7 countries in Asia. And I believe it was when we were in the Philippines. The Philippines is a very, very poor country. They don't have enough. The average doctor, Dr. Mark, makes $1,400 a month in the Philippines. The medical doctors make $1,400. They're a very poor country. So as we interviewed cancer patients there, this one lady that we interviewed, she said she'd been diagnosed with late-stage cancer. She was only given a couple of months to live. They wanted to do some sort of a radical surgery, but she didn't have the money. So she said for the first 30 days, until she could save the money for this radical procedure, she just decided to change her diet. She ate really clean. She went to roots, fruits, vegetables, anything that grew out of the ground she ate. I don't think she ate any meat. And then 30 days later or so, she had saved the money. She goes into the doctor's office, and they cannot find any cancer. So literally in the period of 30 days, and no, I'm sorry, it wasn't 30 days. It was 60 days. It took 2 months. It was 60 days. 60 days of clean eating. The cancer that was terminal was gone. And the only thing that she did was she changed her diet. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen to anybody that has cancer, but it happened to her. And it's happened to lots of people that we've talked to over the years. Changing your diet, eating these roots and herbs and fruits and vegetables that God made for our bodies does have a profound impact on our health.
Wow, that's powerful. Well, Ty, thank you so much for taking your time to help the viewers today. And I know they'll really appreciate it and look at more of your work to be able to help them and their families. So thank you again.
You bet, Dr. Mark. God bless you. Keep up the good work.
You too. Thank you. All right. Hey, Ty, appreciate it.
Hey, no problem.
Okay,
cool.
I'll stay in touch. We'll get you a copy of it.
Okay.
And you can take a look at it, see how you like it.
Yeah, when I get excited, I tend to talk too fast. So hopefully you can.
All right, good energy on camera. As you know, it's better to have that than someone on camera where you're trying to get them to actually say something, like bring them out a little bit, So you know how it is. So I'd rather have that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
okay,
Dr.
hey,
Mark,
take care.
Yeah. Let me know when it comes out, and we'll see what we can do to help you out. And then we'd love any kind of help you can give us too for our launches. So love to work with you.
Absolutely.
Hi, and we're back. We're going to spend the next 10 minutes answering your questions. You can post them below, and Dr. Dave and I are going to review them, especially the ones you've posted so far. It's been a great summit. I want to make sure your questions are answered.
Awesome, and I'm off screen, but you guys can still hear me. Elizabeth asks, can I replay all or part of this later if I have to miss part of it?
Absolutely. So you'll be able to watch the Hormone Summit for free for another 24 hours. After that, people can purchase it if they'd like. So you've got another 24 hours to watch all the different segments.
Okay, great. The next question is from Shawnee. She asked, is it possible for someone to have untreated hyperthyroid turn into hypothyroid?
Absolutely. Very common when people have hyperthyroidism, also known as Graves' disease, and it's an autoimmune condition too. So it starts off hyperthyroidism, and then over time, quite often it does, switch to hypothyroid, and then you need treatment.
Diana asked, how do you bring your hormones into balance when you have POTS? Also, I noticed intermittent fasting doesn't work for me. It wreaks havoc on my body. It actually makes things worse. Could you speak on this for a minute?
Yeah, well, POTS, most people aren't going to be familiar with out there. It's an abbreviation, but basically the answer to your question is if you treat your stress glands, your adrenal dysfunction, quite often this syndrome, this POTS, you can help it to some degree.
Artie asks, are there natural methods to increase testosterone contraindicated when it converts to estrogen in men?
Right, so what can happen with men if they're on testosterone replacement? Some of the testosterone does get converted into estrogen, and some men it does it more than others. However, as I talk about in the special reports, there are ways to prevent that conversion so your estrogen level does not get too high in men. So for example, taking higher doses of zinc, certain things like indole-3 carbinol, broccoli extract, eating more cruciferous vegetables. There's some Chinese herbs you can use as well. That will prevent the conversion into the estrogen, so you can do it.
Eric asks, I appreciate that several of your guests have spoken to a low-carb diet. What is your perspective on animal-based high-fat protein diet?
Yeah, we certainly got some people, genetically, they do very well on a high-protein animal-based diet. You know, there's no one diet that fits all. In general, I like a modified Mediterranean, but you have to see how you respond to diets. You'll normally be able to tell within 30 to 60 days. So yes, we do have a small percent of patients who do better on the type of diet you're describing.
Tiffany had a statement. I'd love to hear your response. I have horrible headaches days out of the month, several days out of the month. It's been going on for over 10 years. I really want to get my life back. What are maybe some initial thoughts for Tiffany?
Well, I'd be curious to know when. A lot of women do experience migraine headaches around ovulation or the 1 to 2 weeks before menstrual flow. And again, in those cases, what you're typically finding is those women have relatively low progesterone levels, elevated estrogen. Now, there are some women where the estrogen levels drop rapidly before their menstrual flow, too much so, and that triggers the headaches. But the point being is, if you balance out the estrogen, progesterone, typically in those cases, naturally through diet, supplements, sometimes using things like natural progesterone, in a high percentage of those cases, we're able to prevent those headaches from continuing to occur.
Tracy has a question about the protocols. Can you take the vitamin protocol if you're on Synthroid for Hashimoto's?
Yeah, so she's referring to maybe using the supplements for thyroid. If you're on thyroid replacement and you have Hashimoto's, absolutely you can. Now, you should monitor your blood levels of your thyroid with your doctor because it very well may be that you'll need less thyroid medication over time because the supplements are helping with your thyroid hormone production. So I do that with patients. And remember, with Hashimoto's, you've got this autoimmune condition. So things like vitamin D, things like selenium, those can help over time reduce the antibody levels. So it would make sense that you should be on those things.
I have a message from Kathy. She said, how long does it take to get results from the program, the protocol?
Most people on the protocols that I give will notice improvements within 4 to 6 weeks. Most people will notice differences in how they're feeling. Now, once you get going, you're doing well, give it a few more months, you'll do better and better every month. So, but 4 to 6 weeks, most people notice an obvious change or improvement.
Awesome. We have a question from Penelope. She says, Ever since menopause ended, it feels like a hormone balance is out. My general body temperature is higher. I sweat more, get hot randomly. What can I do?
Sure. Well, I would get your hormone levels tested. Most likely you're either low in estrogen or progesterone. And so again, you can use some of the herbal things we talk about in the special reports and in the summit here. Or in other cases, you might benefit from some low dose bioidentical hormone replacement to balance all those receptors out. The temperature regulation occurs in a part of the brain called the hypothalamus. So when you're low in some of the hormones, you get a little bit of a confusion in the brain in terms of temperature regulation. That's why balancing out the estrogen and progesterone, mainly, sometimes the stress hormones, will calm that all down.
That's all the questions that we have for right now, and we are ready to get started with Dr. Chris.
Yeah, Dr. Chris Miletus. Well, hi everyone. Welcome back to the Hormone Summit. Really excited to have Dr. Chris Miletus with us. And in this segment, he's going to talk to us about genetics and hormone balance. Dr. Miletus, great to have you on the program.
Hey, well, thank you, Dr. Stengler. It's a delight.
Excellent. Well, you're a well-known naturopathic doctor, many decades of experience in treating people, including a lot of patients with hormone imbalances. But tell us a bit about your background. You've won some awards over the years. I mean, you're well-known in our part of the industry.
Well, I like to stay humble. I've been given lots of opportunity. I was the dean at the Naturopathic College here in Portland, Oregon for 7 years. I was awarded a Physician of the Year, but I think my biggest sense of accomplishment has been able to have written over a dozen books, a couple hundred national articles, but also to have started community clinics when I was a dean at the college, which still to this day, and I was a dean from 96 to 2003, still to this day is very fortunate to serve over 30,000 people in need in the Portland metro area. And it's just wonderful to know that we can all make a difference. And that's kind of, I look back and say, well, what am I excited about? It's probably, other than, of course, having children and being family oriented and so on, it's probably having started those community clinics because it's blessed so many other families.
Oh, that's great, great. Well, you know, this whole summit's on hormone balance. And one of the things which is becoming more focused on in medicine, slowly but surely, more by integrative doctors like ourselves, is kind of this, role genetics play, our unique genetics and how genetics are involved in hormone balance. Do you mind just talking about that for a second?
Well, certainly. So, of course, we all have a genetic predisposition. We are half mom, half dad. And of course, then our genetics are fueled by our mitochondria, which happens to have been my last book called Mitolongevity. And what's interesting is half mom, half dad. So we know kind of the way we could swing in terms of our genetic potential, but there's a saying, genetics loads the gun, but diet and lifestyle pull the trigger. And so we can do all these genetic markers, and it can either be a very uplifting experience, like, oh, good, I don't have XYZ likelihood. But once again, just because you have a genetic marker doesn't mean you necessarily have to go there either. So this is where diet, lifestyle, the stuff that both you and I do in our clinical practices really liberates people. If I have a family history of diabetes, which I do, if I have a family history of cardiovascular disease, which I do, it doesn't mean that I have to allow that to willingly happen. I can say heck no and take a conscious effort. And it's the same thing when we deal with hormones and the fact that we have a neuroendocrine aspect. We're neurological beings and we're hormonal beings. So all of this is genetically at play. And probably one of the most interesting hormones in our body is vitamin D, of all things.
Right.
We'll probably talk about vitamin D receptors. It's like, wow, there's just so many things that here in 2020, can you imagine? We didn't even know any of this a decade ago. It's an exciting time.
Yeah, very, very good. Well, what do you do with patients, Dan, to find out what's going on with them and their unique genetic metabolism and their hormone metabolism?
Well, I try to always see where the genetic map is. Now, I do counsel people. If you're anxiety prone, if you're a worrier, if you're on the spectrum of Eeyore, Winnie the Pooh, and Tigger, and you're more of an Eeyore, sometimes looking at your genes, you can be anxiety provoking. It can cause you to worry. But remember, with genetic knowledge comes the ability to control those genes. But I like to use large genetic marker panels. Of course, I've used 23andMe and other programs because I want to know, does a person have an MTHFR, standing for methylene tetrahydrofolate reductase? I have one. And I actually am a homozygous for that gene, which increases my likelihood if I did a supplement with pre-made folate in the form of MTHF, I would have a harder time because my particular polymorphism, or sometimes called mutation, it actually allows me to only convert 32% of my vegetables into active form that I need for neurological health and for methylation and detoxification. So it gives me the power to know that the right supplement can actually help me, and or I need to be a hardcore vegetarian and just be sitting at the salad bar all day, one of the two.
Right, so that MTHFR gene controls an enzyme.
Yes.
And that enzyme's involved in many processes, methylation, like you said. So it's taking a carbon, 3 hydrogen, and it helps to build things. It also is involved in detoxification, making energy, but also making hormones and neurotransmitters. So talk to us more about that, because that's a key thing that a lot of the population either has one bad copy, heterozygous, 2 bad copies or variants called homozygous like you have. And so,
Yes.
That's something that can help people right there if they can find out if there's an issue with that, with those genes.
Oh, without a question. And because of my polymorphism, and I bring a double positive, in this case, it's a double negative, but I bring 2 genes to the party, it increases the chance that my wife and I would have miscarriages, which we did. And so it increases even miscarriage and fertility. But I'm also the proverbial coal miner's canaries. Those that are young enough to not know what a coal miner's canary is, back in the day, they would actually take a little canary into a coal mine, and if it fell off its perch, it would actually know that the air wasn't good for the miners and that they took the canary and themselves out of the mine. And so the concept here is people with MTHFR polymorphisms often have sensitive little noses. They are more chemically sensitive, and you're saying, oh, so that's why Aunt Betty actually can't stand perfume while we go to church or social, is because the perfume, because it's a methylene tetrahydrofolate or another methylation defect. But in addition, it also causes all kinds of other neurological risks, including higher risk for autism, all things being equal, as well as also altering neurological development during a pregnancy. So it's just very, very interesting. Plus folate in the form of folic acid, of course, being the synthetic form. Folate, MTHF, the preformed kind, also stabilizes our genes. And we need to methylate our genes. Otherwise, we're going to have a problem. So for example, somewhere along the way, I was an unrealized egg. And then came along the male component, and I became a fertilized egg, and voila, Chris began. And then one fertilized egg became 2, and 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 to 16 onwards, and to the trillions of cells that you and I and the audience are today. But now, somewhere along the way, one of my cells had to say, okay, I'm going to become a lip cell. I'm going to become a nose cell. I'm going to become an ear cell. And once it migrates there, it gets methylated, which says, okay, this is officially what you are. Now, when we start having too much or too little methylation, this is where we increase the risk for cancer, for example, because we need to have stable DNA. We need to have, this is what I do, this is my function. Now, given the opportunity, a cell says, okay, I'm going to be a parent, I'm going to be a renegade, and that's where cancer can occur. And methylation is one of the ways in which we stabilize that, along with, of course, antioxidants, vitamin D receptors, onwards and onwards.
Right. Well, talk to us a bit about how MTHFR connects into things like hormone balance, whether it be thyroid, estrogen, these types of things.
So in order for the cells to replicate and for us to process, we have cytochrome 450 pathways and cytochrome pathways. Big, long, fancy word. But what it means is it helps us process and detoxify the liver, and even people that are taking medications over the counter or prescription. The liver has what's called a phase 1 and a phase 2 detox. They also have cytochrome pathways. And depending on how your methylation works, will determine how well you handle a drug. And that's why your spouse might actually be able to handle a certain medication, whereas you can go bonkers on that same med. It could be a narcotic, or in the case of one of my family members, whenever they take Benadryl, which of course we think the sleeping medicine is often in NyQuil and Advil PM and all of these things. Well, the side effect of Benadryl is it makes you sleepy. So we're buying a side effect when we buy over-the-counter medicines with Benadryl or diphenhydramine in it. That's the generic name for it. But lo and behold, one of my family members has a polymorphism that makes Benadryl cause them to be hyper. They're wide awake and they're manic. And whereas other people in my family, I'm just giving my very small family as an example, they will actually take a narcotic after surgery and they'll see 3 or 4 people. And other people just fall asleep. And other people get addicted because they get hyper and they feel great on opioids. And that's why you say, well, how did that person succumb to a susceptibility of a certain gene? I'll give an example. When we look at IMS, which we're going to define in a moment, and PMS, we're looking at the fact that IMS is irritable male syndrome. For the women out there, you know that the males in your life, can become irritable. Of course, we'll deny it, but we have a 24-hour cycle. And so we're best in the morning, we're kind of worn out in the evening. And so we can get irritable male syndrome. Likewise, there's a 28 quote unquote day cycle for a female, PMS, but that's the neuroendocrine side of things. Well, our catecholamine methyltransferase, COMT, helps process your estrogens and your estradiol, male or female alike, because the dudes out there, you have estradiol too, just hopefully not as much as your female counterparts for the same age. And well, now the COMT determines that, but it also determines how well you handle stress. There's a condition called the warrior-worrier syndrome. And if you have a COMT polymorphism, it can throw off your hormone metabolism on your estrogens for guys and gals alike, but it can also make you, once you get worked up, you're really worked up. And it can take 3 to 4 times longer for you to take a chill pill and feel Jamaican, no worries, mom. And so if you have that COMT, it also though makes you laser sharp targeted in terms of intellect, and you often will be smarter than the average bear. And so I'm giving my date out here of how old I am, because these are the cartoons I watch, Boo Boo and Yogi, and smarter than the average bear, huh, Boo Boo? And so sound very medical, don't I? But I do this all day long with my patients, because making medicine understandable, translating science into English, like, wow, that's how it works. And so that's literally what's happening in our body, is we need to support these pathways, and knowing that certain nutrients like MTHF, a preformed kind of folate, can help a person with MTHFR, gene polymorphism or mutation. Likewise, certain things like quercetin may or may not be the best for a person with a COMT polymorphism. So it helps us identify supplements, nutrients, and foods better for us, because we're all uniquely created.
Absolutely. And so I know you've also written on things such as just eating more healthily, doing detoxification. Your gene expression actually can work better. You can have better hormone balance just even by doing basic things like that.
Oh, without a question. And we need to eat clean. If you're not all familiar with the Dirty Dozen foods, become familiar with an environmental working group, EWG.org. They're non-for-profit. They tell you on an annual basis which 12 foods not to eat unless they're organic. Strawberries are usually top of the list, but spinach is right there too. And then on top of it, you know, the question is, do you want to be drinking fluoridated water? And you know, there's lots of controversy about fluoride, but should it be in your water? And when you consume 16 ounces again and again and again, theoretically, every time you drink 16 ounces of fluoridated water, that's equivalent of what's on the back of a toothpaste container that's fluoridated. And it says, if you swallow more than a pea-sized amount, call poison control. Well, fluoride lowers your IQ, increases problem and damage to your pineal gland, kind of that's right about there, that helps you sleep, produces antioxidants within your body in the form of melatonin. It's like, wow, we live in a toxic world, and we have to be very proactive. Just like I tell my patients, look what's in your shampoo and your body lotion and your cream, or you go for a massage, make sure there's not parabens in that lotion or in your shampoo or your makeups, because parabens are hormone disruptors. They never occurred in nature, but now we have them so ubiquitous, you know, pervasive in our environment. Same thing with our phthalates, our plastic water bottles, and other plastic items that we're, once again, ingesting liquids out of, or going to a restaurant, lots of parabens and phthalates, and how the processed foods are packaged in plastic and then heated. And that's why we don't microwave in plastic, because once again, we're going to have this toxic burden. And what's interesting with these environmental toxins that we're being bombarded with, that our ancestors never had to worry about, is not only are they endocrine disruptors, they increase food sensitivities, leaky gut, and dysbiosis, because they're fat soluble. They go from your liver to your gallbladder, which once again, who knows how good your methylation is, remember those genes, and now they're actually going and drenching your friendly bacteria, your microbiome, and you wonder why your microbiome and your gut hurts. I kind of wonder, huh?
Yeah, no, good point. So basically the take home is we all have unique genetics. We can work with an integrative doctor, find out what our unique genetic profile is, in particularly, you know, how could make you more susceptible to hormone imbalances. But in the end, if you're eating clean, if you're following detoxification programs, if you take the right supplements, depending on your methylation genetics, you can greatly improve your hormone balance, really for all the hormones in the body to some degree. Is that accurate?
Without a question. Healthy gut, as our gut goes, so do we. Hippocrates said, may your food be your medicine and your medicine be your food. But he says all disease began in the gut. This was all 400 BCE. And with my last name being Greek, Miletus, of course, we had to give a shout out to Hippocrates. Probably his wife gave him a lot of those ideas, but he got the credit. But let's give the family credit for that one. Go Hippocrates family. But in addition, make sure you have a babbling brook, which means make sure your bowels are moving 2 to 3 times a day. My patients say, what? 2 to 3 times a day. You know, when if you have had children, you know, you feed them, they go to the bathroom. It's called the gastrocolic reflex. But we override it. Social stigma, the only stall left is the one closest to the door. My shoes are going to show. Onwards and onwards. We need to keep our bowels moving. And you want to be near clear in your urine 2 to 3 times a day. When you sweat, you want to rinse off after you sweat, and you want to use your major detoxification organ, which is your skin as well, to get rid of the sweat, get rid of those toxins. And remember, if you can get rid of toxins that way, you can also deliver toxins into your skin through that transdermal delivery. So those simple things will put you ahead of the rest of the pack. And once again, encourage your friends and family to listen to these very simple tidbits, which will, of course, allow you to show the love that you have for yourself to them as well, because it's selflessness that we all become healthier, we're all happier, and we'll be more humane humans.
Well, Dr. Miletus, thank you so much for this information. What's the best website for our viewers to go to get more information on your work?
Just drmiletus.com, drmeletis.com.
Excellent. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Well, hi, everyone. Really excited today to have Dr. Ame Shani with us, who's an expert in CBD, the endocannabinoid system. And this really can tie into hormones. A lot of people aren't aware of that, but this ties directly into hormone balance and, of course, our just general overall health. So, Dr. Shani, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm happy to be included.
And you're a naturopathic doctor, so you're trained in both conventional medicine, holistic medicine, nutrition, and so you're a great resource to have on this summit. So tell us just a bit more about your background, if you would.
Sure. So I've been in practice since 2001, and I specialize actually in women's health and hormone balance. But I do treat men, women, and children for a variety of acute and chronic health issues also. And in addition to that, I've been working in the national products industry with various companies since 2011. And I had this kind of chance circumstance where I ended up finding out about CBD, cannabidiol, hemp, the endocannabinoid system towards the end of 2014, which is really no time at all, but you know, no one knew about those things then. Very few of us, certainly in the clinical trenches, were using them. And I learned about it. I started incorporating CBD in my practice, which, like I said, is predominantly women's health. And it was a real game changer for me. So I've been doing education, working as a medical advisor to plus CBD oil, and generally incorporating that into my practice since 2015.
Perfect. Well, you're the perfect person for what we're going to be talking about here. So maybe for the viewers, a lot of them have heard about CBD, the endocannabinoid system. They don't really know exactly what it is, but they know it's a big buzz and it's something they're all very interested in. So maybe give us like a quick CBD 101, if you would.
Sure. Just a quick one, right? It only takes a second. So CBD, it's cannabidiol. That's what it stands for. And it's a cannabinoid, which is a type of plant constituent that we actually find in several different types of plants, but it was first discovered, these cannabinoids, in cannabis. And actually over 100 cannabinoids have been isolated from the cannabis plant. So CBD is only one of them. THC, which you may have heard of, is the one that gets you high. And of course, what made CBD the most interesting initially is that it doesn't get you high, right? So So it kind of, it made us all start to think, so maybe there are parts of this plant that we can use that won't give people that intoxicating effect that they may not want, right? So the interesting thing about CBD, THC, these cannabinoids, is that what they do is they affect something in our bodies that each and every one of us has called the endocannabinoid system. Now, Mark, I'm guessing you didn't learn about it in school, because I sure didn't. Right?
You're right.
Right?
You're
And
right.
they're still not teaching doctors about the endocannabinoid system, but it's something that every single human, every single mammal actually has. And it's an incredibly crucial system for creating balance amongst all systems of the body. So I almost think of it as like this net that goes over our whole bodies, and it helps keep us balanced and adapting to stress, basically.
Right.
And whether that's stress that you can actually name, my job, right, my relationship, or it's the stresses that happen inside our bodies that we don't think about on a day-to-day basis, like digestion, metabolism, detoxification, things that our body has to adapt to. The endocannabinoid system is crucial for every single one of those functions. The endocannabinoid system is made up of, this is so cool, cannabis-like compounds that we actually make. These are called endocannabinoids, endogenous, I make it myself. Enzymes that we have that make them and degrade them. And then receptors, cannabinoid receptors, we have in every organ system of our body. So that's the endocannabinoid system. CBD affects our endocannabinoid system by helping us have optimal levels of our own endocannabinoids around and not break them down too quickly. And it also impacts the way the cannabinoid receptors are stimulated. It's like a Goldilocks thing, right? You don't want one type of receptors really overstimulated and the others not stimulated at all. You want it balanced. So CBD is crucial for endocannabinoid signaling, so making those endocannabinoids, and then tone, which is the way in which the receptors are balanced.
Excellent. So you specialize in women's health. How does the CBD, the endocannabinoid system, tie in directly to women's health? What kind of things are you helping women with, understanding that system using the CBD?
Sure. Well, as a naturopathic doctor, and frankly, any integrative functional practitioner knows that we can't optimally balance women's hormones unless we're focusing, or at least including, the stress response, right?
Absolutely.
That
Yeah.
if a woman is driving towards stress hormone production because of what's going on in her life, making tons of cortisol, for example, I don't know if anybody's been there who's listening, you are simply not going to have optimal levels of your sex hormones because they all come from the same place, right? So pregnenolone, cholesterol makes pregnenolone, makes progesterone, makes cortisol, right? If you're running everything towards cortisol, it's not going to be stopping and hanging out at progesterone too much. And likewise, the part of that pathway that goes towards DHEA, estrogen, testosterone, that's not happening in the same way either. So the drive towards having adequate stress hormones to be able to manage our lives does impact sex hormones. So when a woman comes into me with her hormone imbalance that she knows that she has, right? Because she's been on the internet and she's read and she knows. I might do a little bit of a left turn and also start to talk to her about stress and stress management. As it turns out, the endocannabinoid system and its health is crucial for how that, what we call the HPA axis, right? The hypothalamic pituitary in the brain, adrenal, so the endocrine axis, how we're responding to the stress in our lives. When we have healthy endocannabinoid signaling, right? So we have good levels of endocannabinoids, we actually manage our stress better. We don't have the same magnitude of cortisol response, and we recover quicker. And in fact, some studies show that having healthier levels of endocannabinoids can be preventive for anxiety, actually prophylactic for anxiety. So when we think about CBD as being able to help with that HPA axis regulation, that healthy stress response that recovers fast, we can see why it would be important for anybody managing stress, but also for women with hormonal balance issues as well. And for me, I'm a naturopathic doctor. Again, I know I keep saying it, but I'm proud. I have a lot of tools in my toolkit, right? I mean, I know how to handle stress. I've been working with adrenal supplementation and herbs for almost 20 years. But for me, the addition of CBD to my toolkit somehow seems to be a real shortcut to be able to see changes quickly, in the sense of, wow, my stress isn't different, but I'm managing it better. Or actually my anxiety and my sleep are improved in a way that ashwagandha, rhodiola, ginseng, all my other adrenal tools just don't quite do it as fast. And I think it's because it's a direct line to that endocannabinoid system. So that's been
right. So compared to some of the other supplements, you find the CBD has a much more immediate effect. People can notice it much more quickly. They don't have to wait weeks to months to notice an effect. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes if I'm using it for pain and inflammation, which is another area where this medicine, the CBD can be great, it will take time to see those effects build up. But when it comes to those quick stress response reactions and reductions in anxiety or being able to fall asleep, I mean, this happens the first time the person gets a good dose for them. Which is not something that I've experienced clinically with a lot of these other natural modalities. I mean, I have seen with my own eyes, and I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't, a very, very small dose of hemp-derived CBD stop a pretty acute panic attack in its tracks. And to be able to do that, I think is indicative of the effect that it has directly on those cannabinoid receptors and in helping to raise levels of our own endocannabinoids and inhibit the breakdown of those endocannabinoids, keep them around longer. It's fast.
Absolutely. So because it has such a balancing effect, like you said, on the hypothalamic pituitary axis, the HPA axis, that axis also then has communication with the ovaries or the testicles in men. So by balancing that axis, then you can help a wide variety of hormonal conditions. Maybe talk about a few of the female conditions, common conditions, where it can be integrated into helping women.
Yeah, and this is a really exciting area. There is mechanistically, which means if we look at the science, we can see that there is a really fascinating relationship between, for example, estrogen and the endocannabinoid system. And so we, like you just said, we know that when we look at, yes, we're affecting the hypothalamus, the pituitary, which then affects the ovaries or the testes or we could keep going with the organs it affects, right? But not only are the endocannabinoids affecting estrogen levels, but in turn, estrogen levels affect endocannabinoids. So it's this incredible cycle. And we can see in studies that endocannabinoid levels vary in a very specific and reliable way over the course of the menstrual cycle, just like estrogen varies over the course of the menstrual cycle. So the health of the endocannabinoid system is crucial for a healthy menstrual cycle, which of course then goes downstream to things like being able to use it to help with PMS and menstrual challenges, to be able to help potentially, even with fertility. I mean, the endocannabinoid system's health is crucial for every single step of reproduction, all the way through labor and delivery. Now, how this all translates into humans and actual real-time clinical applications, we're waiting to see. But this relationship is there, and it's really exciting. So in my practice, of course, I'm already using this because I'm excited and I'm not waiting for this research to come.
Right.
Because I think the safety profile is excellent and we've got nothing to lose. I see it being really helpful for everything from actual, pain and inflammation, so menstrual cramps and menstrual challenges, PMS, menstrual migraines. And, interestingly, I was telling you before we started that I've been unpacking and analyzing some data from a CBD survey that I have on my website. And anybody who's watching who uses CBD, please go do it. It's a great way to collect real-time data of how people are using it and their experiences. I was reading some of the open-ended comments. It's mind-blowing. I'm so excited to share it. But there were several things that came up specifically regarding hormones, which I thought might be interesting. So again, these are people. So the interesting thing about my practice in CBD is that I had 15 years of practice with no CBD in it.
Right. And
then I've had the last 5 years with CBD in it. So for me, there's a very specific line of here's some of the difference that it's made for me and for my patients. Now, not everybody who takes this survey is my patient, obviously. This person's is, she said, Dr. Shani recommended CBD combined with the black cohosh that I already take. The night sweats improved, became way more manageable, and I'm sleeping much better. Right?
Nice.
Another one, I have no more hot flashes and therefore sleeping through the night. So this is somebody who added CBD on top of what they were already doing. Exceeded expectations for anxiety, sleep, and pain, really helps with premenstrual breast tenderness. So again, you know, I think that regulation of endocannabinoid signaling and tone goes back and supports estrogen. And of course, that supports estrogen progesterone balance. And that can, I think, make a difference with how a woman's experiencing stimulation in her breast from the hormones. Helps with anxiety due to hot flashes. That's not a big surprise, right? Mm-hmm. You know, the perimenopausal period is a time when our anxiety and our moods, whatever's been building up for us over the course of our adult life, just gets slammed with the hormonal changes and becomes worse. And so, yeah, I can go in there with progesterone, I can go in there with herbs and sometimes estrogen and help to balance that. But I often find that I need less heavy interventions at that level if I'm also impacting what's going on underneath. This is naturopathic medicine, right? Diet, right, lifestyle, exercise, sleep, etc. And an eye towards the endocannabinoid system makes a real difference for my patients.
So it sounds like you found the CBD in women's health and other conditions really to be like a modulator, a balancer. It helps to bring homeostasis or balance back to a system. That's why it has so many wide-ranging benefits, women's health and men's health as well. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way to think of it. I mean, we talk about adaptogenic herbs, right? And their ability to help us adapt in different situations in different ways. And I would absolutely classify CBD in that adaptogen category. And again, if you go back to the endocannabinoid system, its main job is to keep us adapting and flexing with the roller coaster of life. So the fact that CBD supports that system, yeah, absolutely. That's what it does. It's a great balancer.
Oh, that's great. Well, you know, there's so many CBD products on the market, and I'm sure there's going to be many more coming out, as we've seen throughout the years. I mean, what advice do you have for the consumer out there, for the viewers watching this program, to really guide them into effective, quality, safe products?
Yeah, and you know, and there's a long list of things to look for, but I would say if there's 3 things that you want to look for, the first would be you want to make sure that you're using a full spectrum product from hemp. And that's because we keep talking about CBD, 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 but let's face it, when you're taking these full spectrum products, you're getting other cannabinoids, you're getting antioxidant flavonoids, you're getting terpenes, which have their own anti-inflammatory anxiety benefits, oleic isomers of vitamin E. I mean, this is a very nutritionally dense product, hemp oil, with the CBD in it. So look for full spectrum and look for a CO2 extraction. That is the type of extraction method that is not going to leave any kind of toxin or solvent behind. So that's number 1, full spectrum with the CO2 extraction. Number 2, we always talk about this in the supplement industry. You want to make sure that third-party independent testing is happening. And that's incredibly important for anything from hemp or marijuana for that matter, because these are bioaccumulators. They'll soak up whatever you put on them and whatever's in the soil. So you want something that's looking at obviously toxins, heavy metals, solvents. Also though, you know, with hemp, you can find companies that test for mold, which is really important, and glyphosate, which I think is also important to specifically look for Roundup in your products. So a lot of companies, what I think some of the best companies are doing is putting scannable QR codes on their products. So you don't have to call anybody, you don't have to ask for a lab report, you just scan with your phone and you can see the complete batch testing for that product, including CBD and THC content, by the way. And then the third piece would be, again, I think the better companies are doing things to show safety and efficacy of their own products. There is one company in the industry right now who has actually done toxicology studies on their own products. They are GRAS self-determined. GRAS which is funny in the cannabis industry, but it stands for generally recognized as safe. And so, you know, they actually have GRAS self-determination, which I think, as we're all waiting for FDA regulation to come down the pike, is extremely important. And I think that's one of the things that the FDA and other governing bodies are going to be looking for is this stuff safe? Oh, you can show us? That's fantastic, right? So look for the company, and I'm sure there will be companies soon that do GRAS self-determination, and also do studies to look at their own efficacy. There are companies out there that have done that. One in particular actually has done a double-blinded randomized controlled trial, the first of its kind, on a commercially available hemp extract with CBD, which actually showed great results. 20% improvement in 65 people over 6 weeks in sleep quality and quantity, which is pretty cool too.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, why don't we give your website out, because they can get more information and get more feedback on this
Absolutely.
whole topic.
So my website is drshunny.com. So www.drshunny.com. There's tons of free content there about lots of things, but it's pretty CBD heavy also.
Yeah.
I would also just add that your listeners could go to US Hemp Authority. They actually, for the last year and a half or so, have been certifying companies that meet exceptional standards of manufacturing. So it's a great way to get third-party recommendations on companies that are checking all the boxes when it comes to quality.
Wow, that's great advice. So maybe in just concluding here, why don't you give a summary on CBD, the endocannabinoid system? You've given great information. Maybe just a brief summary, last recommendations to the viewers, and we'll let you get back to your day.
Okay, thanks. So CBD, cannabidiol, it has over 65 specific mechanisms of action in the body. But the one that I think is most important to remember is that it supports healthy endocannabinoid system signaling. So it helps us make our own endocannabinoids better, keep them around longer. And it helps with the way that system is balanced. And why is that important? Because it is the system that keeps us balanced. So CBD helps you balance the system meant to keep you balanced. And, when it comes to hormones, we like to focus estrogen, progesterone, testosterone, and that's really important. But managing what's going on with the HPA axis and the stress response is a crucial step in being able to optimize sex hormone production. CBD does that fast, and it does it reliably. I would add also, stay tuned, because we're going to see more and more information about the direct effect of the endocannabinoid system on hormone production, right? And I think CBD is going to continue to kind of trickle down as an important modality to help us manage hormonal imbalances directly as well, not just through the stress response. Remember, there's thousands of CBD companies. They're not all created equal. Look for your full spectrum, look for third-party testing, and look for companies that go the extra mile to test their own products for safety and efficacy. This is incredibly important. US Hemp Authority is a great third-party resource as well.
Wow. Well, excellent information. I'm sure a lot of new information for the viewers. And Dr. Shunny, thank you again so much for your time.
Thanks, Mark. It's been great.
By age 35, most people start to notice the effects of declining hormones. Symptoms include low energy, less focus, decreased sex drive, weight gain, and poor quality sleep. DHEA is a base building block for hormones that keeps us healthy, driven, and alive. DHEA helps men and women 35 and up to keep that youthful vitality and maintain sex drive. Medical research shows that DHEA should be used as a cream rather than a pill, because DHEA taken orally is destroyed by the liver. Twist 25 DHEA cream puts bioidentical DHEA in the skin where DHEA occurs naturally anyway and can be absorbed and processed. Twist 25 cream provides DHEA the right way, and when you feel your best, you look your best. It's all the little things we do each day that make a big difference. Look your best, feel your best with Twist 25 DHEA cream. Use Twist 25 DHEA cream to make your own hormones. Go to twist25.com today and place your order.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the Hormone Summit. I got Rebecca back with me again.
Hey there. We are learning such great information about so many different facets of hormones and how they affect your health. And one thing I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about is how the protocols we have are actually helping women who are post and pre-menopausal. So still in the United States today, it's the number one cause of death for women is heart disease. And what happens when women go through post and pre-menopause, as you explained to me, is that they start to have some heart palpitations. The estrogen drop in their body affects a lot of what's going on in their heart health and in the rest of their body. So will you kind of explain a little bit?
Sure. Yeah, it is true. As women go through the menopausal transition from pre or perimenopause into menopause, where they no longer have a cycle, basically the drop in the hormones like estrogen and progesterone, it does affect circulation through the heart arteries, your cardiovascular system in general, as well as you can get changes in your lipids unfavorably. When the hormone levels drop, your body changes in its production of lipids, for example.
So that can cause like heart palpitations, potential heart issues.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why women's risk of cardiovascular disease goes up sharply during that perimenopause, menopause transition, because these hormones do a number of things. They help circulation, heart rhythm. They're also potent anti-inflammatory compounds. They keep inflammation down in the body as well. And in addition, when your hormone levels are getting low, remember the building block of hormones is cholesterol. So the body, when your hormone levels are too low for some people, then the liver will actually start producing more cholesterol and other lipids. So there's many things going on.
And then it can very easily, I can see, like catapult into
well, welcome
more
everyone.
I
got a great segment here
as you're going through this. So what would you advise for women? I know that you created a special protocol. You've used this with thousands of your patients over the years, especially women who are pre and post menopausal, to not only alleviate the symptoms. You don't have to suffer through this season. It's a season of transition, but you've come up with a protocol for women specifically for this. Will you share that a little bit with us and what that does and how it will help women balance their bodies?
Well, the women should know this. Studies are very clear with the things that we're doing with patients. With the right type of diet, you can greatly reduce menopausal symptoms.
Oh, wow. So just from what you eat?
Just with diet alone. That's why in other countries, say in Asian countries, you get more plant-based foods and other types of foods. I mean, hot flashes are much less common than here in America. We're about 75% of women get hot flashes, night sweats, and symptoms like that.
So you're saying that if I eat more plant-based diet and I take we'll talk about these supplements in a second to support my body, that will actually not eliminate, but completely decrease my hot flashes, potentially make things...
Oh, absolutely. So by using the right diet, the right exercise, and then a lot of women definitely need more than that in America. They need very targeted, specific nutritional supplements shown in very good studies to reduce all the common symptoms of menopause, the hot flashes, night sweats, insomnia, irritability, depression, low libido. Yeah. These things have excellent studies on them, and the nice thing is they balance the hormones already in the body and alleviate symptoms. But for the percent of women who have severe symptoms in our special reports, our protocols, I go into how to use the natural hormones, the natural progesterone, the natural DHA, the natural estrogen.
Oh, so you'll even inside. So for those of you guys who have been watching for a while, or for people who just joined us, what we're talking about is Dr. Mark has created, he's used his 20 plus years of experience as one of the top doctors in natural medicine, and he's taken everything that he's seen with his patients and he's put it into an online course for people to easily from home be able to rebalance their hormones naturally and support their bodies in the way that we desperately all need. What do you say, 90% of people struggle with hormone imbalance? So I could say it's safe to say we all could benefit from this. But specifically speaking, this particular protocol is for women who are struggling through pre and post menopause, and it includes a step-by-step, it's got a food guide in there. It has a meal plan. It has, but even more so, you go into the depth of the research of how and know, like what to trust, what to look for. That's important because there's a lot of stuff out on the market right now that can claim to help balance hormones, but you actually explain some of the...
We actually go through the exact studies in terms of reducing menopausal symptoms through diet, the types of exercise, and then very specific supplements. Which have been shown to alleviate all these common symptoms of menopause. And it's like you said, you got to know the exact dose and the concentration of the product to use. So I get into that. And then again, some women do need hormone support. How to use the DHEA, for example. Hormone. How to use the natural estrogen, the natural progesterone, natural testosterone, natural thyroid. So some women just have such intense symptoms they need additional support.
So you include that in the protocols. So include in the protocols, which I think we're doing 50% off today for everyone who's watching, which is a great deal because this is jam-packed with a lot of really important information. But what we've got in the supplements, we're doing your basic tier of supplements you would need to support you. So we've got the estrogen detox, and then we have the women's 1-a-day multi. I actually take this. This is wonderful for women of all ages. And then right here, the adrenal health, and that kind of overall it supports your body.
Gives a good
give it a good base is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. And then what else should we know about this this women's pre and post menopausal protocol?
The average woman in America really suffers through menopause. It doesn't have to be that way. Unfortunately, in regular medicine, what doctors have went to in recent years is prescribing things like antidepressants to help with menopausal symptoms. And the problem with that approach is, of course, you can get certain side effects. You might get things like weight gain. You might actually worsen your mood. You might get, liver toxicity.
Because it's not really targeting what's actually going on inside of your body. It's kind of masking the symptom.
Right. Yeah. You're right. So why do that when the majority of cases through diet, very specific diet, supplements like the ones we're talking about, and in some cases natural hormones, we can treat more of the root of what's actually going on with the hormone imbalance.
Give us just real quick before we wrap up this little segment and go into the next lesson. Do you have an example of a couple women? You were telling me on a break earlier about some amazing stories of women that you've seen have great success using this. Give us an example.
Well, for example, Jennifer is a patient, came to my office about 6 months ago. And like some women, she literally was experiencing 25 to 35 hot flashes a day.
Oh my goodness.
Night sweat so bad, soaking the sheets every night. So obviously when that's happening, you're going to get insomnia, you're going to get fatigue, you're going to get mood changes. Obviously it creates problems with her husband. And
that's just all around uncomfortable.
So I put her on the protocol I talk about. Now I give people basically using the right diet, the supplements. In her case, she used some natural progesterone, which you can get without a prescription here in America. It's over the counter from health food stores. And her symptoms within 2 months, 95% gone.
Wait, 95%? Yes, 95%. That is insane.
That's what I expect when we treat patients.
Well, and that just goes to show that the body is built to heal itself and to support itself. And when we give it the nutrients it needs and we give it the supplements it needs and we really give it the love that it deserves and needs, our body can actually do a lot. So if you guys are interested in this, check out the link. We've got the link for both the men and the women's protocols. We highly recommend checking this out. If you know anyone in your family who's also going through pre or post menopause, they don't need to suffer through this. This is stuff that they can really actually take as a stepping stone to build their body's health, maybe in a way they haven't experienced before. So this was been a breakthrough for a lot of people in my crowd too, friends and family members, and I'm just really excited about these protocols. I think they're great.
And Rebecca, what I wanted to do, and I did do, is I took the guesswork out for people, because unfortunately doctors in America are not well trained in hormones, especially balancing them naturally. Yeah, there's doctors out there who give you synthetic hormones, but who wants that? So I precisely tell people, this is what you got to do at these doses. This is what the studies show, to make it easy for people to follow.
And that's why, because you don't want to get into the guessing game when it comes to something as important as this. Very important. Yeah, right. Well, thank you so much, you guys. Stay tuned. We have a lot of great material coming up. We have some amazing doctors we're going to hear from. I know that we honestly have just been hearing from hundreds and hundreds of you guys today that you're enjoying the content. So stay tuned for more. We've got a lot coming your way.
And we have Dr. Giroux coming up, talking to us about growth hormone. Is it safe? Is it effective? Is it anti-aging? I think you'll like what you're going to hear. Well, welcome everyone. I got a great segment here with Dr. Giroux, and he's a very interesting fellow. He's an obstetrician and gynecologist. He's board certified. But what I like about him, he also has training in nutrition and metabolic medicine, integrative medicine. So that makes him very unique. So Andy, welcome to the program.
Thank you. I appreciate you asking me to speak to people. This is one of my passions.
And this topic of growth hormone, people have heard about growth hormone. They think of athletes and they think of positive things and negative things, but you're really an expert in this area, and we both use it in our practice. You do have extra additional training in hormones. Obviously, as a gynecologist, obstetrician, you're very well trained in hormones, but you went well beyond that. Maybe tell the viewers more about your background, your training, and what type of medicine you practice.
Yeah, thank you for letting me do that. Essentially, obviously, I was an OBGYN board certified, but for the past 15 or 20 years, I've been doing integrative medicine. So I've been trained through the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. I'm board certified with them. I'm also an examiner for that group. I also went back and got my master's degree in metabolic and nutritional medicine from the University of South Florida. So this is something that is now essentially my full-time practice. I see both men and women. And not only do you need the book learning, but you need to really deal with people and talk with them to learn what their problems, what their likes, dislikes, and how they're reacting to the various therapies that you're recommending. It's all about the patient.
Right.
I tell my patients every time they come in, it's teamwork. But we're just the coaches. You know that as well as I do. We're the coaches, they're the team. So we make recommendations. We try and put them in the right direction with a variety of history, physical, and laboratory monitoring, and then it's up to them. And they feel very good.
Yeah, that's right. And so, yeah, I'm also a member of the A4M, which you're a big part of. And we all recognize in that institution that hormone balance is just critical. There's no way someone can have good health and vitality, be resistant to disease, help recover from disease if they have hormone imbalance. Why don't you just talk about that for a little bit?
I tell people that come in, we're going to talk about growth hormone. Obviously, that's the major topic.
Right.
But a lot of people will come in to me and say, Doc, I've read about growth hormone. I want growth hormone. Growth hormone is the kind of the icing on the cake. You need proper balance, nutrition and exercise, proper supplements if there are deficiencies, and all general hormone balance. That's first. So unless you have a major pathophysiologic, in other words, a major growth hormone deficiency, usually disease oriented, growth hormone is not something you go to first. You need to have everything else balanced. And our bodies are designed to work in harmony, and that makes intellectual sense. If anything is out of harmony, whether it's sleep, whether it's diet, whether it's the stress of work, if anything is out of balance, then nothing is going to work right. And that's our job in conjunction, in cooperation with our patient to make that work.
Very good. Well, let's get into our topic, growth hormone. Could you please give us some background on that, what it does and the importance of it?
Growth hormone, I cannot explain to you the political and the emotional stress and connotations that's applied to growth hormone. I can't explain it to you. It doesn't make sense. It should not be the verboten topic that it is. But let's talk about it. Growth hormone has been used in humans for over 70 years. It's amazing, long time. Since the 1980s, we now have a genetically engineered growth hormone, so it's very safe to use. In the medical literature, there are over 100,000 references, studies written about growth hormone. I mean, this is one of the most studied hormones that is around, yet there's still a mystique, there's still a bad connotation that we get in the press. And part of that is, there was a law enacted by Congress in the late 90s. Now, it was part of an anti-doping campaign, really, that the federal government started. They wanted to ban anabolic steroids like the athletes use. There were several different things the amphetamines, things that were truly harmful. In that set of laws, they added growth hormone. This wasn't physicians. These were lawmakers that had no medical background. Interestingly enough, they kind of gutted that law. They took everything else out but growth hormone. And it's still in the books. And what it says is that you cannot prescribe growth hormone for anti-aging purposes, for athletic performance. It must be adult growth hormone deficiency syndrome. Now, we'll talk about that a little bit. But the issue for the physicians is the federal government prosecuted this very aggressively. They actually took a few doctors into custody at gunpoint if they were prescribing growth hormone. So doctors were very afraid to prescribe it, even though the medical literature gave good support to it. Now, it's eased up a little bit, and I'll go into that when we talk about how it's prescribed. But essentially, that's part of the problem with insurance companies don't want to pay for it. Physicians are afraid to prescribe it based on the federal, and I'll say prosecution of this particular thing. It's one of the only drugs in Western medicine that is banned for these two references. It's amazing what we've done to it. And we're a democracy, yet we're one of the few countries that really bans these things and has a criminal association with giving something that's a medical hormone.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
So growth hormone, what is it? Growth hormone came from the name really for children. Children who have growth hormone deficiency don't grow. So it got the name growth hormone. But for adults, it should be called the reparative hormone. It affects almost every organ system in the body, as the name would imply, the reparative hormone. It's produced essentially, it's a very intricate feedback loop. It produced in the base of the brain, synthesized, works on some of the organs, producing something called IGF-1, insulin-like growth factor, and that's a mechanism of action. Works on almost everything. So what does it affect in a positive way, or what does it affect? It affects everything: the brain, the heart function. You've heard about cholesterol, of course. It can actually modify cholesterol in a very positive way. It affects the body, muscle, fat. It'll affect insulin resistance, either good or bad. So it affects almost every organ that you have. And that's why it's important. That's why we call it the growth, the reparative hormone. So why is there a controversy? Again, some of the, I can't explain to you some of the politics involved, but there are side effects that they talk about in the literature. But almost all of the side effects are dose related. When it's given properly, there are very, very few true side effects. One of the fears was it causes cancer. We now have thousands of studies supporting the fact that it does not cause cancer. And in fact, remember that we started using these in children. They now live to adulthood, and we haven't seen any increased cancer risks. There are some subtleties apply to that, but the literature is very supportive of that, because that's a fear. It causes cancer. No, it really doesn't. So I think one of the issues that got into the lay press, and you'll see this time and time again, there's a Dr. Lee in 2007, and his work is quoted time and time again as far as the bad side effects of growth hormone. In fact, in the local newspapers, the West Coast papers, San Francisco Chronicle, so forth, they said, and these were the headlines, that Dr. Lee's study from Stanford shows that growth hormone doesn't work and it has major side effects. That was the title of the study in the lay press. Now, interestingly enough, this was not a Stanford study. It's just Dr. Lee happened to be working there at the time. It was a study that he himself derived. There was no research associated with it. What he did is he garnered several different studies, about 18 of them or so, a total of 220 patients. Now think about that. That many studies, 220 patients, that means you had 3 or 4 or 5 patients per study. He picked these studies. But in that group, he said they have a lot of side effects. But the positive things that came out of that, he said it mobilized 2.1 kilograms of fat, decreased it. It increased muscle mass by 2.1 kilograms. And it also had some positive effects on the heart and so forth. Wow, you have a 60-year-old person come into me and I can do 5 kilograms of muscle mass and change. He just proved it worked, yet that's not what the article said. Now, as far as the side effects, you had aches and pains, arthralgias, joint pain. You had some glucose, some sugar problems, but they were almost all dose related, because in this study, they had high dose use for 2 weeks at a time. None of these were long-term studies. In an example, they were treating burn patients. Now, burn patients are a select group of people. They're given high dose growth hormone as an experiment, very high dose, because you're trying to cure the burns. You didn't really care about the side effects that were reversible later on. So yet that was included. So these were given anywhere from 10 to 100 times the normal dose. So the side effects are almost completely reversible, by either changing the dose, modifying the way you give it. So as far as I'm concerned, this is still in the literature, but he proved, one, very few side effects and they're reversible, and it actually helps.
Which is interesting, because basically any drug or supplement for that matter, if you give too high of a dose, at some point you're going to get side effects. So you can see the bias here with the growth hormone.
What a great point. You're right. You see all the ads on TV about how this and that drug kill you and you're going to get cancer, and the number of deaths that you cause, the number of deaths, the number of complications from growth hormone, almost non-existent. And yet you have other drugs out there that you're seeing on TV that are killing people left and right. Not that I'm against Big Pharma. There are so many important things they do. It sounds like I'm against what they say. No, I'm not. I'm saying this one just happens to be an unusual bias. So we have the side effects that are reversible. The only one that is of interest, and I think it is of interest because it's in the newspapers, it does change glucose metabolism. It's designed to do that. And there's certainly some mixed studies. There's probably a sweet spot. Too much, too little, you might get some increase in glucose problems, which could lead to sugar, glucose intolerance, not usually diabetes, but certainly you can have some issues. And it has to be watched. You don't hand somebody a drug of any kind and not watch them. It doesn't make sense. So
Right.
if you prescribe something like this, you have to watch the patient. And you, of those that are listening, you have to see your doctor on a regular basis to make sure you're not one of those rare people that has a glucose problem. If you are, then the dose can be modified. Now, it brings me to
And well, Andy, I was just going to say, which is true of, doctors trained like ourselves. I mean, we do that no matter what medication or hormones patients are on. We do proper testing, follow-up, and so these things should not slip through the crack for the small percent of people that may have a problem.
Nothing that we prescribe should be followed, should be given in a vacuum, whether it's a hormone, whether it's a hormone for men or women, or even supplements. You need to be aware of what you're doing. And we as physicians, we shouldn't be treating ourselves either. We should be watching other people, monitoring our blood, monitoring our physical activities. That's really important. And some of the studies with growth hormone show that if you take these things and you're not eating right, or you're not exercising, and you're going to gain weight, you're going to make things worse. A person who is massively obese and you give these things and they don't watch the other parameters, you're more likely to get diabetes. This is, again, common sense applies. You have somebody that comes into your office and they're 2, 3, even approaching 400 pounds. Unless it's teamwork, unless they're going to work on that, there's very few things that we can give them that are going to 100% reverse that. And the side effect.
Right. So maybe walk us through, you got a patient coming in, walk us through maybe under signs, symptoms, and then testing how you're diagnosing adult growth hormone deficiency, and then your protocols to help that person.
Perfect. Before I go into that, I want to talk about one exciting study.
Sure. Oh yes, absolutely.
It's called, and we talked about it at our other meetings, it's called the TRIM study. And it was done, a group of researchers out of Stanford and UCLA, they reversed the aging process. Now, this is the first time this has been recorded in recent medicine. There's a process that they can actually study your biological clock, not your chronological clock. If you're 60 years old, you're 60 years old. But we can actually look at your genes and see what your true biologic age is. It's a process that's been out a few years. We find that as we age, actually our genes don't age. The process by which the information goes from the gene to your body, that's where the problem is. That slows down, there's a problem with it, and that's what causes aging. So there's a simple, I shouldn't say simple, there's a process that they can determine this through a process called methylation, and they can see, are these people indeed aging or not? This is the first time we've had this tool and applied it. So a group of researchers took some individuals and they gave them growth hormone, DHEA, zinc, and metformin, and to see what would happen. And amazing, they studied them for about 2 years, but in the first year, they actually reversed aging by 2.5 years. Reversed aging. Wow. Why they picked those things? Well, the growth hormone, they could use it with what they considered an appropriate dose. They gave them metformin, which is something to control glucose. Remember, we mentioned glucose could be a problem. Controlled it, and the DHEA and the zinc were similarly placed for a variety of anti-aging reasons. So this is a landmark, we'll call it a pilot study. So all good. Now, for full disclosure, this is a pilot study. There were only 9 individuals in the study. So it's a very small study, but very exciting. Right. Why didn't they do more people? Money, expense. It costs over $100,000 just for this pilot study. But now that this pilot study is there, they'll do a lot more research, and we'll see. But it's exciting. So I think the people should know, you don't run out and do all these things yet. We're looking at it in great detail.
Yeah.
So you mentioned, so what happens? A patient comes into me. Generally, they're not looking for growth hormone. They're aging and they're slowing down, and they may get a little abdominal fat, and they're saying, "Doc, help me." Now, again, I'm going to go through the diet and the exercise, a complete and detailed history and physical. And that's something that you and your specialty, and because you do the same thing, the average physician, they're excellent at what they do, but they don't have the time to go into this detail. Generally, they're there for a problem oriented. They may have 10 or 15 minutes with a patient, and it's very, very difficult for them to provide this kind of care. I'm not criticizing them. It's just the way it is. We in naturopathic and integrative medicine will try and take the time. The first interview may be half hour, 45 minutes, an hour, or even more, to really see what the desires of the patient are, and then finding out what their problems are. So it's a detailed history, and then a physical examination, and then fairly detailed laboratory evaluation. Nothing experimental, it's just complete. So I tell my patients I'll start at the top of their head and work down to their toes. So I might do vitamin status, thyroid evaluations, certainly hormone status, and this is really, really important. And there is a test that can help determine growth hormone deficiency, which is what they call IGF-1, because it's the end result of what growth hormone acts on. You don't make a diagnosis by a laboratory test, but the physical examination, or let's go back, the history overlaps. Somebody that's fatigued, maybe a decreased sexual desire, all of these things can overlap with other hormones and other deficiencies. That's why you can't pick one thing. It's a combination. Mm-hmm. So once that history and physical has put those red lights on where you're thinking about possible growth hormone deficiency, then the laboratory evaluation is going to confirm that. And then again, that's generally the IGF-1 test. There were a lot more detailed testing in the past. I don't think I'll go into that detail here. They can kind of read my book, but it's more complicated. Part of the problem was the federal government, in their quest, required what they call stimulation tests that were expensive and high risk. And without that test, the doctor was probably at risk himself of his licensor. Remember we talked about they're going after the physicians. Right. So he was probably required to do that. But they recently changed the recommendations from the drug companies where that testing is probably not necessary. And that's a big help to the patient and to the physicians. So we have a history, we have a physical that are suggestive of growth hormone deficiency, and then we have a lab along with other testing that helps confirm it. Then at that point, when you, again, history, physical, you've done the diet, you've done the exercise, and I will generally do supportive hormones first, and then we'll add the growth hormone if nothing else is corrected. The only thing that people have to be aware of, it's very expensive. Although the price is coming down a little bit, it can be as much as $1,000 a month for growth hormone. There are ways now, some of the companies are coming out with other products maybe a little bit cheaper. Nonetheless, it's expensive. Insurance companies at this point are not generally covering it unless you have a board certified endocrinologist. And that's kind of their way out of it. So you, with all your experience, and me, even though I'm an author and so forth, if I prescribe it for a patient, they might not pay for it. The insurance company may not pay for it.
Right.
So that's a problem the patient just has to be aware of. Things may change, but everything is just slow to change. So we will help the best we can. Most of us, if there's an insurance issue, we usually have other references that we can make. We may refer to a sympathetic endocrinologist, but that's a little bit of an issue. So if a patient comes into you and wants growth hormone, that's something that just needs to be discussed. But it's not illegal to prescribe it under those circumstances. The other thing they should be aware of, it is by injection only. It's a very simple way to do it. It's a very small needle, a very small amount, and really not particularly painful. We give it in a natural way. Your own body produces growth hormone, tends to produce it in the evening. So you give yourself a small injection in the evening. And then we watch for side effects, which are relatively few. That's probably the easiest way to go over it. And then the changes may take anywhere from 2 to 6 months. And then in combination with the other things they've done with their diet and exercise, the comments that I get from my patients, you've given me my life back. It's amazing. I was OBGYN for many years. I delivered babies, which is a very happy thing, but it's actually more rewarding at this point for me to have a 50, 60, 70-year-old patient come in, even more, and they kind of roll into your office and they're depressed, they're crying, life isn't good for them, and then in a few short, maybe months, they come back and they say, "You've given me my life back." They're shining, their eyes are bright. It's amazing. People say, my colleagues will say, "Doctor, it's placebo," meaning you fool them with what you're telling them. Well, I tell my colleagues, if I am that good, where I can fool somebody for 6 months or years at a time. I pat myself on the back and say, bless us for that. So placebo is not the answer in this case.
Right. Well, that's a great overview. Now, you've written with some other well-known doctors this book, Hormonal Bioidentity, Keeping Your Patient Happy, Healthy, and Sexually Alive. You have a good chapter on growth hormone and all the other major hormones. Maybe just talk a bit about that. And I know people can get that off of Amazon.com, of course.
Yes, the book is been out about 2 or 3, maybe 3 months at this point. It's been very well received. The reason we wrote this book is that in integrative medicine, people say, "Who are you? What are you doing? What are your sources? This is hype. This is crap. This is placebo." Okay, well, this book talks about, in the chapters, it goes through the paradigms, it goes through some suggestions, it goes through the pathophysiology. It's fairly detailed, but it also provides references. Over 1,000 peer review references supporting what we do at the end of each chapter. And each reference has we put a paragraph of summary so that you can read what the reference was. Now that's essential because we've picked references that not necessarily support, but they talk to the subject that we're discussing in the chapter. Some is positive, some is negative, but generally we're trying to give an overview. So we've used the endocrinology literature, for instance. We use the subspecialty literature. So I'll have an endocrinologist, for instance, I say, "Well, I don't understand, Dr. Giroux, where you get all this information about growth hormone. I don't agree with it." I say, "Okay, your Society of Endocrinology has the following 50 references. So let's kind of discuss those and look at it." So that's important. So we've given a primer of what to expect, and we've given some support to it. My co-authors, Dr. Rothenberg and Chris Hart, are in San Diego. Excellent, pioneers in the subject. Dr. Barrett, who's in San Mateo, also has an eye for cosmetic as well as the anti-aging. I have no eye for that kind of thing, but Dr. Barrett does. I can look at somebody, everybody looks good to me, but you need a special touch to do the other part of it, the other Botox and so forth. But all of it stems from a balance. That's why we call it hormonal bioidentity. Everybody has a bioidentity, and it needs to be in proper balance.
Wow, that's well said. And then lastly, just tell us a bit about your practice. If people want to see you, where your practice is, and what they can do, if there's a website or what you recommend to get a hold of your office.
Thank you. I'm with Palo Alto Medical Foundation, which is in the San Francisco Bay Area. They can access my name, and they can find me pretty easily that way. I can give them a telephone number, but I think it's probably okay to just Google my name, and it's Palo Alto Medical Foundation. We don't make it complicated. And I have a large practice. I see men and women, more women than men because of my background. I'd say 35% are men. Men are interesting. They kind of get that mojo, and they're kind of being pushed out in the workplace. And they kind of have a slow decline between 40 and 60. The women kind of at the menopause, it's more quick for the women. I wish, and I think you would agree, that I wish people would come to me when they were 30. Right. Because it would just need a little bit of a tune-up, a little bit of maintenance. You wouldn't have to do much, and then you can kind of set in the right direction. But most people, we're all human, and we wait until things start to go south on us. Right. So it's a general practice, and if someone wants to meet with me, they just say, "I want to make an appointment to discuss hormones with Dr. Giroux." Or Dr. Barrett is in San Mateo. She has a private practice. I'm with a large organization, Palo Alto Medical Foundation. And so we tend to use that approach. Dr. Barrett has a smaller office in San Mateo, which I think is a more a private setting, a smaller office. And Dr. Rothenberg and Chris Hart in San Diego have a similar practice. And we're all easily, if they get the book particularly, they can see the names and so forth. So we're easy to find. We're not hiding. And we enjoy this. We enjoy working with people. It's something all of us in this, their authors had other specialties. Dr. Barrett, Dr. Rothenberg were emergency physicians, and we all saw the light. In fact, a short caveat. I started this 15, 20 years ago. I went into a meeting by mistake. And I think it was an AA4 meeting. And I walked into the meeting and I sat down and listened, and they were telling me things that I had never heard before. Mainstream wasn't telling us this. These were Nobel Prize nominees. These were Harvard, Cambridge, unbelievable credentials. And I'm sitting at the back of the audience thinking, wow, amazing what we have not been told. And from there on, I went and did some research and re-educated. So it's kind of amazing.
Well, you did
I have
an
to admire you
excellent
for what
job. Oh,
I
go
have to
ahead.
admire you for also for what you're doing. Without people such as yourself getting the word out, no one would be doing this. They just be kind of getting overweight and getting their diabetes and their heart disease and their bypasses, and they really wouldn't have an answer. They wouldn't be able to do anything about it.
Oh, yeah, thank you. We've given a great overview for our viewers, and we thank you for your time, your expertise. And again, for the viewers, feel free to get a hold of the doctor here in his practice, the book, Hormonal Bioidentity. Get it on Amazon. I think you'll find it a tremendous resource, not just on growth hormone, which has a very good chapter, but all the major hormones we've been talking about in this summit. So thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Hey everyone, hope you enjoyed that. A lot of people have a lot of questions about growth hormone, so I think you saw in that video, in that segment, your questions I'm sure were answered. Now I want to answer some of the questions you've been posting. Let's start off with Carmen. She asked, should I take pregnenolone? Well, pregnenolone is one of the foundational adrenal hormones in the body, and it's really a precursor hormone. It makes all the other hormones in the body. So if you're low in pregnenolone, you could have problems like you can't control pain, inflammation, poor memory, fatigue, and many other symptoms. So yes, my patients' levels are low. I do have them supplement pregnenolone. It can be very good. The next one by Sandy. If a person's taking Synthroid and they stop it, or does Synthroid itself suppress your own thyroid production? Well, it certainly could. I mean, it certainly could. You have to remember that most people have low thyroid from Hashimoto's thyroiditis, the autoimmune component. So it depends how bad the autoimmunity's been in destroying your thyroid tissue. But one of the problems when you start the hormones, especially the synthetic hormones, when you're on them, the body's own production can get lazy. But there's certainly cases where we use the right diet, exercise, supplements, and bring a person's own thyroid function back up. That can happen. Next by Marie, is it better to eat cooked or raw vegetables? Well, generally with foods like fruits and vegetables, generally the raw state is better. However, there are some people due to digestive issues, they may need to have lightly steamed or cooked vegetables. The question often is asked in terms of thyroid. Are raw vegetables, the cruciferous vegetables like broccoli, cauliflower, bok choy, Brussels sprouts, the cruciferous vegetables, they have what are called goitrogens, and goitrogens can interfere with iodine metabolism. You need iodine to make thyroid hormone. So the answer is the studies really aren't clear. If you're concerned about eating a lot of raw goitrogen foods, you can resolve that by lightly cooking them, lightly steaming them. The goitrogens will be inactivated. In general, I haven't found it a problem with patients over 25 years, but if you're concerned, again, that's one way you can get around it and still have your cruciferous vegetables. Then Diane asks about what should she do for a loss of sex drive and libido. Well, typically hormonally what you'll find with patients, usually the DHEA level is low or the testosterone level is low, but there's other hormones that could be a problem too. Low progesterone, low estrogen, low thyroid, all these things can cause low libido, although testosterone is more directly involved with that. We just heard about growth hormone, that can be involved too. So what I'll do is I'll take a patient's symptoms, do some testing, find out where the problems are, and then balance those hormones naturally. And then normally you can restore that sex drive. Then Roxy asks, for persons eating a low-calorie diet, a very low-calorie diet, can that affect the hormone balance? And the answer is yes, it absolutely can. So too low of a calorie diet gets your stress hormones up and creates stress hormone imbalance. Dr.
We have
Dave?
one question coming in, Doc,
Okay.
from Paige, and she's asking, with female incontinence, urgency and urinary health be covered? 24/7-year-old, and it is impacting my work, relationships, and psychological health. So if you could maybe talk about hormones and hormone balance when it comes to female incontinence, urgency, and urinary health.
Well, sure. In women especially, the hormones that influence urinary health, number one is estrogen. So if your estrogen level is too low, you lose tonification of the bladder muscles. Low DHEA can be a factor, and low testosterone. Those are some of the things that we find to be an issue. Obviously doing things like Kegel exercises, the right intra-abdominal exercises in the long run can be helpful too. But yes, there can be a hormonal connection, and work with an integrative doctor and see if that's going on with you. But as the things we're talking about here, the things in the summit, I address these in much detail in my hormone protocols, as you can see on the screen there. So if you want to get more information on precisely how to balance out the different hormones, diet, supplements, exercise, using natural hormones, how to test the hormones most accurately, that's what I do in the protocols. So That's something a lot of people have found very valuable to give them a step-by-step guide as to what to do to solve these common hormonal issues. So we're going to have Doug Kaufman coming up next, my friend, an expert in the relationship between fungal problems and hormone balance.
What in the world are we seeing with this explosion of hormone diseases, right? Hormone-driven diseases. We know breast cancer, diseases like that, estrogen-dependent, estrogen-driven diseases. But why does everyone have a thyroid or parathyroid problem? Why are infertility clinics booming in America? What's going on with our hormone-producing symptoms? And when you have a session on hormone balancing, the logical question that arises, are they unbalanced? What would I feel like if they're unbalanced? And all I want to do is balance them. Please, somebody teach me how to do that. Many good experts are in this symposium teaching you all of this. I want to introduce you to something today that your doctor is unaware of. Unfortunately, many of our scientists, most of our scientists, are totally unaware of what I'm going to present today. You see, there are endocrine disruptors. Oh, what are the endocrine glands? Let's take a look at that right now. Okay, here we have them. Up there on the left, the hypothalamus, the pituitary gland. Below that, your thyroid. Then the pancreas. Then below that, the testicle. On the other side, the ovaries. Above that, the adrenal glands sit on top of each kidney. The thymus, and then the pineal gland. These are endocrine glands. Now, when one of those is out of sync, we go to what? An endocrinologist. So an endocrinologist is a physician who graduated from medical school. Then he did a couple-year residency, internship residency, and then he went on to study the hormones. That's what they study. And it strikes me as so strange that an endocrinologist doesn't know what we're going to be talking about today. Good people, 3 times my IQ. But when it comes to studying what happened kind of under the radar 20, 30, 40 years ago, they don't share this information with doctors. Very often chemists and big companies get together and they make their deals. I want to read you because I think it's important that I tell you where the World Health Organization is on something we call endocrine disruptors. Again, let's go back to the beginning. If in fact your hormones are unbalanced, they're part of your endocrine system. The endocrine system is that which makes hormones. Your hormone system is unbalanced, and endocrine disruptors can do that. So first, let me read you a little excerpts from the World Health Organization, really an authority. I think they've done some of the best work on understanding what's disrupting my thyroid. How come I can't conceive? How come I have breast cancer? What are these cysts on my ovary? What is going on in my life? Why is my hormone system not working? World Health Organization, just a few years ago. By 2012, close to 800 chemicals are known or suspected being capable of interfering with hormone receptors, hormone synthesis, or hormonal conversion. This is verbatim right from them. However, only a small fraction of these chemicals have been investigated in tests capable of identifying overt endocrine effects in intact organisms. Wait a minute. You're telling me 1,000 of these, and this was 2012, imagine today. You're telling me that we're not testing these in human subjects? A small fraction of these chemicals, 800, 1,000, maybe 2,000, have been investigated in tests capable of identifying overt endocrine effects on us. How do they get on the market? Folks, you develop something. Our Food and Drug Administration, they're very busy. They say, well, that can't possibly hurt anybody. Go ahead and put it in your cosmetics. Go ahead and make Roundup. When you and I think endocrine disruptors, we've seen it all over the news. Somebody won a $20 million lawsuit against the makers of Roundup because it was a known endocrine disruptor, and this man got cancer. I'd say that's worth something to that man. The jury decided it was worth 20 million or 40 million, whatever the settlement was. These are endocrine disruptors. More commonly, we've been reading, haven't we? We've been reading about mercury, amalgam, neurotoxic, and it's an endocrine disruptor. We've been reading about bisphenol A, BPA, a plastic bottle. I wish I had one sitting here. A plastic bottle of water. You mean that plastic has something called BPA, and BPA is a known endocrine disruptor? And all of a sudden people are raising, well, no wonder, because I have mercury in here, and I drink plastic, bottles of water when I get hot, when I work out, things of that sort. But folks, if I told you that an incredible, very credible science had been totally overlooked, what would you say? It was back in the 1980s, 70s, that we discovered an estrogenic product. It mimicked human estrogen almost perfectly. And it was in a fungus. And this fungus we find in oats, rice, corn, wheat. I mean, it's fascinating, folks. So a mold grows on these products out in the field. Then we pull them, we silo them, it rains outside, they get wet, and this mold contaminates the grains. In America, as far as I know, we only test for one of the 1,000 fungal byproducts that are poisonous. And that one is known to cause human cancer, liver cancer, hepatocellular cancer. It's called aflatoxin. But there's one, a mold called Fusarium, that degrades and becomes immunotoxic. It mimics estrogen in our body. Why are 1% of the breast cancer diagnoses today in we men? Well, that begs the question, where is this product? Where is Fusarium? It makes a couple of poisons. One of them is called DON, deoxynivalenol. It makes another one, though, called Zeranol. Oh, it makes the T2 toxin. Many of these are very poisonous, and it's natural, folks. You see, in the case of mercury, in the case of drinking water or cosmetics, we are adding these things, but we're not adding zearalenone to anything except our meat supply. And only we in America are doing that. Other countries, well, that's not true. North America, Canada, and the US. As a matter of fact, such a problem it was a short time ago that a Dr. Mike Greger, I love his website, the Fusarium mycotoxin called zearalenone. You don't have to remember that. You can play this back. In 1979, an epidemic of breast enlargement was noted in children in Italy. Poultry or veal was suspected, given that estrogens may be fed to farm animals to accelerate their weight gain. After this episode of the precocious puberty, the European Union banned the application and use of anabolic growth promoters in agriculture, as well as the importation of American meat from animals injected with drugs like Zeranol. Zearalenone is the natural poison made by Fusarium fungus. Nothing we can do about it except avoid it. But a drug company, a chemical company, has made a product that's synthetic. I don't know if money can be made on a natural product from mold, but they sure are making money on something called Ralgro. Ralgro is then given to cows when they're very young to make them grow very quickly. I've always worried about a different mycotoxin, fungal metabolite, that was added to beef and chickens and pigs. That's antibiotics, penicillin-derived antibiotics. They're mycotoxins. Now here comes another one. In the world of mycotoxins, these are fungal poisons. 1 and 1 doesn't make 2. When you have 2 simultaneously, it might make 17. So it's that much more powerful. And we're putting them in cattle when they're young so they grow quickly. We can sacrifice them and have new milk, new meat, new yogurt, new cheese. You know where I'm going. New butter. And studies have been done on this, folks. But I want to tell you the most important thing. I never asked to do this to alarm you, rather to awaken you. Maybe I'm wrong, okay? But endocrine disruptors are in our meat and milk supply, trace amounts. And I believe it was 1993, the Food and Drug Administration here in the US tested this zearalenone and said, no, it's safe, we're only eating small amounts. But you see, the problem is we don't get one mercury filling. We don't buy one bottle of makeup. We don't drink a bottle of water. And nobody eats in their lifetime a hamburger. we load ourselves up and up and up. So our exposure to this Ralgro or Zeranol goes on and on and on. The most important thing I can teach you is the onus is on you and me to study this. You can go online. We have computers. 40 years ago, we didn't. Endocrine disruptors. Fusarium. Fusarium is a mold that makes a byproduct, a poisonous byproduct, called zearalenone. Makes several of them. So what I want you to do is think, do I have any endocrine problem going on? Precocious puberty, thyroid problems, infertility. What's the new one for American men? Low T. Do I have any of these problems going on? Diabetes, isn't that an endocrine problem? Then all I want you to do is assess your exposure. You've learned in feed and food. Feed is what cows and chickens and pigs eat. Food is what we humans eat. In America, the feed supply of these mycotoxins is plentiful. So we know our cows are eating this, right? And the farmer's given the chickens corn, rice, oatmeal, wheat. So they're getting this in their diet. Then we kill the animal and we eat the animal. Again, I agree with the FDA. Maybe trace amounts. But folks, the reason the good Lord gave us a thumbprint is for us to acknowledge we're all different. Every one of us is different. Imagine the billions of thumbprints there are that are all unique. So whereas someone can drink milk in their cereal, oh my gosh, there we go, corn, wheat, and milk, and go through diabetes, 9 of 10 may not. The FDA studied this years ago and said, no, this is no problem. I'm looking at it from a totally different perspective. And the science is really saying we have a problem. Zeranol, one of the most potent known endocrine disruptors, Zeranol from this Fusarium mold is 100,000 times more estrogenic than BPA, plastic. And yet every newspaper we pick up says, be careful drinking that bottled water, put it in glass. That bottled water is going to, be careful getting another mercury filling. 100,000 times more potent an estrogen mimicker than this plastic. And it's in our meat supply. Okay? That's the take-home message. You want to be careful if you're having endocrine problems, if your hormones are unbalanced. Please talk to your doctor about endocrine disruptors, go online, study them, and then say, you know, doctor, it's fascinating. I crave corn and wheat. I eat a lot of rice. I eat a lot of oatmeal, but I drink a lot of milk, eat a lot of yogurt, and I eat a lot of beef. If you eat range-fed, grass-fed, grass-finished meat, you're okay. You'll get the cow's hormone, but remember the cows were feeding on hay and corn, so you'll get some of it. But these farmers don't put the inserts into the ears or however they give you this Zeranol. They don't use that. I avoid grains because I know this. I've studied this for 40 years, and I don't want to eat grains. I avoid store-bought meat. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm telling you, if this sinks in, if after a month of avoiding these foods, you're feeling much better and your hormones just, poof, balance all of a sudden, what was driving them down was your diet. This is what doctors and endocrinologists really don't know, but now you do.
Hi, I'm Dr. Schallenberger. I'm here to talk to you specifically about one hormone. It's testosterone. And so I'm going to kind of run through that a little bit and tell you how you can, how you really ought to know what's going on with your testosterone levels. Before I get into that, I'm going to talk a little bit about diagnosing testosterone deficiency and hormone deficiencies in general. So I just want to make a big point, and that is, do not diagnose whether you need to replace a hormone simply from a lab test. I don't care if it's a saliva test, a blood test, a urine test, it doesn't matter. There's a number of reasons for this, but I just kind of want to go through the two main reasons why you should not diagnose just from any test Then I'm going to tell you how you do determine whether you need need testosterone or any other hormone to be replaced. Number one reason is the range of hormone levels in human beings is huge. So I'm just going to pick on testosterone. Labs are different, but most labs will tell you that the range for testosterone deficiency is something between 250 and 1,000. That's a huge range. So let me put it to you this way. Let's say when you were 40 years old, your testosterone level was 900. That's in range. Good. And let's say you're now 60 years old and your testosterone level is 300. That's in range. But notice, it's 1/3 of what it used to be. So you're actually deficient. So you measure your testosterone level, it's in the lower end of the range. You still might be deficient. So you can't go on that. Number two reason you can't go on that has to do with receptors. All hormones work by interacting with what we call receptor molecules, typically on the surface of the cell. So basically you picture a hormone, comes up to the surface of the cell, finds a molecule on there called a receptor molecule that's specific to that hormone, like for example a testosterone receptor molecule. The hormone interacts with that receptor molecule, and it's that interaction that causes the important changes that the hormone is going to orchestrate. But here's the deal. We have no way of measuring how many receptors you have. So you could easily have a person with a very low level of testosterone, but a high number of receptors. In that case, the person's fine. They don't need testosterone. Likewise, you might have a person with a very high level of testosterone, but a low number of receptors, in which case that person actually needs testosterone even though their level is kind of high. So those are the two main reasons why with testosterone and really all the other hormones, you don't diagnose by blood levels or any level. Those tests are handy, but they're much more handy to monitor what's going on. Don't use them to diagnose. You diagnose with symptoms. You go see a practitioner that is familiar with all the signs and symptoms of the various hormone deficiencies. And if there's an adequate suspicion of a hormone deficiency, depending on your symptoms, and we're going to go through testosterone symptoms for just a second, a little bit here, but if you have symptoms related to testosterone deficiency, that practitioner will identify that and will tell you, you know what? It seems to me there's a good likelihood that you have a testosterone deficiency. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to initiate a clinical trial. And what that means is I'm going to give you testosterone, and then we're going to see what happens to these symptoms of yours. If your symptoms go away when I give you testosterone, that's pretty good proof that your symptoms are due to a testosterone deficiency. Likewise, at the end of the trial, which is typically 2 months long, if your symptoms aren't pretty much alleviated, that's good evidence that you don't have a deficiency. So that's how you make your diagnosis with 1, looking at symptoms, 2, a clinical trial. Now let's look at testosterone in particular with this. Main symptoms of testosterone deficiency. And this occurs in men and women, by the way. Testosterone is a male hormone, but it's only a male hormone because men have about, many more times of that hormone, can be, 50 times, 20 times as much of that hormone as women have. But don't think for a second that this isn't a really important hormone for women as well. So if you're listening to this and you're a woman, pay attention, because testosterone can play a big role in your life. Number 1, it's very important for libido in men and women. Number 2, it's really important for sexual performance. Orgasms, ability to maintain erections, all of that can be testosterone dependent. There are other factors, obviously, but testosterone's right in there for that one. One of the things that happens to us as we get older, and we don't like this part, is that we start to lose our lean body mass, meaning bones and muscles. And if you're a 70-year-old guy and you haven't been taking care of your hormones and you look yourself in the mirror, you'll see what I'm talking about. Your physique does not look like it used to. You've lost your muscle. You've also lost bone, but you just can't see that. So to maintain your bone and muscle mass, which some studies say, by the time you reach 70, you've lost 1/3 of your lean body mass. Pretty incredible. Testosterone is a very important hormone to help maintain that, so that you could be old and not lose it, is the point. Another symptom that's characteristic of testosterone is low stamina and low recovery. So when you go out to do something, you're going to take a hike, you go on a tour of Italy and you're walking all over the place. You go to decide you're going to be you're going to enter a marathon or something. And you notice that you just don't have the stamina you used to. That's a sign of testosterone deficiency. The other sign is you go and you do that endeavor and it takes you days, if not weeks, to recover from it. Whereas as a younger person, you might have recovered in 1 or 2 days. So lack of stamina and decreased ability to recover. Testosterone is incredibly important for mood, but there's a special angle to this mood that you should know about. All the hormones can deal with mood with one level or another, but when you're testosterone deficient, the moodiness is sort of around not enjoying your life as much, not enjoying the things that you're passionate about. Sex would be an example. If you're testosterone deficient, you just probably don't even care about it that much anymore. If you're testosterone, let's say you're an avid golfer, and you love to golf. If you're testosterone deficient, you might find yourself thinking, you know what, I don't feel like playing golf today. It's that kind of apathetic sort of lack of interest in what you normally have some passion over. So if you see that kind of thing happening with your mood, that's the kind of depression that's typical of testosterone. Another thing that can happen with testosterone deficiency is an anemia, an unexplained anemia. So if you have an anemia and your doctor says, I don't really know why you have this, it could be from low testosterone deficiency. Testosterone is very important for the brain, both for mood but also for cognitive effects. So your brain's ability to think clearly, to think sharply, to concentrate and focus, and to remember things, be quick, all that sort of stuff that maybe is not so good as you get older, a lot of that can be reversed by replacing your testosterone levels. The other thing I want to remind you of is that when you replace all hormones, particularly testosterone, and you can actually prevent the diseases that are so common as we get older. And so with testosterone, it's a little controversial, but most of the studies show that replacing testosterone levels will prevent heart disease and will prevent strokes. It's well known that testosterone replacement prevents diabetes. So if you got some diabetes in your family, you might have the genetics for it, and you definitely want to be on top of whether or not you need testosterone. Because if you do need it and you don't replace it, you're putting yourself at extra risk for getting diabetes. Osteoporosis doesn't typically happen in men like it does in women, because men tend to maintain higher testosterone levels as they get older than women. But particularly for women and also for men, to prevent osteoporosis, testosterone is there. And it will also prevent a lot of the arthritis, the degenerative arthritis, the bad knees, the bad hips, sometimes the bad ankles that we see in all of us, or most of us as we get older. That kind of degenerative disease can be prevented with testosterone therapy. So I hope this gives you a little bit of idea how important this one particular hormone is for both men and for women.
Here, I hope you guys have been enjoying this amazing day that we have. We have been learning so much about hormone balance, and I just wanted to take a second as a woman to speak to the women watching this. I have battled on and off throughout the years with hormone imbalance, as many of us had. Dr. Mark has said numerous times today, 90% of us struggle with hormone imbalance. So it's something that, I have been greatly affected by in my life. And honestly, since I have started taking my supplements and since I have started following these health protocols, my energy levels are through the roof, and honestly, I didn't know I could feel this good. And I'm not just saying that. If you would have met me 5 years ago, before I started eating this way, before I started changing my lifestyle in the way that Dr. Mark's protocols talk about, it would be like meeting a different person. I struggled constantly with pain, inflammation, chronic fatigue. I mean, you name it, I had it all. And I just really want to speak to the people who are maybe feeling discouraged, because there is a hope and there is change that you can drastically make in your body by just making some simple shifts. So we're doing the 50% off, and it's only for people who are attending the summit, because we're so passionate about this. And you get these 3 supplements. So we have the multivitamin, the adrenal, and then we have the estrogen balance. And when you get the protocols, you also get the meal plan. We take you step by step, so it's not overwhelming. I've done other programs before where I get so confused and I'm like, what am I doing here? What am I doing here? It's very step by step. So check it out. The link's right below. And tell us what you think. If you guys have questions, we will we'll reach out to you. We'll answer your questions. We're very, very passionate about helping you feel your best. And I don't want any other woman to have to experience or suffer for no reason, because like I said, I have completely changed like 180 in the past few years.
Hi, my name is Sherry Vreeman, and I'm a certified essential oil coach. I'm really excited to talk to you today about helping balance hormones with essential oils. They are fantastic partners with the body when it comes to finding balance in so many areas. So let's talk hormones. We know that hormones are chemical messengers that work throughout our body with a lot of different systems and organs to find balance. And when we're off hormonally, we know that it shows up, right? It shows up in our skin, our hair, our nails, sleep, our moodiness, maybe some brain fog. It's very, very evident. So finding hormonal balance, I mean, that's so important for men and women alike. So today, we have to really be on top of this, because everywhere we go, there are endocrine disruptors. There are things we're exposed to that are getting in the way of our hormones balancing. So we find those disruptors in plastics, right? In the soil, sometimes in the food we eat. We're exposed to them every day. And we're exposed to them a number of times habitually by our own choice in ways we're not even aware of. So I want to talk to you today about 3 areas that you can take back control, remove that disruption from your life, get out of the way of your body. It's wonderfully and miraculously made, and partner with it to seek that balance. I'm telling you, every area of your life will feel better. So let's start with number 1, essential oils. Swap out cleaning products. Even these products that are calling themselves natural, right, can be very misleading. We have to learn to read labels, but just because it says non-toxic doesn't mean it's good for us. So I want to offer you today that we want to not just get out of the way, we want to partner with the body. We want to come alongside and bring us strength to move towards balance. So let's swap out everything that we clean our homes with right now. Counters, floor cleaners, scrubbing tubs, right? Mirrors. In the air, we're spraying aerosols. We're breathing in, thinking it's smelling better, thinking we're killing bacteria in the air, when really we're just moving toxicities around that are just as bad. Let's get rid of those things. Let's simplify, and let's make our own cleaner. Now, I am not a big DIYer, but you don't have to be, because this is so simple with essential oils. God has made through nature this incredible gift that in itself, innately, it works this way. It's going to help you fight the bad guys. It's designed with this in its DNA, right? So essential oils are aromatic plant compounds, and when you source them correctly from a potent source, and you have a guarantee of purity, which you need to be careful of because there's no FDA regulation on this, so you need to know where your oils come from. But when you get that right oil, it is going to effectively help you clean your environment as well as your air, and you're going to save money. And you're going to come along and partner with your body, because there are aromatic benefits, not just, again, not having the bad guy, but there's benefits to breathing it in, whether you use it on a counter, right, or the mirror, or in the air. So I'm going to give you my top 3 favorite oils. Number 1, lemon oil. Who doesn't love clean, pure lemon? We see out in the industry, they're using synthetic lemon flavor or smells in their products. I'm telling you, when you get a pure lemon, it is undeniably awesome, super powerful, super effective, very purifying, very cleansing, very antiseptic, incredibly strong for cleaning. I simply get myself a 16-ounce glass bottle, very important. I like them dark because oils can tend to, in light, change a little bit. So dark is better, cool, dark space. And I use about 30 drops of oil, half a cup white vinegar, and I fill the rest with distilled water. So if I just want a bottle of lemon oil to clean with, and again, counters, sinks, tubs, right, bathrooms, kitchens, floors, wood, I will simply put lemon in. Otherwise, I'll mix my essential oils in that vinegar water mixture. I love number 2, tea tree oil. Very, very, again, purifying and antiseptic and cleansing. So tea tree is something I use especially in areas like bathrooms, shower floors, where I know there's potential fungus and, really the bad stuff, the toilets. We've got a lot of mats in a gym where we work out, so we use that melaleuca in there as well. So I like to do 10 drops of lemon, 10 drops of melaleuca, and I'll add in another favorite of mine, number 3. It's a blend of cinnamon, orange, and clove. So we've got incredible antioxidant support in this combo. Very, very effective for cleaning, and it smells fabulous. Any 3 of those oils can be used by themselves. I love to mix them. Another cool thing about oils is you can mix and match, right? You really can't do it wrong. You've got a powerhouse of cleaner, and this is the one bottle that I've got under the sink. So everything else is out of there. And it doesn't matter if people prepare food on that counter surface, if they're washing veggies in the sink, if they're in the bathroom, right, taking a bath, there's no residue. I'm not concerned about children crawling across the floor, right, or pets and animals maybe licking the floor after it's been cleaned, or anything, right, because I know it's safe. I know that it's truly, truly going to support the system and the body. So it's not just natural. It's not just non-toxic. Essential oils are created to come alongside and partner for health. So definitely swap out your cleaning products. And besides getting a great job done with those surfaces, our aromatic benefits are fantastic, right? Your family's going to benefit all the way around versus breathing in the toxic other things that we're using that leave a residue that we're not even aware of. All right, so cleaning products, number 1. Number 2, skincare. Do you know, statistics tell us that we use hundreds of chemicals and toxins daily on our skin from products that we're really choosing ourselves, whether it's a hairspray or a deodorant or a shaving cream or makeup or eye makeup remover or mousse. It just goes on and on and on, right? The list it's terrible. And so we're exposing ourselves by choice, many times ignorantly, without knowing it. What we put in our skin ends up in our system and disrupting. Now remember, we want to help our hormones balance. So we don't want it in the air. We don't want it on our skin. We don't want it inside of us or the people we love. So I love using essential oils in my lotions, in my skincare. Anything that we're applying to our bodies is suntan lotion, sunscreen, right? We use a clean base. Many times for skincare, I'll use a fractionated coconut oil or maybe a sweet almond oil, right? And you can get these things at your natural health food store. And I simply will add a few of my favorite essential oils. Now, the cool thing about essential oils is they're very unique, just like our systems. When we're looking to support the body with our hormones, we have a lot in common, right? But we're very unique. So your hormone balance, even if you're a woman in her later 50s, like myself, right? We can have a lot in common, but we still have different stresses, different genetics, different, nutrition, different exercise. We're different. So we're still going to have some differences when it comes to our balance. So we need help uniquely. And that's the cool thing about these essential oils. They have an innate intelligence that when they come into the body, they work with the intelligence of the body. Your body's always moving to help you heal. It's always working to refresh and renew and restore and rejuvenate. And those oils are going to come alongside and say, hey, I want to help you do that. What are you looking for balance, right? That's what we want. Unique support. So when you're using lotions on your children, on yourself, or shaving creams or skincare regimen, it's so important that what we're slathering on every single day for most of us, morning and evening rituals, is not toxic. And there are ingredients hidden that we can be very unaware of, and they disrupt hormones, right? They're endocrine disruptors. They're getting in the way. We think they're helping rejuvenate us. We think they're helping us look younger, but we've got to work from the inside out. I like to say you can only put so much paint on an old barn. In other words, we can paint on makeup and put things on topically, and they matter because they end up in our system. But we have to focus on, what is this system doing? Is what I'm bringing in helping bring that balance, or is it getting in the way somehow? So take a look at your skincare products. Look at what your children are using. Look at what your spouse is using. Look at what's in that shaving cream. I like to find a clean base and then add oils. My top 3 for skin are: number 1, lavender. Lavender. Everybody knows lavender. Why? Because for years and years, way ancient of days, right? Lavender's been used for skin. We know that it's incredibly soothing. It's going to support the body with anti-inflammation. It's going to support the body in rejuvenation. It's going to help with any sort of maybe scars or blemishes. As the body wants to heal, that lavender is going to come alongside and help. Burns, lavender is incredible for supporting the body as it's moving towards that place of balance. So lavender on the skin is incredibly supportive. It's a fantastic oil. We also know that aromatherapy of lavender is so calming. Now, all of the stress, that is showing on our skin all over, right? We know how terrible stress is. So lavender not only has that physiological support when you use it topically, but you breathe it in. We know in about 22 seconds, a pure essential oil breathed in will reach the limbic area of the brain, and it will support the brain physiologically to begin to support those stresses, those emotions. So it's such a powerful win-win-win all the way around. Lavender, fantastic. Just 1 to 3 drops in about a quarter size of your cream. Mix it up and use it on your body. So lavender is fantastic. Tea tree oil is my number 2. This is awesome for breakouts, blemishes. For those who work out a lot, maybe are going through hormonal disruption in puberty, or just really are struggling with their hormones when it comes to their skin. Tea tree is a super great choice. Now it's the same tea tree oil we just used to clean. Isn't that awesome? Right? So we are saving money left and right. I mean, people spend hundreds of dollars on their skincare and you don't have to. So tea tree oil is fantastic. I had a baseball player in my home who would break out here. He had a sweaty baseball cap line there with a little drop of tea tree oil across the top of his forehead. It was just fantastic. It's cleansing properties and the way it would help his body respond and clear up. So tea tree is my number 2, absolutely. It's wonderful to come along the body and help as an antiseptic. So we got lavender, we've got tea tree, and number 3 is different, maybe not quite as common, but so powerful, and it's yarrow. Yarrow, it's a beautiful blue, rich oil, incredible for supporting the body with elasticity. Now I'm moving into my later 50s. Elasticity really matters to me, and I know that healthy place of youthfulness is going to be a fruit, right, of balance. Of finding a place of hormonal balance, which we all know, especially women who are maybe moving into those later years, our bodies are changing. So we definitely have to get rid of skincare that's not helping us find balance and use something like yarrow. So I like pomegranate oil as a carrier for my yarrow. I actually buy it already blended that way. And you can check the link below, and I'll definitely give you guys some resources and connect you to some more information. But I love, it's called yarrow pom, that mixture of yarrow oil and pomegranate oil. It's gonna help support against oxidative stress. It's gonna help support, like I said, with elasticity. It's gonna help with the calming. It's gonna help with youthful appearance of the skin. It is a fantastic oil, and it's wonderful for supporting the body as it's seeking balance in your hormones. So yarrow, pomegranate's my number 3. Okay, my 3rd area that is so important to swap out, and people do this on a daily basis, and they're not even aware many times, is fragrance. Okay, everybody wants to smell good, right? I want to smell good. Guys want to smell good. I can remember putting fragrance on my little 3-year-old son before we dropped him off at Sunday school. I want him to smell good, right? But perfumes and colognes are endocrine disruptors. They are disrupting what your hormones are trying to do. So we need
to not use perfumes and colognes. I have spent hundreds of dollars. It's been my Christmas present, it was, for years and years and years, these combinations of perfume sets. And I was always buying cologne for the men in my life. Here's a really cool part. We can step away from it. I know it may seem difficult, but we can step away from it because essential oils are what perfumes and colognes are copying to bring us these fragrances. Why would we not want the real deal, right? Why would we not want the true source? And here's another wonderful thing. Not just is it not going to disrupt your hormones, it's going to help your body seek balance because they were designed for that. Flowers, roots, trees, right? Bark, petals, innately in them, created in them, is this beautiful fragrance that will help your body physiologically. It will come alongside and partner with seeking balance, with helping your body find that rooted place of health. So you have got so many choices when it comes to essential oils and fragrance. I teach a whole class just on this. People love it, men and women alike, because it's fun. You get to choose what you love. I'm gonna give you 3 of my favorites. So number 1, ylang ylang. Now, I'm not a floral favorite female. Now, a lot of females are, and floral smells and aromas, they are attractive. Just think about nature, what God has done. Beautiful flowers, we're drawn to them. They're brought to women, right? In romance, we see the insects coming. There's a drawing to them. They're very, very attractive. Absolutely. So floral is just naturally a fragrance that we use when it comes to romance and to smelling good. So ylang ylang is actually known for, it has a reputation of the petals being strewn onto the newlyweds' bed the night of their honeymoon. So there's an aphrodisiac connected to it. There is just a romance, just a beautiful intimacy connected to this incredible ylang ylang flower. Beautiful floral fragrance, and it is one of the strongest supporters of hormone balance. So ylang ylang is an incredible choice. Now, I mentioned I'm not a super strong floral gal, but that's okay. I'll add a little bit of ylang ylang to a blend, or I'll just use it when I'm in the mood for floral. I'm kind of spicy. I'm kind of feisty, so I tend to like more of the fiery smells. I love smells that are woody and earthy and deep and rich. And so I tend to draw to things like wood oils, tree oils, cypress, fir, frankincense. It's a resin, right? It's an earthier smell. Maybe a drop of cinnamon. I love those rich, warm smells. Again, the awesome thing with essential oils is carte blanche. You can create your own and you can't do it wrong. So it's important to remember this. You want to create your fragrance with a carrier oil. Fractionated coconut oil is my favorite. Get yourself a 10 milliliter roller ball, and we're going to put about 15 to 25 drops of your choice of oils total. Whether it's a blend or whether it's just an oil that you love, maybe it's just ylang ylang, maybe it's just lavender, and then you're going to fill it, you're going to top it off with that fractionated coconut oil. Fractionated coconut oil is specific because it does not harden like your regular coconut oil in your kitchen, right? It's the only difference. So it's going to stay smooth. And then you've got a roller ball on the go. So this is mine. This is my fragrance. I throw it in my purse, and throughout the day, I will use it, the back of my neck, my wrists, wherever I have a pulse point, wherever I want the benefits, not just of fragrance now, remember, but of all that powerful oil is going to bring to support my hormones. So I'm not just protecting myself from disruption, I'm also helping, I'm also partnering with my body. So ylang ylang, number 1, incredible oil for using for fragrance. And then tree oils, the ones I mentioned, are fabulous. Lavender is a fabulous oil for fragrance. I know some women who love floral that love geranium, and that's another beautiful oil that supports the body in so many ways, especially hormonal balance. So there's not an oil that's going to really cause you any sort of disruption because He made them so incredibly wonderful. They're going to come alongside and they're going to help you reach what your goal is. So I want to encourage you today. You got to remove your fragrances. You've got to begin to bring in aromas that are going to support your body. Remember, they end up inside when you use them topically. When you breathe them in, they're right into your respiratory system and then affecting your whole body, especially head to toe, right? Head to toe. So it is just really vital, and especially our children. They're being exposed to all kinds of toxic children's smells, and we don't want that, right? We want those hormones being balanced as best they can as they grow and as they mature. And we can play a strong role in that. Men, I want to make sure you know that this is for you too. They're incredible, masculine essential oil smells. We've got sandalwood. I mentioned frankincense. Black pepper, for as crazy as that might sound, a couple drops of black pepper is so rich. It's so attractive. You're going to find oils that absolutely move you and support you. And it is so worth it. So there's a few swaps you can do that are so simple, so easy, very inexpensive. You're gonna save time, you're gonna save money, and you're gonna get out of your body's way as it's working hard to balance your hormones.
Well, welcome back. That was great information by Doug. You know, there's such a connection between fungal problems in the body and hormone imbalance. And I've known Doug for, boy, I think 15, 20 years now, and he's really one of the world's experts in showing the connection between health problems like hormone imbalance and fungal issues. But right now, I want to talk to you about the very common problem of hypothyroidism, also known as hypoactive thyroid or an underactive thyroid, which affects millions of Americans. As a matter of fact, it's one of the most commonly prescribed drugs in America is for people with low thyroid function. But you have to remember, there are millions of Americans who have not been diagnosed with low thyroid. They have what's called subclinical hypothyroidism, which means you may not find it on tests, but you have symptoms, signs and symptoms related to low thyroid function. But here are two of the classic symptoms you may have heard about: weight gain and fatigue. Now, why is that? Well, because when your thyroid is low, you need, you need thyroid hormones to drive energy production within your cells. So obviously, if you're not producing energy, you're going to have a slower metabolism and you end up with fatigue. So if you have these symptoms, you have to be suspicious you may have low thyroid. Two of my top supplements for people that have low thyroid, number one is selenium. There's many studies showing that selenium, around 200 micrograms a day, is very important helping to improve thyroid function. Your thyroid cells actually need selenium to make thyroid hormone. And the second one you need to make thyroid hormone is iodine. And a lot more people are becoming deficient in iodine because they're not eating sea vegetables, kelp products, things which are rich in iodine. And people are avoiding iodized salt because of things like high blood pressure, so they're becoming lower in iodine again. And these are building blocks, again, for your thyroid hormones. Foods, I really recommend a modified Mediterranean diet, which is rich in herbs and spices, omega fatty acids, clean proteins, and reduced in the carbs. So you're getting a wide variety of antioxidants and foods for thyroid health. But one very specific is Brazil nuts. Brazil nuts are actually a very good food source of selenium, so it's something you get naturally in your diet. Well, I've talked about these kind of things in much more detail in my protocol for hypothyroidism. So what I do is I walk people through exactly what do you do for testing, what are all the major signs and symptoms, why do people develop low thyroid? You know, the vast majority of cases, about 95%, are related to an autoimmune condition where your immune system attacks your own thyroid gland, known as Hashimoto's thyroiditis. And so you need to know how to identify if you have these issues going on and how you get those antibody levels down naturally to preserve thyroid function. So I talk about what supplements, what foods, exercises, and then if you need actual thyroid hormones, how you can do that naturally, the difference between synthetic and natural thyroid hormone replacement. So in my protocol, again, I walk people through this so you know exactly what to do naturally to get your thyroid working good so you can have good energy, you can lose weight, good memory and focus, good skin health, joint health, and many other symptoms related to thyroid function. So next we have Dr. Schellenberger, an expert in hormone replacement.
Hi everyone, Dr. Beverly Yates, MD, licensed doctor of naturopathic medicine. It's been my privilege to serve my patients and community as a naturopathic physician for over 25 years. My prior background before naturopathic medicine was working in Silicon Valley in the Silicon Forest as an electrical engineer from MIT. Now you might be wondering, wow, that seems like a big career shift. And simply for me, it was a transition from working on problems and doing problem solving with things. Then I transitioned to problem solving with people, often about really complex health problems. Over the years, it's been my privilege to help folks who've had problems with their hearts, with cardiovascular problems, and with diabetes. So today I'd like to talk to you a little bit about insulin and how it impacts weight. So for many folks, there's this ongoing struggle with weight. For women and for men, that conversation around aging tends to really start between ages 38 to 42. Now we can manage aging and make it our friend. It doesn't have to be a disaster. But for some of us, if we knew a little bit more sooner in our lives about how our hormones are impacted, we might make some other lifestyle choices. So whatever age you are, I hope you find this information helpful. So specifically, how does insulin impact weight? I'm going to share along the way with you some aspects of a patient story that I think really helps to highlight this. So insulin is a hormone, just like testosterone or estrogen or progesterone. And the thing about progesterone and estrogen and testosterone and cortisol, for that matter, is that most of us are aware that these things are hormones. But it's interesting to me, a lot of people don't know that insulin is a hormone. So it needs the same respect, care, and love that we would give to those other members of the hormone family, if you will, right? There's 4 aspects of lifestyle that profoundly impact the function of insulin and help your insulin to respond normally, or maybe push you towards having insulin resistance and real problems with how insulin interacts with blood sugar. Blood sugar is also called glucose. So for insulin, those 4 factors of lifestyle, those 4 pillars are nutrition, stress management, stress relief, too much stress maybe, sleep issues, and exercise. Those 4 together make a big difference in terms of how well your insulin does or doesn't work with your body's blood sugar. So in the case of many of us, we may find that we may have a family predisposition towards problems with insulin, whether that's type 2 diabetes or prediabetes. If you're a woman, you might have polycystic ovarian syndrome. If you're a woman or a man, you might have issues with insulin resistance and might have metabolic syndrome, right? And particularly for women, also there's the opportunity to potentially have gestational diabetes, which can set you up later in life for problems with insulin function. So here's the deal. Insulin, just like any hormone, is responsive to particular aspects of lifestyle. So when we talk about those 4 things, let's visit each one of them to have some clarity about how nutrition, stress, sleep, and exercise are impacted for insulin, right? So what's insulin's key job? Insulin's job is to take blood sugar, glucose from the bloodstream, and get it into the cell so it can provide energy for you, quite literally. One of the things I've noticed in my patients over the years, and most doctors will tell you, with people who have diabetes in particular, is that they're tired a lot. Type 2 diabetes and often pre-diabetes, some of the warning signs that the person has a lot of lethargy. They're tired, they're exhausted. They literally don't want to get up off the couch. And that can be a clue that something's changing. And if we can, help people manage that and hopefully change it, reverse it, great. But if you're already deep in the throes of that, please don't throw your hands up and give up. You could still make some improvements if you know exactly what you need to do, all right? So insulin's main job is to make energy available inside the cell, to go get that glucose, bring it across the cell wall, have it available inside the cell for energy. When that process doesn't work right, a person can experience increasing symptoms of feeling tired along with some other symptoms, right? Well, what happens is when insulin's not working as well and not taking that blood sugar out of the bloodstream like it's supposed to, put it in the cell for energy, the extra blood sugar stays outside the cell. Insulin then grabs up that excess, knowing that the kidneys, some other organs really don't like high levels of blood sugar. So insulin grabs it up and it parks it in the storage form as fat, typically in the belly, very often in the liver. People can easily get into something what's called fatty liver, and that's the process by which that happens. So with that in mind, right, you can see, what was normal becomes gradually over time more and more abnormal. All right, so with nutrition is the bullseye of the target. It's where we would primarily work to help make insulin work better. And in this case, a healthy diet, in this case, probably one that focuses in on complex carbohydrates. So things like beans and legumes, lentils, chickpeas, things like that would really be a helpful focus because those all come with fiber naturally bound to those foods so that it's not just carbohydrates without fiber, it's carbohydrates with fiber. That's the packaging you want. along with eating a balanced amount of, say, protein, healthy kinds of fats like avocados, nuts, and seeds, and then fruit with the skin on, things like that. Never fruit and simple syrups, etc. Those all put together, along with the leafy green vegetables, those are always going to be your blood sugar heroes and insulin friends, because leafy green vegetables are nutrient dense. They've got lots and lots of fiber. Those are going to be great as a team for healthful nutrition. Now, in the course of this video, I don't have enough time to go into a lot of depth, but I wanted to just make sure you have that set of, it's packaged up info that you can use right now. Okay, so you want to have balance there. All right, so let's visit the next topic, which would be stress. Stress causes the release of a hormone called cortisol. Cortisol causes the release of yet more blood sugar in your bloodstream. Why? Because your body perceives stress and wants to immediately respond to it with a fast source of energy, which is blood sugar, your glucose. Your body is also very sensitive to that, sees all this extra blood sugar being released when you're stressed, releases more, you guessed it, insulin. So as more insulin comes out, you rise to the occasion, you deal with your stress. If you are chronically stressed, this kind of a process is going on all the time, which means then at some point there's too much blood sugar. There's more than you actually need. So insulin is going to grab up that excess and store it as fat. This is how people who are chronically stressed get on a pathway to becoming obese. It's very easy to become overweight and then obese if you are stressed all the time. And for many people, they're surprised at how their weight can go up and up and up. And it's due to stress. It may not even be that they're overeating. And oh, by the way, as if this wasn't fair enough, being really stressed can cause you to have food cravings for foods that are high in calories and that are relatively high in carbs, and never the healthy kind of carbs. It's always going to be the simple stuff, right? The sweets, the sugars, the chips, the cookies, the candies. So with that in mind, just know that insulin is a big player there in the response to stress, especially if you're chronically stressed. Our next one, right, third on our list was sleep. If you have any sleep issues, sleep disorders, obstructive sleep apnea, insomnia, difficulty getting back to sleep, disrupted sleep, maybe hot flashes, etc., all of these things can come together and conspire and make your insulin less and less effective, much more resistant to doing its job, which is getting that glucose, that blood sugar, into the cell for energy. And it pushes you towards having a relative level of insulin resistance or insulin sensitivity, leaving the blood sugar outside that cell where it's available to be stored as fat. So your weight will go up. So if you have sleep problems, you're very much more likely to have problems with your weight, even if you're getting everything else right. So again, treat the cause, right? You always want to treat the cause. If it's nutrition and issues with diet, got to deal with that. Chronically stressed, got to deal with that. If you have problems with sleep, got to deal with that. And then our fourth pillar, right? The fourth one here is exercise. So listen, you can't out-exercise a bad diet. You got to make sure your nutrition makes sense for you. Having said that, exercise can be a very helpful partner to help improve insulin sensitivity and to lower insulin resistance. In particular, weight training can be surprisingly effective, particularly for women. And you don't have to necessarily lift a heavy, huge amounts of weight, but doing it regularly is probably the most consistent thing. So resistance training done regularly, along with movement that you enjoy, as I like to say. If you like to dance, or if you want to swim, if you want to do yoga, walk, ride a bike, whatever it is, if you do it regularly, like 5 to 6 days out of the week, you're much more likely to train that insulin to work better for you instead of working against you and causing you to have problems with your weight or have it get worse. This is how we stop the problem from worsening and improve it over time, okay? All right, so as we talk about those 4 lifestyle elements, I would like to share with you one of my patient stories that I think really helps to identify how all these pieces come together. So one of the things to know is that whatever age you are, you just start from wherever you start, right? It's all good. Now you make your choice to go forward with the information that you've gathered and to take the actions that are going to be helpful for you. And if one thing doesn't work, the good news is you've got lots of other things that could be helpful. Until you figure out what your secret sauce is, it's worth staying hopeful and continuing to work on it until you chip away, and you find out what's the right mix for you. So with this particular woman, when she started working with me, she was in her late 50s. And she was a grandmom of quite a number of kids. She'd already raised her children. She had also a small business. And she'd found over time that her weight and her health had just gotten out of control. Her key issues, though, were around, interestingly, insulin. So when I first met with her, she was type 2 diabetes. She had obstructive sleep apnea. She had high blood pressure. She had high cholesterol. She was morbidly obese. This woman was not very tall. She was about 5'2" or so. And she was also feeling, I think, really down and feeling discouraged and exhausted. She was profoundly exhausted. In fact, her daughter had come with her on her initial office visits. And as time went by, I got to know this lady much better. And as I discovered how she lived her life, it became really important because I was able to work the treatment plan into how she lived. So rather than have her, go off somewhere and live on a mountain by herself for 2 years and think good thoughts, instead, we kept it real and made it work for her and how she needed to live her life and made shifts along the way with her, obviously, cooperation. I always tell people, I'm not a magician. I need you to be a part of the healing team, right? And when you go and you're working with naturopathic doctors and chiropractors and other wonderful holistic practitioners, just know you're always at the center of the treatment, right? You have to be a part of the team. We're not doing stuff to you. We're helping to show you what's the path to walk that makes the most sense to help you feel better. So in her case, I was able to convince her how central nutrition was for her. Her nutrition was really quite broken. She typically went to bed around midnight. She would eat a really heavy meal at 11 p.m. That's right, about an hour or less before putting her head on her pillow. That's right. She also had heartburn. She had severe heartburn, a gastroesophageal reflux disease, or GERD, on top of all of her other health problems. And so since she ate so late, she ate a heavy meal, she had been gaining weight, becoming more and more insulin resistant. And the heartburn made her miserable. It caused her pain at night, which was also disrupting her sleep. She felt stressed because she felt so miserable in her own body. She did not like living in her skin. It was not a comfortable experience for her. Some other things that weren't quite right was with the obstructive sleep apnea, she had chosen to completely disregard the advice of her sleep specialist and other doctors along the way, and she wasn't using her CPAP machine. She wasn't willing to try out different kinds of headgear, nasal appliances, etc., and she just wanted nothing to do with it. She had pretty much ignored everybody for about 12 years. And when she came to see me, I was literally like, doctor number 12. I know when people have that history that something hasn't worked for them in the world of healthcare. Clearly, either they don't understand how important what's going on is, or no one's really reached them. So I knew I had my work cut out for me. The joy of it was I was able to reach her. It was just so wonderful. It felt great to be able to just connect and make this so she could literally take a bite of that apple, one treatment session at a time, one consultation at a time, and we could work together collaboratively to help her feel better. So she was able to rework that nutrition so that her dinner time, her heaviest meal of the day, was around 5:36. That was a huge shift for her. It took a lot to get that to happen, but we were finally able to make that magic happen. Another piece along the way for her with sleep was to get her confidence to go back and have her be refitted for different kinds of nasal gear with that CPAP so that she could deal with the sleep apnea. As I got her to understand, and I mean this most sincerely, I'm not trying to be flippant, oxygen is not optional. You need oxygen to live, including when you're asleep. It's that important. I didn't want to see her with a heart attack or a stroke, and I knew those were very real risks for her, given how much she weighed and the issues with the sleep apnea. So once we got nutrition straightened out, she was sleeping better. She found she had more energy during the day and more mental clarity. She felt like her mood lifted and she didn't feel quite so depressed and anxious. These things are related. Then I knew the next thing that we could tackle was, I was just trying to decide, should it be exercise or should it be stress relief? I felt that if she exercised, it would help her blow off some of the steam, if so to speak, some of the chemicals of stress, and that might be a better path for this particular person. That worked. So I asked her, I looked her straight in the eye, I said, are you willing to exercise 5 to 6 days a week? And she was like, no. I was like, okay, what are you willing to do? So we had a great conversation, and I realized that if I could help her work exercise into her workday, it was far more likely to actually happen. And really, isn't that the point of exercise? It isn't realistic for everyone to go off to the gym 5 to 6 times a week. That just isn't going to happen for a lot of people. But boy, don't we live our days either at our homes or our place of business or a community, right? We do that. So let's work it into there. So in her case, I decided we would make the focus resistance training. And so she had a lot of boxes and deliveries that came to her place of business. So I said, how about if you're the one that receives some of these boxes? You do the taking it on and off the truck, opening it up, putting the items away, do some of that as you feel physically able. And so that worked for her. And she began to really look forward to it. She was much more involved with her employees. The whole thing just worked better. And gradually, her stamina built up. And so then she was finding that afternoon fatigue she had, like around 3 or 4, had lifted. she just felt better. She really did. So it was a gradual transition for her over the course of several months with profound, really, if you think about it, lifestyle changes. This is someone who wasn't eating healthy foods, who was eating ridiculous number of calories really late, right before going to bed, who wasn't sleeping, wasn't cooperating with her sleep treatment at all, and who also felt stressed, wasn't exercising, right? Like all four pillars were broken, all four of them. And instead, we were able to help her put that together in a way that honored her lifestyle and how she wanted to be in the world. And, in her case, part of her motivation was she wanted to watch her grandchildren grow up. It was a very positive kind of motivation, And so I think whenever you can find that place in yourself, when you know something for you that's compelling, whatever it might be, maybe you literally want to feel better in your own skin, that is where the magic so to happen is. It's within. It's absolutely within. And part of our job is to help you tap into that magic and make it available for yourself as part of the healing that can potentially happen. So with that in mind, I hope you have found this helpful. You can see how insulin impacts weight. In her case, she was able to gradually and sustainably lose weight and keep it off. And that was the path that worked for her, was working on all four of those lifestyle pillars, right? Nutrition, chronic stress, relief in this case, better sleep, way better sleep, and then exercise that actually honored how she lives her day. All right, I hope this is helpful to you. Take care.
Okay. Well, hi everyone. I want to talk to you a bit about endocrine disruptors. There's this huge category known as estrogen dominance, and it affects both women and men. Now, there's a big reason why people are prone to estrogen imbalance, and that is the disruptors, we call them, the endocrine disruptors. You see it, excuse me, in cosmetics, especially a lot of women use, there are xenoestrogens in them. Those are chemicals that mimic estrogen in the human body. So they get into your skin, they're absorbed into your body, and that can cause estrogen imbalance. Same thing can happen to men as well. And then we have the non-organic foods. Pesticides, insecticides, herbicides, they also are endocrine disruptors. So we get them in through our water, we get them through our food, they get into our cells, and they stimulate estrogen receptors, and they become endocrine disruptors. So besides losing weight because fat cells make estrogen, you've got to guard yourself against these other endocrine disruptors you get in cosmetics and makeup and in non-organic foods. Switch to organic foods, purified water as much as you can.
Hello, thanks for joining us. I'm really excited to be a part of the Hormone Summit. My name is Dr. Jacqueline Chassie. I'm a naturopathic physician. I've been in practice about 15 years, solely focused on reproductive health for men and women. I'm the owner of Perfect Fertility. I do a lot of education for doctors and also do work with couples who are trying to balance their hormones and try to conceive for the most part. Very exciting. So today I'm really happy to have the opportunity to share with you a little bit about how you can know if you have a hormone imbalance and then, of course, what to do about that. So before we dive into how to know if you have an imbalance, I think it can be really helpful to try to understand a little bit about how the menstrual cycle works and what your hormones should be doing when they're behaving well. So, for the average menstrual cycle for a woman, it's about 28 days, and we can really break that cycle apart into two halves. The first half of the cycle, which we call the follicular phase in medicine, is the time where you're developing follicles inside of your ovary. A follicle is like an early egg. And then you get to the point where you have one mature egg and that egg gets released in ovulation. That ovulation happens typically around day 14 for women with a 28-day cycle. Now, the second half of the cycle we call the luteal phase. And the reason for that is that a lot of the hormone is created by a part of your ovary called the corpus luteum. We'll talk more about that. The second half of your cycle is really where that egg is released. It goes up through your fallopian tubes. It may get fertilized or not, and then it comes down into your uterus. And if you get pregnant, that would implant in the uterus. And if you don't get pregnant, you'd shed the lining of your uterus and have your period. The first day that you start your period, we call cycle day 1 or the start of a new cycle. And that starts back at the follicular phase. So when you break apart the menstrual cycle, the first half of the menstrual cycle is dominated by the hormone estrogen, and the second half of the menstrual cycle is dominated by the hormone progesterone, and they each have really important functions. Now let's step it back a little bit, because these things don't happen on their own. It all happens based upon control by your brain. So in your brain, you have a couple of really important glands that are involved actually in a variety of hormones, not just your reproductive hormones, but also your thyroid and your adrenal, and so many other hormone systems are controlled by these two parts of your brain called the hypothalamus and the pituitary gland. The hypothalamus is like master control. It's really in charge of both the fine tuning and the gross tuning on all of your hormone levels. And the pituitary gland listens to the hypothalamus and responds by secreting different hormones. So the pituitary hormones you need to know about are called follicle stimulating hormone, or FSH, and luteinizing hormone, or LH. So when you have a menstrual cycle start, typically your brain is secreting the hormone FSH, or follicle stimulating hormone. That does exactly what it sounds like. It tells your ovary to start to stimulate follicles. You're born with all the follicles you'll ever have in life if you're a woman, but it does start to call them, and you'll get typically about 20 to 30 early follicles that start to mature in response to the brain. Now, I always tell my patients the first half of your menstrual cycle is a lot like a beauty pageant. So, at first you have a lot of contestants, and then a few days in, about a week in, you start to see some dominating players, and they're kind of in the semifinals. They're ready to move on to the talent portion, or the bikini portion, the swimsuit portion. They're undergoing a little bit more scrutiny at that point, when there's maybe 5 or 6 follicles, but eventually you start to see one follicle that is like clearly the judge's favorite. It's starting to rise up as a star. It's scoring all 10s across the board, and that starts to really take over. When that happens, that egg creates this surge of estrogen. And all the while your ovaries are making follicles, your ovaries also are making the hormone estrogen. Okay. When that primary follicle really starts to dominate and you get this estrogen surge, that tells your brain that you're ready for ovulation. And the brain actually switches and tells the pituitary gland to make the hormone LH. And the LH comes out in one big surge mid-cycle, and that's what triggers ovulation. So if you pee on an ovulation test kit, if you've ever done that before, that's actually measuring for the hormone LH. And when that peaks, generally you'll ovulate between 12 and 36 hours later. So that once that LH surge happens, that egg gets ovulated, and then the ovaries, when the egg is ovulated, it kind of leaves behind a little bit of like an eggshell almost, called the corpus luteum, and that tissue actually produces the hormone progesterone. And progesterone is so important. When I deal with women with hormone balance, it's almost always because their progesterone level is not high enough to match their estrogen level. Okay? It's that imbalance, and it's very, very common. So progesterone gets secreted by almost the leftover part of the egg, but for 14 days only, and it's like a ticking time bomb. If you get pregnant, the hormone HCG, which is what you pee and test for on a pregnancy test, will tell your ovaries to keep making progesterone. But if you don't get pregnant and there's no HCG around, the progesterone just stops being produced around day 14, and then the progesterone levels quickly drop. And that triggers you to bleed and have your period. So that's really what happens in an optimal menstrual cycle. Now, hormone imbalance can look like a lot of things. Okay, so it can look like irregular cycles. It can look like a variety of symptoms. So the first question is, how do you know if you should suspect a hormone imbalance? Now, really, when a woman gets her period, the only types of symptoms she should have of those hormone changes would be a little bit of cramping on day 1, the day she starts her period, or maybe the day before. That's normal, because the cramping that you feel is actually the muscle of your uterus contracting in order to expel the blood. That's normal. If it's massively painful, or you're taking time off of work, or even if you need to take medications for it, like NSAID medications, that might indicate actually a hormone imbalance. But a little bit of cramping can be normal. All of the other symptoms women report generally are a sign that hormones are not in good balance. Some of the things that I hear most commonly reported, first of all, mood changes. Women who feel really sad and weepy at certain parts of their cycle, or easily agitated. I'm a mom, I'm married, we actually have 7 children. So some days when the fuse is short, you can feel easily agitated. But sometimes you just know that your resilience and response to stressors is not the same as it usually is. That can be due to hormone imbalance. There can also be other changes that are kind of mood related, like food cravings. Some women crave sweets, or they crave chocolate, or they might crave salt. Those can also be an indicator of hormone imbalance. Now we also have a lot of physical symptoms to deal with. So most of the time, the physical symptoms women would report associated with hormone balance would be things like fatigue, breast tenderness, cramping, some muscle aches. Those are really the biggest that I see. And so you have mood and physical symptoms that women can experience as a result of hormone imbalance. Now, just to clarify, I'm talking about women who are menstruating. Of course, hormones change. And so if you are, I would say, over 45 and you're starting to experience those symptoms new, or menstrual irregularity, you may be approaching perimenopause, which comes with a variety of additional symptoms. Some of them can be the same as things like PMS, but then you might have things like hot flashes. Though that's a little bit different. So today I'm really focusing on women who are cycling, who are not approaching perimenopause. So, that's some signs of hormone imbalance. So the next question is, if you've got some of those symptoms, what do you do? How can you confirm whether you have hormone imbalance? And how do you know where that might be coming from? So when it comes to a woman who's cycling, that typically I will test hormones through the blood, through a standard lab, and I run a couple of different types of tests on cycle day 3, and then 7 days after ovulation, which for a 28-day cycle would be day 21. So on day 3, that's really when all of your hormones are kind of at their lowest point, at their baseline. Your body is just starting to produce more estrogen, right? Your brain is starting to communicate to your ovaries to tell it to mature a follicle. And at this point, it's a great time to measure some of the baseline measures. So estrogen, that is one of the first things we measure on cycle day 3. And estrogen, you really want to optimally, I would say between 30 and 40 is where I see women in best balance. Over 50 is considered to be too high on day 3. That can be indicative of hormone imbalance. Okay, and that's measuring a hormone estradiol, which is also called E2 or estrogen 2, and that's the most potent and most concentrated form of estrogen that you make. The next hormone that you may test for is FSH. FSH is that brain hormone that tells your ovaries to start to stimulate a follicle. This is something that I absolutely test when women are trying to conceive because it can tell you whether the ovaries are really responsive to the brain. Okay. A lot of hormone systems work like this. The thyroid is really similar. If you've ever had your thyroid checked, the most prevalent testing that they do is for the hormone TSH. TSH is also made in the brain. And so TSH and FSH are similar, where you have a normal range, but if the levels go too high, that tells you there's a problem. It's a problem of an underfunctioning gland. So, for example, when TSH is elevated, above 4 is what most labs say, but as a naturopath, generally I see women out of balance even above a TSH of 2. That tells you the thyroid is underactive, or you could have hypothyroidism. And the reason why, if you think about it, is like the thyroid is like a naughty child and not really listening anymore. And the brain, rather than just whispering and getting the thyroid to do its job, now it starts to have to raise its voice. And just like parenting, when you ask your kids to clean their room, if they don't do it, the next time it might be a little louder or a little louder or a little louder. And brain hormones are a lot like that. So FSH is like that too. As the ovaries don't listen to the brain, the FSH level will actually go up and up and up. And the ultimate change we see is during menopause, where, in a healthy menstruating woman, FSH should be below 7. In a menopausal woman, it'll be over 100. Sometimes it'll be 300 or 400 because the ovaries stop producing eggs, they stop producing estrogen, and that's really one of the defining factors of menopause. Now, estrogen is really important for our overall health. Estrogen, it helps to thicken the lining of our uterus. It also helps to make follicles. That's why it's so important for fertility. But believe it or not, there are estrogen receptors in every tissue in the body. It's a really important hormone. And so it's one that's really important for it to be in balance. Okay. The test that we do on cycle day 21 is progesterone. And the reason why we measure that is that there's no progesterone in the first half of the cycle. when I say no, there may be very small amounts, but really nothing in comparison to the other hormones. Progesterone is made after ovulation only. So if a woman isn't ovulating, and what that might look like is really long cycles, like 35 days, 40 days, 60 days, or you're not getting a period at all, that can often mean you're not ovulating. Progesterone levels won't go up at all. And so if you measure them, they'll be below 5, and that indicates you haven't ovulated. 7 days after ovulation, they should be nice and high. What we look for from a fertility perspective is that they're over 10, but over 15 is even better. So if you have your progesterone level measured 7 days after you ovulate, which usually is about 7 days before you would expect your period, we want that level to be up over 15. What I most commonly see is that progesterone levels are too low. Okay, so there's not really an exact measurement with estrogen and progesterone, but we also look at the comparison of them. If your estrogen was at the high end of normal and your progesterone is at the low end of normal, that's a very common hormone imbalance called estrogen dominance. Now, estrogen dominance on its own can be a cause of PMS-like symptoms, also of breast tenderness or fibrocystic breast disease, but it also puts you at a greater risk for a lot of other conditions. When you have long-term estrogen dominance, it can leave you at a higher risk of things like fibroids and endometriosis. Both of those are tissues that grow inside and around your reproductive organs that can cause a lot of pain and discomfort. And that's typically driven by estrogen levels that are high that are not countered by having enough progesterone around. Also, if you have too much estrogen over your lifespan, we do know it can increase your risk of cancers, certain estrogen receptive cancers. So that's another reason why we want to make sure hormones are in good balance really throughout your life. So let's say that you don't have access to doing blood labs. Okay? Another way that you can look for hormone imbalance, 2 of them really. The first one would be charting your cycle at home. I'm not going to get into the details of this, but the long and short of it is that you would be taking your temperature every day. That's just your oral temperature, but you do have to use a special thermometer called a basal body temperature thermometer. And this, rather than measuring to 1 decimal place like a fever thermometer might, it measures to 2 decimal places. So it would be like 97.48, for example. And monitoring that over the course of a cycle, you actually can see a temperature shift because progesterone, when it's around, will cause your temperature to rise a little bit. So we can see whether or not you ovulated, and you can also see your progesterone level coming up, kind of in alignment with your temperature coming up. And you can see how long that lasts for and whether the progesterone trickles off too quickly or whether it is staying around for 14 days. Another common sign I see if progesterone is not high enough or it's not trickling or it's not staying until your period is actually spotting. So if you're spotting in the second half of your cycle, or if you spot for 2 or 3 days before you start your period, that is also a sign of low progesterone and hormone imbalance. So monitoring your temperature tells you a little bit about progesterone, and also you can monitor your cervical mucus as another piece of that. Now, you don't need to actually touch your cervix to monitor your cervical mucus. You can just monitor the fluid that is coming out when you go wipe to go to the bathroom. So typically throughout the cycle, you will have mucus or discharge that's watery or milky, or you might just be dry and not have a lot of discharge at all. Around the time of ovulation, you should notice a change mid-cycle, and that looks really like egg whites is the best way to describe it, and that's your fertile mucus. We call it spin mucus, and that's produced when you have that estrogen surge. So if you're not getting that mid-cycle fertile mucus, that can be a sign that you're actually not producing adequate estrogen. So that's another really nice way to monitor your cycle that anyone can do at home. It doesn't cost any money other than maybe getting a basal body temp thermometer. And if you Google it, charting your cycle or anything like that, you can print out templates that will allow you to track, or there's also free apps, a lot of free apps that you can use to track your cycle in that way. The other way that you could do it would be through something like a salivary hormone or a urine hormone test. These are used more in functional medicine, and generally they'll cost somewhere between $200 and $400. But what's nice about that is you actually take samples. Typically, it's like 7 to 10 times across a single cycle. So rather than getting just one time point, for estrogen and for progesterone, like you do with drawing blood, you actually get multiple time points and we can kind of track your hormones throughout the whole cycle. So if you wanted to try something like that, that would be best to do with someone who's a naturopathic doctor or someone in functional medicine, maybe a nutritionist with some training around that. That they can order that type of test for you. So there are some ways to find out if you have a hormone imbalance. The next question is, what do you do, right? So I'm going to start today with just a couple of lifestyle things that everyone should do if you have hormone imbalance, and things that you can do through your diet. Now, when a patient comes in to see me, we typically will run that testing, and I use a lot of herbal medicine. I love herbal medicine, and also nutrients that might do things like help your liver process your hormones more effectively. And the herbal medicines actually can help improve the communication between your brain and your ovaries to help everything run more smoothly as well. That gets a little bit more technical, and really, I think to do that well, you should be under the guidance of someone who has good training. But there are some great things you can do to start that will really give you a head start in trying to achieve hormone balance on your own. So let's start with the lifestyle stuff. The first thing that I want to talk about is stress. Now, stress is something that can throw our hormones off easily. And this makes a lot of sense if you think about like the survival of the fittest theories, right? And that we have like self-protective mechanisms. Now, when we're under a lot of stress, oftentimes what happens is our cycles will go awry. It's one of the very first protective mechanisms. And it's likely that that existed for a reason. You know, back if you think about our hunter-gatherer days, if there was a period of time where we were under a lot of stress, maybe our home was destroyed and we had to move, or whatever those stressors were at that time, your hormones would go out of whack and make it more difficult for you to get pregnant. That was protective for you, because if you fell pregnant at a time of stress, it might actually put you at risk, not only your baby, but put you at risk. So there is a natural change that happens when you're under a lot of stress and your adrenal glands secrete more cortisol and more of those adrenaline hormones. It can cause hormone imbalance. And the reason why that happens is actually on our reproductive organs, there are receptors for hormones like cortisol, norepinephrine, and epinephrine, our adrenaline hormones, that actually change the way the tissue listens to our brain hormones. It also can change the hypothalamus and pituitary gland function and just cause like a little bit more difficulty in communicating. So stress is one of the first things that I look for. Now, when I have patients that are under a lot of stress and they have menstrual imbalance, that kind of leads me to the next thing that I love to recommend, which is movement and exercise. Over and over again, consistent exercise outperforms drugs and even natural supplements and herbs when it comes to getting hormones back into balance. And this is for menstruating women as well as for menopausal women. So what happens here is when you have consistent exercise, it probably helps with stress hormone release, but it helps in a lot of other ways too to kind of keep things in balance. It's likely that getting your body temp up, getting your heart pumping, getting more blood to those organs and more oxygenation, because you're breathing heavy, you're getting more oxygen in your blood, getting that to your reproductive organs can really help to regulate things. You also release a lot of hormones like when you're sleeping after exercise, more growth hormones and hormones that actually help you restore and heal on an ongoing basis. So if you're not getting movement in, I'd highly recommend that. If you're new to exercising regularly, even doing something like yoga or walking, especially if you can walk out in nature, can be a really great way to get started. Consistency is the key. With my patients, I'd rather see them commit to 15 to 20 minutes every day versus trying to, make a plan that they're going to be going to CrossFit 6 days a week or something that's going to be more difficult to sustain. So we've talked about stress, we've talked about exercise. Now let's talk a little bit about other lifestyle and dietary changes you can make. The first thing when it comes to hormone imbalance is thinking about your environment. And what I mean by that is looking at, are there compounds in your environment that mimic hormones and confuse your body? And this is a huge problem. I wish we didn't have to deal with this as a society, but we are bombarded by toxins that mimic hormones' effects, particularly estrogen. And this can be one of the reasons why so many women have hormone imbalance and so many women have estrogen dominance. A lot of different compounds will mimic estrogen in the body. The ones that you hear most about are BPA, which now BPA is being pulled out of a lot of products. But the problem is that the studies they've done on the replacement compounds, which are usually other bisphenols like bisphenol S, they are actually more potent than BPA, and they cause even more hormone dysregulation than BPA. So when it comes to storing your food, I recommend using as little plastic as possible. When you start to pay attention to this, it's actually kind of unbelievable. When you go to the grocery store, the things that you're accustomed to buying, maybe jarred salsa, buy the glass container instead of the plastic. Or are you using Ziploc bags or saran wrap in your house? Now there's so many great alternatives for things like silicone bags. Looking at everything your food is touching and trying to make sure that you're using as little plastic as possible, particularly for freezing and reheating. So when I was a kid, I grew up with my mom freezing all of our leftovers in Ziploc bags, and pretty much how it went was, she'd make a giant pot of soup. She would take the hot soup and pour it into gallon-sized Ziploc bags, lay them flat on the counter to cool, and then put them in the freezer to freeze. Well, bottom line is she was making us a plastic soup, and we didn't know back then in the early 80s that all this stuff was so bad for you. Plastic was like a miracle, but now we do know. So you want to try to avoid plastic as much as possible when it comes to food storage. In our house, we try to use a lot of glass or stainless steel, or I do love those silicone bags that are reusable. You can wash them, you can freeze them, you can boil them. They don't put chemicals into your food in the same way. The second place that you're going to get a lot of those hormone-like compounds is actually skincare products. And that's going to be your phthalates and parabens. Now, in most conventional products, these are pervasive. And you have to think about your skin as almost another digestive organ. We think about it as this outer barrier that doesn't really take much in, but you have a lot of skin, and the things you put on your skin, they absorb and they get into your bloodstream, just like they do when you eat them, and they go through the tube in your gut. So the things you put on your skin, I'll tell people, don't put anything on your skin that you wouldn't put in your mouth. Nowadays, there's so many great natural skincare options, things that actually have a great feel, that are effective, even for anti-aging and stuff like that. All the concerns that women have when they get older are that the natural products won't work the way that a synthetic product might for things like wrinkles. But now there's so much research on this, and there's great options available. So I would look at things like toothpaste, shampoo and conditioner, skincare, facial care, lotion, sunscreen. You want to be really cautious and look for things that are free of parabens and free of phthalates. Okay. So that's the environmental stuff. And I'll just tell you anecdotally in my own practice, when I've had women with really tough cases of reproductive hormone imbalance, really like fibroids and endometriosis, which are the toughest to treat, they don't get better unless they address these environmental factors. It is one of the most important things that women can do for themselves, is to pay attention and look for that stuff. Now, the next thing is going to be dietary. Okay. With diet, we want plant-based foods as much as possible. And with meats, you want to have things that are local, if possible, grass-fed, pasture-raised. And this is really important because in a conventional food setting, animals, whether it's chicken or cows, they're oftentimes fed synthetic hormones, both to produce milk or beef, and they're eating a lot of foods that are covered in pesticides. And when they consume that, they start to concentrate it, and they, put that out in the products that they make, whether it's meat or milk. Now, think about moms who are nursing. When they're producing milk and they're nursing, you have to be so careful about what you consume because so much of it comes through your breast milk. Well, it's the same thing with cows. When they consume, bad feed or feed that has medication in it, maybe they're on antibiotics more routinely because they're in close quarters, or they're eating foods with pesticides, that all comes out in their breast milk, which is cow's milk, which is what we end up drinking, right? So I love shifting people to more of a plant-based diet, including milks. But if you're going to consume dairy, cheese, yogurt, milk, things like that, and if you're going to buy meat, you want to go with things that are better quality. The other big one is actually butter, because most toxins store more in fat. They're fat soluble. So anything that's higher fat, like higher fat cuts of meat or whole milk or butter, which is milk fat, you really want to make sure you're going with the cleanest product possible. So I recommend the Mediterranean diet generally, very plant-based. I kind of blend it with a paleo diet because the Mediterranean diet uses very little meat. Meats and sweets are actually kind of the top of the pyramid of what you have least often. And I think if you're eating better quality meat, you can tolerate a little bit more in your diet when you're trying to balance your hormones. So the Mediterranean kind of paleo diet blended. Something like a Whole30 is a great place to start, but there's so many great diet options out there and so many, blogs and recipe options. And then I like to throw in a couple of hormone balancing superfoods. So one of my very favorites is actually ground flax. Now, ground flax does a couple of great things. One is that it is a really concentrated form of fiber. So when you grind flax and eat it, you have what are called soluble fibers, which you absorb into your blood, and insoluble fibers, which act almost like a broom to brush out your digestive tract. But you need a lot of fiber when you process estrogen and other hormones. Your liver will dump it into your digestive tract, and it's fiber that kind of grabs on and pulls it out through your stool. And you want that. You want to be eliminating really, really well. So if you're not going to the bathroom at least once a day, having a bowel movement at least once a day, you need to ramp up your fiber and fluids and make sure you are, because that's going to be very important for hormone balance. The other benefit of flax is it contains a compound called lignin. Now, lignins have a lot of research with things like breast cancer because they influence estrogen levels and they help you to break down and detoxify estrogens. So flax is one of the best superfoods. The other thing that I think about is really more foods that support your liver, because your liver is this detoxification powerhouse, but it does also detoxify your own body's hormones. It's a really important organ for hormone balance. And so there are foods that can be supportive to liver. Lemons and limes, those like sour citrus fruits, are great. And there's a lot of foods that we don't eat a lot of that can be really great. Some of my favorites are burdock root, which you can get burdock and cook it in a tea, but it almost looks like a stick in the produce section. And if you slice it thin, you can saute it or steam it or boil it. And that's a great option. The other one I love is called Jerusalem artichokes, or they're also marketed as sunchokes. And these are one of, I think, nature's superfoods. They're super good for the liver. They're really high in prebiotics. It's one of the foods that's highest in prebiotics, which is helpful for your digestive tract. And that's another really awesome option. The third food I'd recommend for liver support are dandelion greens. Now, dandelion greens are very bitter, so sometimes you might want to blend them with kale or some other green, but you can saute them, and those are a liver superfood. Okay, so those are really three foods I would think about to support your liver function. Hopefully this has been really helpful. Like I said, if you're experiencing hormone imbalance, and hopefully today you've learned a little bit about how you can test to know for sure. There's also great questionnaires available. I've provided one here that you can utilize to kind of go through and do a checklist to see how likely it is you might be experiencing hormone imbalance. From there, you want to test and confirm if possible, and then I've given you some lifestyle suggestions to get started. Now, if that's not enough, then try to find a provider in functional medicine or naturopathic medicine. A lot of chiropractors have great experience in hormone management, but find someone with this experience that can really help you tailor a plan to get back on track. It's super important for how you feel on a regular basis, because if you are in a position where you have hormone imbalance, it can be so, so miserable. And it's also really important for your long-term health. Thank you so much for joining me today. Hopefully this was helpful, and I really hope that you enjoy the rest of the summit. I am so excited to listen to all the speakers because there's some amazing powerhouses in here and a lot of juicy tips for great health. Take care.
So hey Mark, we've been talking about hypothyroidism, and you were just telling me the story about Pat, that there was a woman that came into your office. Tell me a little bit more about Pat and how she came to show up at your doorstep.
Well, sure. Well, Pat's like a lot of patients I see. She actually had been on thyroid replacement, synthetic thyroid replacement from a medical doctor for 5 years. But she still had all the low thyroid symptoms: fatigue, poor memory, was not able to lose weight, even on like a 1,400 calorie a day diet, working out 5 days a week. So I ran some blood work on her, and what I found was, as with a lot of people, her synthetic thyroid replacement was not being converted into its usable form.
Okay.
In my protocol, we call it the free T3. So anyways, I switched her to a more bioidentical thyroid replacement, where she gets the actual T3, which is what drives metabolism in your cells. And once I did that, over the next 8 weeks, she actually lost 12 pounds, and all her other symptoms cleared up. just doing something that simple to get something that's more compatible with their body.
So yeah, if you're someone that's dealing with some of the conditions that we were just talking about with Pat, and you're struggling with something like that, I'm here to tell you that there is hope. There's hope, and Mark, you've done a great job of putting these protocols together. Tell me a little bit more about the protocol on hypothyroidism.
Yes.
And what give the audience just a little bit of an example of what you talk about within that protocol.
Sure. Well, to have really good thyroid balance, you got to address several different factors. You got to address what you're doing for diet, what you're doing for exercise, but then more importantly, what are you getting in for nutrients, or if you're on thyroid replacement, to precisely improve the most active thyroid hormones in your body. Because again, seeing as the thyroid hormones are what drive energy and metabolism, you have to have those optimized. So in my protocol, basically I teach people how to identify if their thyroid's low or suboptimal, even if you're on thyroid medication, and then again, using supplements, foods, or natural hormones to optimize your thyroid hormone levels, drive up that metabolism, which helps everything, energy, brain function, mood, skin health. I mean, thyroid affects every cell in the body, so if you can have good thyroid balance, chances are your overall health is going to improve greatly.
Awesome. We're going to jump right into Naomi Whittle, and we'll see you guys in a minute.
Hi everybody, my name is Naomi Whittle, and I am the author of the New York Times bestselling book, Glow 15. I'm very excited to be sharing with you a little bit about how nutritional ketosis and a high fiber type of nutritional ketosis can help us to balance our hormones. I'm in my mid-40s. I've been in the health and wellness nutritional industry really from the time I was in college. If I go back a little bit further, I was born in Switzerland on a biodynamic farm. A lot of you have heard about biodynamics, but it's really like taking organic to the next level. And so my father as a chemist, my mother as an artist, collectively worked with my health from a very, 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 very early age. And the reason I'm mentioning this to you is you would say, like, how could it be that someone who lived this very pure and natural life from the time they were born would have to work on their health? And you see, for me, I was born with autoimmune disorders. So I have experienced all sorts of different really negative implications of these autoimmune disorders. As I was growing up, I was covered in a very severe case of eczema. And it would be so bad that the fire that would be burning inside of my body, the inflammation that would be occurring, would exhibit itself all over my body, and my skin would bleed and it would pus. And being the daughter of my parents, of my European parents, they never believed in anything that was not natural. So I grew up on homeopathy, I grew up on natural herbs and plants, and of course the biodynamic foods that I ate. And so I wasn't able to get rid of that severe case of inflammation that was being exhibited in my body until I was in my mid-20s. And I did it with Chinese herbs, and I did it with helping to cleanse my blood and work with my organs with really truly Eastern medicine. And what I discovered in that journey is that the experience of our health, our happiness, our well-being is a 360 approach, right? Like, you can't just transform your autoimmune health, your health in general, by simply taking nutritional supplements. You can't do it just through mindset. You can't do it just through foods. You can't do it just through exercise. You can't do it through conventional medicine. It has to be, our health has to be looked at holistically. And there are all of these different ebbs and flows in our well-being that occurs over the years, which is what got me so excited about nutritional ketosis and how that could really help my own health and my own hormones transform. So I've spent the past 25 years traveling all over the globe, finding the ingredients, the foods, if it's from world-renowned experts or medicine men and women, or a mother who's been passed down a remedy that might be something her great-grandmother gave to her. Really, this healing from around the world is what I've spent my career learning about the past 25 years. And I've gone to every single corner of the globe. And what I've discovered is truly the miracles that can transform our health. So if it's understanding that collagen as an ingestible beauty supplement, nutritional food, can be consumed at a much larger rate than we were in the US, I had to learn that from Southeast Asia, from the women that were consuming it every single day in all of the ways that we're just starting to learn about, from bone broths to donkey hide to the variety of different solutions that a lot of the Asian community and Asian women have learned about for many years. But today it's really about how a nutritional ketogenic diet that incorporates fiber can help to balance our hormones. And I speak from about 2.5 years of personal experience, in addition to the 80+ interviews that I did for the Real Skinny on Fat. So when I discovered that in my first book, Glow 15, that autophagy, when we activate it, autophagy is this process, auto means self, phagy means to eat. When we activate this natural process that we have in our body, just very simply, it helps to detoxify our body. It helps to give us more energy. And we do it by incorporating different principles. For example, nutritional ketosis. For example, activating and working within our own circadian rhythms. And what I learned by really being able to utilize what was already inside of me, this autophagy, was that my hormones were starting to get more and more balanced. And for somebody like me who experiences autoimmune disorders, and for any woman that is going through the stages of life, what happens is, of course, our hormones become less and less balanced over time. And the big concern is that when we get into the time of menopause, our body literally having so much less estrogen, so much less testosterone, so much less progesterone, is not able to burn as much body fat. And that's just one of the simple side effects. You know, in our 30s, we're really studying and looking at how much progesterone are we losing during that time. And progesterone is sort of like our natural Valium. And as we lose it, we start to become more anxious. And we know that when we're more anxious, we experience all sorts of other side effects. And then when we're in our 40s, like I am, our testosterone levels start to really decline. And I noticed, due to a lot of the different factors in my life, that my testosterone was declining. And so I had to find ways to naturally increase it. And then in our 50s, when most women go through menopause around 51, that's when our estrogen takes this huge dip by like 30%, and our collagen levels follow it. So what I've really focused on is incorporating good fat into our diet and helping to create a body composition where we have more lean muscle mass. It's not about losing weight. It's about our body's composition, because when we have more lean muscle mass and less body fat, our hormones are naturally coming into more balance. So what we've discovered is that by incorporating fiber into our diet, 90% of us are deficient in fiber. 90% of us are not getting enough. So when we incorporate the great fiber-rich, low carbohydrate foods, things like broccoli, a lot of the cruciferous vegetables like artichoke, and all of those delicious, powerful vegetables that are filled with fiber, avocado. You can incorporate things like chia seeds, flax seeds. Once you get those into your body's microbiome actually wants to add more of the enzymes that metabolize the estrogens. So you're able to have more estrogen produced in your body, and your rhythms, your natural cycles, your natural rhythms start to improve. So nutritional ketosis, which is really using good fats as a primary source of fuel for your body, is a very, very powerful tool at helping you to balance your hormones when you incorporate the good fibers. So as I mentioned, 90% of us are deficient. So if you want to get more fiber into your diet. There's simple and easy ways. By eating the vegetables that I mentioned, you can take a fiber supplement. I love inulin as a fiber because it's also a prebiotic. And prebiotics are our probiotic or our microbiome's favorite foods. So if you can incorporate those sort of foods into your diet, they will help to modulate and regulate your hormones so that nutritional ketosis can really help your body to create that balance at whatever age you're at. My new book, which is called High Fiber Keto, is all about the clinical research around what it takes for us as women to balance our hormones, heal our metabolism, and really get the most joy and happiness out of our life. So I'm excited for this summit. I think it's probably the most important topic for all of us. It's certainly the topic that's on my mind, and I am constantly sharing with you not just the clinical studies that we do on women, but also connecting with the researchers that can really help all of us to learn about how we balance our hormones to get the most out of our life. You see, as a woman, we have so much less research that's done on us because our health is so much more complex because of our hormones. So a lot of time the researchers aren't bringing women into the clinical studies. Now that's changing, but we're still experiencing the lack of science, or I call it almost like a black hole around women's health. So this is dedicated to your health, to your well-being, and I hope that you got 2 or 3 takeaways that you can start applying immediately to transform your health and your hormone health.
Welcome back, everyone. That was great information by Dr. Anderson. And I want to take a minute now and talk to you about the difference between hypothyroidism versus hyperthyroidism, because a lot of people get confused on what the differences is between the two. Now, hypothyroid, that's where you have low thyroid functioning. So typically symptoms would be you get cold easy, you have fatigue, you can get weight gain easily, you can get dry skin, poor memory and focus. Versus hyperthyroidism, you have too much thyroid hormone in your blood, and so you get excessive symptoms. You feel overstimulated, you could get really hot, insomnia, overactive, you could feel anxious, you could lose weight real rapidly. So the two are really different, and the two are treated differently. So I recommend look at my protocols. You see them there on the right hand of the screen, and I'll walk you through how to balance your thyroid hormones out naturally.
Many of us have this question that comes up as we age, especially if you're a woman going into your 40s, 50s, and you're in those menopausal years, and you're asking yourself, I know I did, is my body ever going to be the same again? Am I ever going to be fit and lean again? Can I ever have that energy and vitality that I had before? Well, I am here to tell you that even though there's all sorts of hormonal changes taking place in your body, yes, you can be vital, and yes, you can be lean and fit.
No matter what your age, if you're in your mid 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, and beyond, you can, as Robin said, discover your best body. Hi, I'm Dana Dimitri. I'm a former registered nurse, and we are the co-authors of the Eat, Live, Thrive diet. And I will say at 67, I feel as high energy as I did in my 40s, and I'm actually leaner than I was in my 40s. So there's hope.
And I'm Robin Thompson. I am 53 years old. I'm an advanced clinical weight loss practitioner. I was lean and fit through my 20s, through my 30s. And then as I hit those perimenopausal years in my 40s, the weight started coming on, my energy started plummeting. And like many of you are experiencing, I was getting really, really frustrated and really discouraged. But I did find that there is victory on the other side of that period of time, and through changes in my diet and making these changes to help my hormonal balance, I was able to get fit and lean again, and you can too.
We're going to give you our top tips for how you can be your leanest and healthiest, most energetic self, no matter where you're at in peri or postmenopause. But before we do, we want to address some of the main reasons why it is so difficult as we age to lose weight and keep it off.
Well, the first area we want to address that is causing us problems is, of course, that female hormonal change that takes place in the perimenopause, menopausal years, especially if you are estrogen dominant, which I was. And I remember I was trying to eat the best diet I possibly could. I was working out like crazy. And I went to my practitioner, and he said, you know what? You're not going to drop that weight. You're not going to drop that fat because you're estrogen dominant and your body wants to hold on to it. So that is an area you need to look at and find a practitioner that's going to help you figure out what those hormone levels are.
So another hormone we know declines as we age is our thyroid. And so that is, again, it's something very important to test every year. And even for some women, you may show up normal on test results, but you have the symptoms of low thyroid. So just know that this is very common, and it can impact your weight loss and your energy.
Well, another huge issue for us hormonally is something called insulin resistance. And it really is an epidemic, becoming an epidemic in our country. And just so you know, it is the precursor to diabetes. So it's very serious. But insulin resistance is when your body takes in carbohydrates, and what it should be doing is converting those carbohydrates into sugars and storing into the cells for energy and fuel. But if you become insulin resistant, your body is going to not be efficient with those carbohydrates, and it's going to take many of those that it can't store for fuel, and it's going to convert it into fat, the thing we do not want to happen.
And it, especially as we age, likes to store it right around the middle, the most unhealthy place to store it. Well, in addition to these hormonal changes, and there are so many, we know that our metabolism declines as we age because our muscle mass declines. And so certainly staying active is a really important part of this. And we're not going to talk about fitness today, but I do want to say that if you are a woman 45 plus, 50, 60, 70, you need activity every day. You need a combination of some strength training, aerobic, cardiovascular training, as well as stretching every day, ideally to keep that metabolism burning.
Yes. Another thing that affects us as we age is something we call hidden food sensitivities. And this is where you may find yourself eating something that your body says, hey, I'm not tolerant to this anymore. You might have eaten it for your whole life, but as you age, your tolerance level for that food becomes less and less, and your body will have either an immune or an inflammatory response to it, which could result in symptoms like digestive issues. It could be aches and pains, joint aches and pains. It could be emotional health like anxiety or depression. And of course, sensitivity could also produce weight gain or the resistance to weight loss.
And of course, we all know most Americans are eating way too many processed foods, as well as just inflammatory foods in general. We need to get them out of our diets as much as possible. Things like vegetable oils and so forth that are really wreaking havoc. And so that's part of what we do. Now, we may have overwhelmed you a little bit with this negative list of all the reasons why, but let's not use those as an excuse. Let's know that changing our nutrition can influence every one of these factors significantly, and some can actually be reversed. So let's dig into our approach to help women rev up their midlife metabolisms no matter what's going on with their hormones. We recommend for mature women to address these issues our 3-phase Eat, Live, Thrive diet approach, and also include for many of you a gentler approach to intermittent fasting. What we like to do is see you cycle through these 3 phases throughout the year, landing mostly in what we call the lifestyle phase and finding your very specific eating plan that will serve you well for a lifetime.
Deanna mentioned intermittent fasting, and our version of intermittent fasting is called the Eat, Live, Thrive eating cycle. It's a little bit kinder, a little gentler approach to intermittent fasting. And if you're not familiar with intermittent fasting, it's basically eating your food for the day in a shorter window period. Maybe it's 8 hours, maybe it's 10 hours, and fasting for the other period of time. So some of the benefits of intermittent fasting, first and foremost, is calorie reduction. You're typically eating less calories, so it's easier to drop a few pounds just by dropping your caloric intake, increasing your metabolism. Also, giving your body a metabolic break. When you are not eating and digesting, it gives your body a time to regenerate. As well as what I really like about the fasting is it helps with discipline. It really actually can help curb hunger as well as cravings.
One of the things that we know can be a downside is because it is a form of stress on your body. For some women, if you're experiencing adrenal fatigue, if you are seeing that your cortisol levels are high and maybe on your annual blood work, you want to be extra careful because it is a form of stress on your body. So we really do recommend that you start very slow, let your body adapt, and listen to your body. Be especially careful if you've got that kind of adrenal fatigue going on.
With our ELT eating cycle, we recommend starting with a 12 to 13 hour fast. Most people can do this pretty easily. You stop eating at say 7 o'clock at night, and then you don't resume eating again till 7 a.m. Next, if you feel like you're doing okay with the 12 to 13 hours, you can choose to extend those fasting periods for maybe an hour or two additional. So 14, 15, even 16 hours, and do that maybe 2 to 3 days a week. Now, this is not a strict rule of yours to follow that you have to hit those time frames every day that you set out. If you're not feeling well and you set out to do 16 hours and you're at 14 hours and you don't feel good, stop. Go ahead and break your fast right then. The other thing we recommend is encouraging you to do more of your fasting in the evening. So stopping your eating at least 3 hours before you go to bed at night.
So let's get to our nutritional recommendations. The 3 phases of the Eat, Live, Thrive diet will really serve you well. The first phase is called elimination. And so clearly, as the name suggests, you're going to eliminate some foods. We've designed the elimination phase in 3 levels because we want to make it so simple that you have no excuses not to start immediately. And level 1 is simply eliminating all grains and all added sugar for 14 days, not forever. Just for 14 days. And this is going to give your body an opportunity to take a break from so many processed foods because we know so many of those include grains and sugar.
Not to mention, Dana, that grains and sugar can contribute to different hormonal imbalances.
Absolutely. In level 2, we're going to notch it up again. We're going to eliminate some other foods to include beans and legumes, nuts, and dairy. This is an opportunity, again, to test some of what we call the most common food culprits that are holding you back from weight loss and causing other issues in your body. You don't know without taking them out what they're doing. Level 3 takes us to the highest level, and it includes kind of a cleansing detox component. We're also going to eliminate coffee, soy, and for the last 4 days, eggs. Now, keep in mind, again, this is only for 14 days. And I know coffee, it may have got you all freaked out, but the truth of the matter is, if you can give your body a break from caffeine, you're going to find out how you do react to that. In fact, it may be a cortisol stimulant for you that is wreaking havoc with that fat around the middle. 14 days will give your body a chance to really rest from some of the foods that may be causing food sensitivity. And then it moves us into Robin's favorite phase.
My favorite phase 2, discovery phase. I love this because this is your opportunity to really find out which foods are wreaking havoc in your body. So this is when you're going to reintroduce the foods that you eliminated. You'll do it one at a time, one food at a time. You eat it a couple times a day over a 3-day period. And we like you to use some of our worksheets that we make available so that you can journal what's happening with your body. You're looking for different types of symptoms, sensitivity symptoms we call that, such as joint aches and pains, digestive disturbances, skin issues, headaches, emotions, and to include menopausal, perimenopausal emotional state and hot flashes, those type of hormonal changes. There's all sorts of things to look for. And of course, weight gain is something to be looking for as well. So after you have tested these foods, now you know from a true personal individual standpoint which foods that you can add back in on a regular basis and which foods you're probably going to want to keep out of your diet for the most part. And when I say for the most part, Dan will talk a little bit more about that in the next phase. Well, the third phase is called the lifestyle phase, and it's where you're going to live probably 80% of the time. And you can still be losing weight in the lifestyle phase. But this is where you start to reintroduce back in the foods that you did test well with. Question again is how much and how often. We know as we age, most women are having a lower carbohydrate threshold. So even if a food tests well, you may not be able to eat as much of it, and you probably won't be able to eat as much of it as you used to. So this lifestyle phase is going to help you discover if you can bring in 1 or 2 servings of grains a day. Some of you may be able to, some of you won't. Some of you may go grain-free because you find that is the place for weight loss for you. This is why it's so customizable. There's not a one-size-fits-all eating plan for anyone. And that discovery helps you really figure out what it is for you and gives you permission to choose what makes your body feel good. Now, we do have a little caveat that gives you a little breathing space, and we call it the 90-10 rule. And that is 90% of the time, you're going to eat to nourish your body, give it all the nutrients it needs, feed it the foods that it really handles well. But there's room for 10% fun food now and then. So in those 10%, you might have your favorite dessert of all time, your thick deep dish pizza, but that's something you're going to do on occasion. And when your body is really, really purified and cleansed and you have been eating clean, you're not going to enjoy the effects as much, and that 10% will probably stay 10% or less. So now that we've shared with you an approach to help you figure out what is going to work for your body, what foods are best for you, what foods are best to take out for the most part, now it's time to figure out how are you going to get yourself to do it. Yes, because knowing what to do is not enough. Doing it consistently is where you get results. So one of the things we do in Eat, Live, Thrive Diet is we dedicate a whole chapter to helping you change your mindset. But here for this video, just a couple quick tips. 1, ask yourself, what do I believe? Because there's a cliche that says you are what you think, and the cliche is true. So the most dominant thoughts in our brain actually win. Are you thinking I can change my habits? Are you thinking I can lose weight? If you're not, those thoughts are sabotaging you, but we can rewire our neuron pathways to a new automatic pilot by telling ourselves what we want to believe, that new healthier thought. When you do that every day, day after day, week after week, month after month, you literally can change both your emotions as well as your behavior. Couple that with this new eating plan because you've discovered what foods work for you, and you have a recipe for success. If you decide to implement this eating plan and these strategies that we just talked about, we have some free resources for you at eatliveThriveDiet.com. You can download the worksheets we were talking about so you can journal through your journey, as well as some recipes and some other resources that are going to really support you as you eat, live, and thrive.